I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial, Daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandy.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it.
And then I just looked to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, we'll have some coffee.
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Okay, now can you hear me? Oh, I was trying to fix the, now can you hear me? Now can you hear me? I was trying to fix the green screen thing, and I was trying to show y'all, I thought I was, so that's why you can't hear me. I was messing with settings, because I thought I could fix that thing, but I can't. I didn't fix it. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's still, my grass is still, this one looks better, right? But this one's still twinkling a lot. I don't know. I was messing with settings trying to figure it out, and I failed at figuring it out, but that's okay, because we are here together and it's going to be a good day. Good morning. Good morning. Today's going to be a big day. Big day, y'all. Big day today. We have Julie Albert back on the stand, and Brian Albert is supposed to take the stand today. So this is going to be a big day. Big day. You've come to like the twinkle. Good. Good. I was messing with some settings trying to figure it out, but you know what? There are worse things in the world than twinkling grass. I have not heard, I got the hiccups. I have not heard anything about the perjury stuff yet. And I know y'all ask me every day, and I have still not heard anything about it. So, I don't know. I don't know if she's just like, nah, we're good. Or if, I don't know. I don't know. Let me get this ready. So I'll check the docket too when we finish today. Yeah, you see Lucy? Oh, wait. See Lucy over here eating her food. Brian Albert Sr. is who I heard. I did not get pizza yesterday, but my mama called and wanted to go to supper. So I went to supper with her right after my scan, and then came home and went to bed. I slept so good, y'all. So good. Dallas, thank you for the super chat. Brian and Nicole Albert to take the stand. Will be a great day in this trial. Happy birthday to me. Love y'all. Dallas, it's your birthday and I didn't know this? How did I not know this? How did I not know this? Dallas, happy birthday. Happy birthday. You want me to sing to you? I'm a terrible singer. She's probably, Dallas is like, for my birthday, I would like for you to not sing to me so that I don't have to hear it. And that's okay too. That's okay too. I understand. Terrible singer. Happy birthday. And it is going to be a good day. It's going to be a big day. Big day. Happy birthday. Oh, I need to turn my light on. Let's see. Oops. I don't know if that helps any. Nope, still twinkling grass. So happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. This is like a big birthday gift for you, isn't it? Like to have two of the biggest witnesses on the stand. um, today with it, that we have heard about for so long. So long. Did you say you forgot your birthday? I totally forgot. How do you forget your own birthday? Oh, well, I say that. I've done that too. And mine's on Christmas Eve, so it's easy to forget mine because there's always other stuff going on. Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday. I'm glad you're spending it with us. I want to hear the puffy jacket version of Closing Time. Closing time. So grab your puffy jacket. Move it to the exit. I don't know why I have to do that accent. Who you barking at? Skid 'em. Skid 'em. Get him. Killer dog. Get him. She's so funny here. I think she's, let me get her little cam going too. Tonight, before I forget to tell you, oh yes, look at P.I. Lisa on top of it. You're on it, doggone it. Is your appearance on NBC Boston 10 a live, or did you tape it earlier? I am going to be live. I will be live on NBC Boston 10 tonight on Canton Confidential at 7 p.m. I think my segment is actually like, we'll start about 10 after. So check it out. Check it out. I have a feeling today is going to be real uncomfortable, y'all. I agree. I concur. Yesterday I told y'all, I was like, when they were going through all of that, I sat here so uncomfortable because it was so tense. And, normally when the like explosive stuff happens, I'm like, oh yeah. This one's a little bit different because this one's like, I've told you, like, I have an open mind about what happened, and I am hearing both sides, and hearing like all the evidence in trial, before I like make up my mind. So for this one, I'm super uncomfortable because I'm like, okay, either, this is an innocent man getting, accused of these things, or he's, lying to cover up something. I'm open to both. So I'm sitting here very uncomfortable because I don't know what to do with my hands. I don't know, how to fix my face. It's so much. It's so much. Bite Me, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Good morning, Brandy. Glad to be here. And Buttercup sends butter sugars. Oh, hi, Buttercup. Thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. They moved everyone off the sidewalk so Brian Albert could. What, really? Hold on, let me go to. We haven't heard from him. Let me boost our volume and get all of our good stuff done. We got our fan. We got the fan. Oh, helps if I add the fan. Let's see. Oh my gosh. So Tom's CPU is out there. Hold on, I gotta show y'all this. Wow, we got a second. This is, okay, wait. Look, they have, where is it? They have their signs and stuff. Where's the chairs? Where's the chairs? I don't know how far back it was. I saw it a little while ago. I was checking it when I took. Oh, here. Okay, look at this. They've got their chairs out there. Sitting. Welcome, welcome. Good morning, friends. Drank a couple beers last night and I shouldn't do that. I'm going to be lurking, sleeping. A couple? Was it beer? What, if any, kind of beer did you have? Was it in a cup? A cylindrical cocktail glass? Or a bottle? Or draft? How long have they been camping out? Well, I don't know. I saw pictures, like, look, you can see, like, they have, like, their chairs and stuff that were all set up. I mean, they were out there they had chairs and stuff set up, like, last night. With a lime, too, yeah. Or a cucumber, if you're watching The Lawyer, you know. That was so funny. They've got their... How crazy is that? Anyway, that's Tom CPU. If y'all want to subscribe to him, he's out there going live in the mornings. He's a trip. He's funny. Oh. More police escorts for witnesses today. I'm telling y'all, it is crazy. This is a crazy, crazy trial. It's a crazy trial. Red Solo cups will forever be plastic evidence containers now. I, like, for every time... Look, I have some in my... Get down off that. You are not a mountain goat. Get down. Get down. Thank you. Lucy climbing on furniture like a mountain goat. I have some red Solo cups in my pantry right now, and I will think about them as plastic evidence containers for the rest of my life as well. They will always be plastic evidence containers. Oh my gosh, Turtleboy supporters have a schedule to watch, where did I leave off? To cover his media chair 24/7 to ensure he gets in courtroom every day. Wow. There she is. She's done climbing on stuff like a billy goat. She wants to be a mountain goat. She does. Yeah, the cucumber was hilarious. Oh, can I cover the fan? Yeah, I forgot the fan makes everybody nauseous. I'm saving my paper grocery bags to send to Canton PD. Oh my gosh. Bless it. You know what we haven't had, though? We have had a Stop and Shop. We have not had a Walmart yet, have we? I don't think so. Could this be our first non-Walmart trial? Because Stop and Shop is not quite the same. There's no Stop and Shop in Canton. I wonder where it came from. What Stop and Shop did it come from? And how long had it been in that car? I love how the people who don't want to look at evidence on both sides, like when I talk about the Stop and Shop bag, they're like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, okay. You let your life be on the line and rely on a police investigation, and you tell me that it's not a big deal to cross-contaminate with a Stop and Shop bag and Solo cups as your evidence receptacles. What, if any, Stop and Shop exists in or around Canton, Massachusetts? My kid, y'all, this big beef that's going on between Drake and whoever and Kendrick, my kid is like awake early in the morning and late at night texting me about it. Like, Mom, you're never going to believe what he said now. So funny. Where do you shop? I love your tops. This one came from... Where did it come from? Where did it come from? Oh, I think this one came from a little boutique downtown Panama City. But I love anything with weird tops. The kids are so into that beef. It's nuts. Yeah, he is so into it. And he told me the other day, I was working on finishing the podcast episode. And he was like, I need to come over and tell you about this. And I was like, and that's all he said. And I was like, tell me about what? Okay. Like, I'm thinking something's wrong. I'm like, okay, come on. And then he comes over and he's like, you have to listen to this lyric and now listen to this. And then here's the background on this. He is so into it. I told him, I was like, if you want to start, and he's very knowledgeable about all of that stuff because he's super into music and he's very knowledgeable about world history. Those are like his two things. Like hip hop beefs and world history are his two favorite things in the world. I told him he needs to make his own YouTube channel. He's still texting me. It's still going off. He's sending me links, telling me about all this stuff. Like he is in on this. And then he's so funny. Like my kid is so funny. My daughter giving me all the, yeah, he does the same thing. He's telling me everything. Jamie, anyone else in Central Florida? We have a storm coming through that's making my power flicker on and off. Actually, I posted this on Twitter. Let me show you. Y'all, I came home from my my pet scan yesterday. I finished my scan, went and had supper with my mama, and I came home and I went to bed because I have slept so little. I went to bed and, I woke up at some point to a, here it is. I woke up at some point to a storm, but don't really remember it. I remember waking up and looking out and seeing lightning over the water and stuff and thinking like, oh, that looks bad. And then went right back to sleep. But, I woke up this morning and I took Lucy out. Like this is, you can see, this is like all of our furniture's in the pool and stuff out there and like tables flipped over and stuff. I was like, okay, maybe that storm was a little worse than I thought. I slept right through it. I was so tired. Thank you. I get the results on the 21st, but I have a good feeling. Y'all can tell. I was talking to Candace about this yesterday. I haven't been sick and throwing up like I was, towards the end of last year. And I haven't been, I've been as tired, but that's because I'm working more. You do not look old enough to have a kid who is aware of rat beefs. He will be 21 in a few months. 21. He does love his mama. Let me tell you, the first time he ever showed me any one of their little, like, I can't remember, it was years ago. I don't remember who of these new age ones he was telling me about. And I was like, no, son, sit down and let me tell you about, a real, I played him, I won't say it on the TV because some people have their kids watching with them and stuff, but I played him those songs and told him about it. And then I introduced him to all that, and I was like, this is why, and I played him like the award show when everything went crazy and stuff. I did all that so that he would understand what it really means to have a East Coast, West Coast beef. And then I bought him some Biggie and Tupac socks. Heather, welcome. Welcome to the family. Welcome, welcome. You look good in green. You look good in green. All rise. I hear all rise. That means we're about to start. I just got nervous. Oh.
Thank you. Good to see you. Close the session.
22117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counsel, please identify yourselves for the record.
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms.
Good
Reed.
morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, did counsel want to see me at sidebar?
I had asked, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sidebar. I am already nervous. I wonder if Grant and Turtleboy are sitting beside each other. I think they'll be friends after this. Nope, they're not. They're separated. Shocker. Look how little she is. She is tiny. His family. I feel for her family. And I feel for his family. I feel for all the families. Did anyone see or hear anything about this case? It's like I think that they wouldn't be able to turn on the TV. He's still texting. Who's in bright pink behind Mr. Reed? I didn't pay attention. I'll have to look. They put that tape up every time, and nobody can sit over there on that side. And I don't know if I would think it's maybe to keep them away from the jury, because the jury is like right there. But I don't know for sure. Selena, I agree. I think she does look like her father. They have very similar bone structures, facial structures, etc. I have like nervous energy. nervous I'm nervous. I just want truth to come out, whatever the truth may be. And I want Canton PD and State Police to learn a big fat lesson over this. Sorry, had to post the link before I forget. Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Yes. Biel says, I'll tell you, I live, breathe, eat this case. I can't tell you what happened. I'm the same way. Like this case has been taken up so much of my time and energy. I put so much into this, you know, the research on this and all of that for so long. And I still, you know, I'm not convinced for sure what happened. It's like, I felt like trial would never get here, and now it's here, and now we still haven't really heard anything yet. Just getting through all these witnesses. Oops. Yeah, they can ask for directed verdict after the Commonwealth rest, and they probably will. Most defense attorneys will ask for directed verdict. It's pretty common. It is very rarely granted. I don't see Bev doing that, but it comes down to the shoddy investigation that makes it impossible to know. I agree. I feel like one way or the other, right? Like, and that's why I say, you know, if they could have just looked through the house, you know, whatever, like searched the house, just to rule it out, just so that there aren't questions about this. You know, I get that they don't handle homicide, state police does, but if you don't handle homicides, then maybe don't dip your toes in there or your solo cups. I just feel like it would be a better idea to, you know, secure the scene until state police get there. Or and then all of the stuff that has gone wrong with all the reports. I mean, that's why I was talking about Julie Albert's reports yesterday. You know, in one report, it says that her and Chris followed everybody over to 34 Fairview. In one, it says that she found out about John's death when she got a phone call that morning. What you got? You got lamb chop? Just playing with her toy. In one, it said that she woke up to take a gift. She's big on gifts, which I guess was donuts to yesterday we heard it's donuts to over there. So it's just, and she said to the grand jury that, you know, when Bukhenik wrote that in his report that her and Chris followed everybody over there, that was wrong. Okay, that's a big thing to get wrong. That's a big thing to get wrong. So I just feel like if there are so many things that could have been done differently that could have avoided so much of this. Kathy Hamilton, but just what if they knew what they would find if they did go into the home, etc. I love my law, but the law must be enforced no matter what. I agree. But which is also why I think Canton PD, once they were recused out, should have stayed out, and Proctor should not have been involved. Period. No excuses. I'll hide the fan. Mermaid Mary Arden, McCabe's sister is sitting behind the O'Keefes. I wonder if McCabe will testify today. Ooh, wouldn't that be a big day? I mean, I guess it looks like they're trying to get all of the eyewitness testimony stuff out before they get into the technical testimony. Silver Fox 74, remember, for 7 whole months. 7 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Princess Buttercup, thank you for a super chat. Thank you. Ruff. Just talking to you. Just ignore me. Just ignore me. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. I love this shirt too. I can't remember the name. I got it at some little downtown place in Panama City, like St. Andrews. Doing the math, Chris Albert lived in that house on Fairview until he was 37. I would have to look at my stuff. I don't remember. I mean, for a long time. Happy anniversary. Good morning. Y'all come on in. We have not got started yet. Eyelash game is strong, freshest face on the internet. Thank you. Look, people always ask me why my eyelashes are so long. I use this. Can you see it? Lash boost. I use this. I had them, they did some kind of like lift thing on them, and that made them look really long. I might do that again.
You are unmuted.
JB, new member, welcome. I just got nervous energy again.
Hear ye, all parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Cannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you, may be seated. Morning, Your Honor.
Morning. All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Happy Friday. I appreciate you all being here, ready, willing, and able to start. We got an awfully lot done in about 5 or 7 minutes over here at Sidebar, so we made you wait, but in the long run, it's we'll speed things up and we'll make things go more smoothly. So we appreciate your patience. Those same 3 questions, have you all been able to follow the instruction and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you all able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
One thing I did want to say to you folks is, if you can't hear a witness or a lawyer, or you can't see something, I don't know that unless you raise your hand. So if you raise your hand, the court officers don't have the power to say to the witness, please answer that again and speak louder, but I do. So if you raise your hand, court officer will come over and let me know, and we can make sure that happens, all right? So I remind counsel to keep their voices up, and you've been doing a great job of moving out of the way of the jurors toward the end there, so please continue to do so. All right, is Ms. Albert here?
Look at Bev in a good mood today. Perky on a Friday. Bless it. Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, you may please.
Nervous.
Okay, I'm just going to remind you, keep your voice up, please, Ms. Albert,
I will.
okay? All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Albert.
Good morning.
Ma'am, you will recall yesterday, I broached the topic with you of how often you and Courtney Proctor speak to each other over the phone. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And when I asked you to describe the frequency of those phone calls, I didn't put any words in your mouth, did I? I didn't suggest how frequently they were. You came up with the word?
I don't really.
Well, let me put it this way. When I asked you how often you talked to Courtney Proctor, you could have chosen any word in the English language to answer that question, correct?
Correct.
What was the word that you chose?
Not often. I don't remember,
How about
honestly.
rarely?
Rarely. Yes.
That was your word, correct?
It could have been. I don't really recall. I don't recall.
You don't recall telling this jury yesterday that when I asked you about how often you spoke to Courtney Proctor by phone, you said, well, rarely.
I don't remember.
What is your definition of rarely?
Not daily. Not daily, not. Yes.
Once in a blue moon?
No.
Rarely doesn't mean to you 67 phone conversations within a 7-month period, does it?
A 67 time period in how many? 8 months?
In about 7 months, 67 times.
It's not a lot. I wouldn't think it's a lot in 7 months.
3 times in one day? Is that rarely?
No, but I'm not. That wasn't every day. I would.
Okay, well, when you left the stand yesterday, did you log into your account or check any gold bills to confirm those 67 calls?
No, I did not.
Did you speak to Mr. Lally about those 67 calls after we broke yesterday and before you took the stand today?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you call Courtney Proctor in one of those rare occasions? Yesterday?
No, I did not.
This morning?
No, I did not.
Were you curious as to whether or not you had actually called her those 67 times?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. In any case, regarding all of those 67 phone calls from February 1st until September 6th, do you maintain that during none of those calls or any portion of those calls did you and Courtney Proctor discuss the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
I do not remember.
Do you deny discussing that investigation?
I don't deny, but I do not remember.
All right. Well, you admitted yesterday, after having seen the records, that you spoke with Michael Proctor's sister for 12 minutes on February 1st of 2022. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the conversation, no. I don't. It was a long time ago.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. Finish your answer.
I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. I just don't remember.
Okay. But my question is, after seeing the records, you saw the phone call for over 12 minutes, correct?
Correct.
And you also remember that that was the very day that the police arrested Karen Reed for this case, correct?
Correct.
The arrest of Karen Reed on February 1st was pretty big news in Massachusetts, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had seen that arrest all over the news, correct?
Correct.
So you certainly, given the day and the fact that it was February 1st and my client was arrested that day and you're talking to the lead investigator's sister, the subject of Karen Reed's arrest had to have come up, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
You certainly mentioned my client's arrest with Courtney Proctor on the very day that she was arrested and you were talking to Courtney, correct?
Correct.
Now, when we broke for the day yesterday, I had also asked you about the 3 phone calls that you had with Michael Proctor's sister on the morning of February 2nd when my client was arraigned, correct?
Correct.
And you recall that her arraignment was televised publicly, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
You saw her on the news being arraigned, correct?
Correct.
And one of those phone calls after, well, strike that. With regard to the 3 phone calls before the arraignment, you knew at that time that my client had been arrested the day before, correct?
Correct.
And you knew she would be arraigned in court that morning, correct?
Correct.
Certainly, when you were talking to Michael Proctor's sister on February 2nd, before her 9 o'clock arraignment, you were discussing the 9 o'clock arraignment, correct?
Can you repeat the end of that, please?
Sure. On February 2nd, the day that my client was scheduled to be arraigned in Stoughton District Court, we're talking about the 3 phone calls that you made to Michael Proctor's sister before that arraignment that very day. And my question is, certainly you were discussing the fact that she was about to be arraigned, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr.
Did the subject of Karen Reed's arraignment come up in any of those 3 calls on February 2nd, the day she was going to be arraigned, before her arraignment?
I don't remember exactly.
What about the 27-minute phone call that you had with Courtney Proctor at 10:58 a.m. that same day after my client was arraigned in court? Did you discuss the arraignment that had just happened?
I do not remember.
You had already testified that by 2022, you were no longer babysitting for Courtney Proctor's kids, correct?
I wasn't babysitting regularly like I was before.
So is it your testimony that you happened to be talking about babysitting on February 2nd for 27 minutes, the same day that my client was arraigned in Stoughton District Court?
I don't remember what I was talking about. It could have been about the kids. It could have been about anything. I don't remember.
Sure. And certainly it could have been about the publicly televised arraignment that had just occurred, correct?
Objection.
So I'll allow this and then let's move away from this, okay? Can you answer that?
Yes, it could have been. Yes.
Did you tell Courtney Proctor during any of these 67 phone calls that you were a witness in her brother's case?
I don't remember.
Okay. Ms. Albert, you were at the waterfall on the night of January 28th, correct?
Yes.
And you also went to 34 Fairview on the morning of January 29th.
Yes.
Yet, as of the date of these phone calls that we've discussed so far, the February 1st and the February 2nd, multiple phone calls, Trooper Proctor still had not interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
You were finally interviewed by Trooper Proctor on February 10th, about 13 days after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And you told Courtney Proctor that you were nervous to speak to her brother, Trooper Proctor, about this case. Do you remember that?
I do not remember those exact words, no.
All right. But you were nervous to speak to him, correct?
Of course, I was nervous in general for a police interview. I mean, I don't know someone who wouldn't be.
Were you worried that one of Trooper Proctor's colleagues might ask to speak to your son, Colin, about what had happened on the 28th and the 29th?
Objection.
Was I nervous they would ask my son?
Yeah, were you nervous that one of the investigators in this case might approach your son to ask him about his whereabouts?
No.
All right. In any case, you were interviewed at 5:30 p.m. on February 10th, correct?
Correct.
Where did that interview take place?
At my home in Canton.
Who was present for that interview?
Me, my husband, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Bukhenik.
Michael Proctor agreed to interview you and your husband together, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You and your husband were interviewed together, correct?
Correct.
Oh my God.
Oh my
Did
God.
either of these troopers, including Michael Proctor,
Oh my
suggest that maybe the two of you should be separately interviewed?
Oh my God.
I don't recall.
When
I don't remember.
did the interview take place within your home?
In my family room?
Oh
Were
my
you sitting
God.
on couches?
Yes.
You're comfortable?
Yes.
You were not in a police interrogation room, correct?
No, I was not.
And it wasn't particularly lengthy, correct?
What do you define lengthily? I don't recall. I don't remember how long it was exactly.
It didn't go into the evening,
Oh my
correct?
God.
No.
And then Michael Proctor and the other trooper left, correct?
Correct.
Then at 6:17 p.m. that same night, shortly after you had been interviewed, you called Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number, correct?
I don't remember.
Let me have a moment.
Okay.
You didn't bring your cheaters today. Oh, you did? Good. Okay. May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
I can't breathe.
This is the same.
Don't Google that. Don't Google it. Don't Google that name she just said. That's not his name.
There's an orange sticky on it that you can ignore.
Okay.
But right above the orange
Oh
sticky,
my God,
there's
I'm
a date
dying.
of February 10th. That's
Oh
what
my
I'm
God, I'm
directing your
dying.
attention to. You could look at those two phone calls, ma'am, and look up at me when you're done.
Oh my God, I'm dying. Oh my, I can't breathe. That is going to be all over the internet. Nobody else can remember anything else that she said.
Memory about those two phone calls on February 10th?
I mean, I just read them, but I don't remember.
Okay. You called Trooper Proctor at 6:17 p.m., and it appears to be a 5-second phone call. Did you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh my God, I
You
can't.
recall that Trooper Proctor called you back that same day at 6:21 p.m. and that you spoke for about 4 minutes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh my
Do
gosh.
you deny speaking to Trooper Proctor for 4 minutes when he called you from his personal cell phone on February 10th of 2022 after you had been interviewed that day?
No, I don't deny it, but I don't remember it.
I haven't heard
When
anything
did
she
you
said
get his
since
personal
that.
cell phone number?
Don't remember.
Years ago?
I'm sure, yes.
Because you've known that family for a long time.
Yes, I have.
And as you testify here today, you can't remember what that phone call would have been about, correct?
No, I do not remember.
Okay, I'd like to contrast your relationship with Karen Reed versus your relationships with Jennifer McCabe and Courtney Proctor. You would agree with me, and I think you testified yesterday that
I see all of y'all asking. When asked what that trooper's name was, she said, Trooper Bukhenik. It's Bukhenik. Bukhenik is very different. Don't Google it. Weird videos will come up, but it's very different. And that's what that is. I haven't heard a word she said since then. I'm going to have to rewind after this is over. Oh my God.
Jennifer McCabe is one of your best friends.
Correct.
And you call her Jen, correct?
Yes.
And Courtney Proctor is also one of your best friends, correct?
She's not one of my best friends, no. She's a good friend. She's not one of my best friends, no. She's my sister's best friend.
Gotcha. Okay, so your sister
My
Jill-
sister Jillian, yes.
Jillian is best friends with Courtney Proctor, and you're close friends with her, but not best friends.
Correct.
But you really only knew Karen Reed as John O'Keefe's girlfriend, correct?
Correct.
She was just an acquaintance of yours.
Yes.
There are no photos of you in a hot tub together, right? You and Karen Reed?
No.
There are no photos of you with your arms around each other at the beach, correct?
No.
You've never been to a baby shower with Karen Reed, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Don't Google.
You didn't have any contact with Karen Reed while you were growing up, correct?
No.
Karen Reed was definitely not from Canton, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow this, and then you can move on.
No, she was not.
No, one more question. She was an outsider, correct, to Canton?
She didn't live in Canton.
All right. But after she started dating John, you would see her driving in and out of the street, correct?
Yes.
You'd see her taking groceries in, correct?
Yes.
Because you were neighbors with John.
Yes.
And it was the fact that you'd see her around, taking groceries in and out of the house and being outside with the kids that led you to believe that she was not only connected to John, but also to his house on Meadows Ave, correct?
Yes.
And you would see her interacting with the kids outside, correct?
Yes.
She would be participating in family-type activities with the kids outside?
Yes.
And you'd see her enough that you assumed that she was living there, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you stated that you had known her or seen her for maybe about a year and a half or so. Is that a good estimate?
Yes.
And in all the time that you saw her in the neighborhood or had any contact with her and John, you never saw the two of them fight or argue, correct?
No.
You never heard them fight or argue, correct?
No.
And you had been out with them in a group setting a handful of times, correct?
Just a couple of times.
And during those times, they always appeared to get along, correct?
Yes.
And you knew of no problems in their relationship, correct?
No.
And you were particularly impressed with the time Karen spent with John's adopted children.
Objection.
Were you?
Can you repeat that once more, please?
You were impressed with the amount of time that Karen spent with John's children.
I didn't know the exact really amount of time. She was there a lot. Yes, she was. So yes, I would assume that she spent a lot of time with them. Yes.
Okay. Now, on Friday, January 28th, you had plans with your sister-in-law, Nicole, correct?
Yes.
You are close with Nicole.
Yes, I am.
You picked her up at her home in your car.
Yes.
You drove her to the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And the two of you went for dinner there.
Yes.
Your husband, Chris, came later.
Yes.
Brian Higgins came later.
Yes.
And you knew Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Nanny, I'm going to stop you for one
Yes.
second.
I can't breathe. I haven't heard a word since then. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I am going to have to go back and watch. That completely knocked me off. Oh my God, that's going to be all over the internet.
No, thank you, Ron.
That's going to be on court
you
record.
knew Brian Higgins at that time, correct?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
He is a friend of my brother-in-law.
And your brother-in-law would be Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And by the way, when I just asked you that question about how you knew Brian Higgins and what his relationship was to Brian Albert, you didn't hesitate to say that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
It was very clear that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the two of them arrived at the bar together, correct?
Yes.
And it didn't surprise you to see the two of them together, correct?
No.
Karen and John came sometime after that,
I believe shortly after that. Yes.
and they walked over to your table,
Yes.
and then John kind of came up from behind you and sort of in a joking way dug his finger into your shoulder
Correct. Yes.
and essentially said, what's up, and that was about it, and he went on, correct?
He said, "What's up?" and made a joke. And
And the joke was, given the fact that you and your husband moved from the neighborhood, they decided to hold a block party, correct?
yes.
And John was the same jokester he always was, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And you had some contact with Karen while you were at the bar before you had to leave because of the migraine, correct?
Correct.
And she was just very bubbly that night, correct?
Correct.
That's just her personality as far as you could see, correct?
As far as I knew, yes.
You didn't know her that well, but that's how she always was, correct?
Correct.
And you left the waterfall at around 11 o'clock, your best memory?
A little after 11.
And it was a particularly bad migraine that night?
Yes.
And the loud music didn't help you out at all?
Not at all.
And you drove home?
Yes.
Now, When you got home, your son Colin was not there, correct?
Correct.
He was not out with you at the waterfall.
Correct.
He was out that night, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he stops by your sister-in-law Nicole's house quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
He's very close to Nicole and Brian's kids, correct?
Correct.
He's also very close to his aunt and uncle, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Correct.
So you would have gotten home maybe shortly after 11:10 p.m. approximately?
Around 11. Yep. Around that.
And that was when you entered an empty house, correct?
My son Dylan was home.
Oh, Dylan was home.
Yes.
Okay. But Colin was not.
He was not.
And Colin did not come home at 11:30, correct?
Correct.
He did not come home at 11:45, correct?
Correct.
And when the clock turned midnight, he still wasn't home, correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, your husband Chris came home, correct?
Yes.
You testified on direct examination that Chris came home at 12:10 a.m. on January 29th.
That's what time I believe he did. Yes.
Okay. That 12:10 a.m. time, did you discuss that precise time with anybody prior to taking the stand yesterday?
No.
Was that coordinated with anybody such that your husband and you gave the same time of 12:10 a.m.?
No.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play the waterfall Gully video. I think it's Exhibit 53, just that portion, 12.
Okay.
I'm I have not heard a word since then. When I said I was uncomfortable yesterday, whole new level. Yes, this is the blonde lady from the fence pictures. Oh, Lord.
I'm going to allow my colleagues some time to find this, and I'll move on with my questioning in the meantime. We can have the lights on again.
Focus. Get it together.
Now, I believe you've testified that the waterfall is very close to D&E Pizza, correct?
Correct.
But your house on Maple Street is about a half mile away from the waterfall. Would you agree with that?
About that, yes. Maybe a little less, but about that.
All right. Would you agree it's a 7 or 8 minute walk home from the waterfall if you're walking? I realize you were driving, but if somebody were walking, it would be about 7 or 8 minutes?
Maybe a minute or two less.
Okay. So you would say 6 or 7 minutes would be a better estimate to cover that half mile?
Depends on how fast you walk, yes.
And it was snowing that night, correct?
Correct.
The ground was a little bit slippery?
Yes.
If I may just have a moment. If I could have the lights dimmed again. This is the exhibit I'd like to show you, ma'am. And if you could pause for 1 second. Do you recognize what's depicted in that video? Does that appear to be the waterfall?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the time? Do you see the time, 12:13 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, if you could run that, Mr. Bates. Can you pause it there? I am going to direct your, do you see where it says CH3?
Yes.
And you see the timestamp up the top, correct?
Yes.
Between those two markers on the video, you're going to see somebody walking by. I'd ask you to pay attention for the next, 6 seconds or so. Right. Stop. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I believe it's my husband.
Okay. If you can run that. Stop. Okay. Would you agree with me that your husband left the waterfall at about 12:13 and 46 seconds?
Well, yes. I mean, that's what it says on the screen.
Okay. So it was closer to 2:14 than to 2:10. Would you agree with that?
12:14, you mean? Two?
You know what? You're right. 12:14 than 12:10.
Yes, that's what I'm seeing.
Thank you. So if he's leaving at around 12:14, and by your testimony, it would have taken him he was walking home, you knew that, correct?
Yes,
Yeah, he didn't have a car that night.
he did not.
And if it took him 6 or 7 minutes to get home, and by the way, let me strike that question. You had said it takes 6 or 7 minutes. Did you factor in the fact that of the weather that night for your estimate about a 6 or 7 minute walk?
Objection.
Can you answer that question? Is that what you said?
Yes, I didn't factor in the. I don't know.
All right, so your testimony would be you don't know if it would have taken him a little bit longer, or anybody.
Anybody, everyone walks at a different pace.
Right, but whatever pace they walk at, given what you saw of the weather that night, is it your testimony that maybe it would have taken a little bit longer than the estimate because
It
of the
could
weather?
have.
Okay.
I
But
don't
in any
know.
case, let's leave it at 6 or 7 minutes. That puts your husband coming home at around 12:20 or 12:21, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that 12:10 estimate that you had, you made that estimate before having the benefit of the video, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, where were you within the house when your husband came home?
In my room.
Bedroom?
Upstairs in my bedroom.
All right. And you share a bedroom with your husband?
Yes.
And when was the first time that you saw him within the house?
He came up to the bedroom.
Okay, so you were in the bedroom and you see him appear in the bedroom.
Correct.
Did you hear the door open way down on the first floor?
Yes.
Okay. And it would have taken him maybe about a minute to get upstairs? It wasn't very long?
It wouldn't be very long, no.
Okay. And when he got upstairs, you noticed that he was in wet clothing, correct?
Yes.
He appeared to be cold.
Yes.
And he got undressed, correct?
Yes.
Did he brush his teeth before bed?
I think he got right into bed.
Okay, so you didn't see him brush his teeth or wash up?
No.
And were you in the bed when he came into the bed to go to sleep?
I was sitting up in bed, yes.
Were you reading or watching TV?
I was just sitting up in bed praying for my headache to go away.
Oh, okay. The migraine was still really
Yes.
bothering you. And you were suffering at that point.
Suffering? I had a headache.
Well, yeah, but a migraine headache, I would
Yeah.
imagine.
It was a headache, but I took medicine and I was waiting for it to get better.
Waiting for it to kick in?
Yes.
Okay. And that's sort of what you were concentrating on. It's really kind of hard to read or watch TV or concentrate on anything when you have a migraine, right?
Okay. Yes.
Now, you would agree with me that your husband Chris was asleep when Colin came home, correct?
Correct.
And as a mother, you couldn't have gone to sleep until you knew your kids were home, correct?
Correct.
And Colin was the remaining child who was out there, which, when he came home, that would given you license to go to sleep.
Yes.
Now, at the time that Colin came home with Chris sleeping, it's fair to say this was just an ordinary weekend night, correct?
How do you?
Well, in other words, you didn't know that anything tragic had occurred or was alleged to have occurred, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't like you were paying attention to the clock at that point and recording your memories as best you could because you knew you'd be testifying later, correct?
Correct.
Which also explains the 12:10 estimate, right? I mean, you're being asked about, times that things occurred, and it was just sort of an ordinary day, right? So it's difficult to pinpoint times, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to the next morning, you missed a phone call from your best friend, Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And you believe that phone call, I think according to your memory, yesterday came in at 5:55 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, 5:55 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was the time that you gave Mr. Lally when he asked you the question on direct examination, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to recall that time nearly 2 years later, correct?
Yes.
But regarding the 67 phone calls between you and Courtney Proctor that happened after that, you're not able to recall any of those, correct?
I just don't remember them.
All right, in any case, January 29th was your nephew Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
That's why you went to 34 Fairview at 8:30 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And when you pulled into the driveway, there was nothing unusual to you, correct?
Correct.
This was just your brother-in-law Brian and your sister-in-law Nicole's house with snow around, correct?
Yes.
There were no police on scene?
No.
There was no tent protecting the front lawn, correct?
Correct.
No crime scene tape stapled anywhere or taped anywhere, correct?
Correct.
Nobody appeared to be standing guard over the front yard, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any shard of glass, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't see 45 pieces of tail light strewn about the lawn, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't see any pieces of tail light, correct?
I don't recall seeing anything.
And you didn't suspect that 34 Fairview was a crime scene, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
There was nothing that prevented you from walking all over that front lawn, correct?
Correct.
It was still snowing out?
Yes.
Brian Albert, when you approached the house, he opened the door, correct?
I approached the car, not the house.
Oh, okay. You approached, whose car was it?
My nephew Brian's.
Brian's?
In the driveway. Yes.
All right. And then Brian Albert opened the door of the house.
The side door of the home, yes.
All right, so can I have Exhibit 8, please, with the court's permission?
Yes.
Could we zoom in just a little bit? That's good. I am so bad at this stuff. Jeez. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. All right. That I'm highlighting now is the front door to the house, correct?
Yes.
And if we move along Exhibit 8 to the right, is that the side door?
Yes.
And that's the door that Brian Albert appeared from?
Yes.
And you were able to see him from the outside of the house, correct?
Yes.
And you were over to this area?
Yes.
Do you recall, is it one of those two cars that's in Exhibit 8 that you approached with the Dunkin' Donuts?
I can't make out what the cars are.
Okay. But it was either one of those two cars or a car that was parked in one of those two places?
Yes.
All right. And then did you go in that side door to go into the house?
Yes.
Fair to say That family has lived there for quite a while, correct?
Yes.
You knew that prior to Brian Albert and Nicole, I'm sorry. That's really bad form to block the jury. I am so sorry. It's good I didn't trip. The door that is the front door, having been familiar with that house for a long time, you've gone in that front door before, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when you go in the front door of that house, you come into a little foyer area, correct?
Correct.
And then almost within arm's distance to the left is the door to the basement, correct?
Walking in the front door, arm's distance to the left.
Yes, in other words, you walk into the house.
Yep.
And then the door to the basement, going down to the basement, is right there on the left, correct?
That's incorrect. To the left is a library.
All right. Where is the door to the basement?
You walk in the front door, you step to the right, walk a few steps towards the kitchen, and the basement door is on the left before you enter the kitchen.
All right, but the kitchen's off to the left, correct?
No, when you walk in the front door, the library is on the left. There's another room on the left.
Okay,
So you walk in, you immediately see a staircase in front of you,
yeah,
and to the left is the library.
right.
If you go to the right,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
if you go to the right, you can go into the part of the kitchen where the kitchen table is, or you can not go to the right, you can walk straight, and as you're walking, there's a door on the left, and that's where the basement door is.
Okay, so I think we're getting to what I was getting at. If you walk straight ahead, there's a door to the left that goes down to the basement, correct?
Correct. Yes.
We can have the lights on. And when you were walking toward that side door, you didn't see any emergency or police vehicles outside, correct?
No, I did not.
And you didn't see any first responders other than Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
There were no lights flashing outside the house, correct?
Correct.
And inside, you saw Nicole Albert,
Yes.
Brian Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
Matt McCabe,
Yes.
and Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
How long did you spend at the house that morning?
I don't remember exactly, maybe a half hour, 45 minutes. I don't remember exactly.
And the seven of you were discussing what had happened, correct?
Yes.
At some point, it was decided that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police, correct?
Objection.
I'll if this witness knows independently.
Can you repeat that once more, please?
At some point, it was decided among the seven of you
I'll
that
show you when they stop.
Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police Department.
I don't remember who exactly Jennifer decided. Yeah, I don't remember exactly the discussion.
You knew Michael Lank, correct?
Yes.
And at 8:53 a.m., you sent to Jennifer McCabe Michael Lank's personal cell phone number, correct?
Correct.
And did you then see Jennifer McCabe delete that text message from you?
Objection.
I'll sustain.
You were contacted by the Massachusetts State Police this year about your phone, correct?
Correct.
They left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024?
The state police
Yes?
about my telephone?
Well, they left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024. You've had contact with the state police this year.
Yes.
And they left you a second voicemail on March 25 and then called you again on March 28.
Yes.
You told them that you were sick and you would speak to them on April 1st, correct?
Correct.
And then the state police called you on April 1st, but you did not pick up. Do you recall that?
I do not.
They called you again that same day and you didn't respond, correct?
I don't recall.
But you did learn that they had called your husband on April 1st looking for you, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. After speaking with your husband, you texted the Massachusetts State Police on April 1st, correct?
I think around that, I don't know the exact date.
All right. And you finally met with the Massachusetts State Police on April 3rd of 2024, correct?
I would assume, I don't know the exact date, but yes.
And during that meeting, the state police looked through your phone for contact that you would have had with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Did they seize your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they tell you that they had a search warrant for your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they take it back saying that they had to give it to some experts to do an extraction?
Objection.
Sustained.
They just looked through it after you handed it to them, correct?
Correct.
Then they gave it back.
Yes.
Now, with regard to your contact with Karen on January 28th, it was clear to you that Karen did not appear to be under the influence, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her stumbling, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her swaying.
Correct.
She was not unbalanced.
No.
She was not slurring her words.
No.
She was not talking gibberish.
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation.
Yes.
And she held the conversation perfectly fine.
Yes.
She appeared to be under control, correct?
Yes.
She was affectionate with John that night.
Objection.
I didn't come in contact with them like that.
Well, the two of them certainly were not arguing.
No, not that I saw.
You didn't see any tension between them, correct?
No.
And, I mean, given your family's connection to law enforcement, you would not knowingly let someone drive a car if they were under the influence, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Everyone appeared to be having a good time that night, correct?
Yes.
And that included John and Karen, from what you could see, correct?
For the 10, 15 minutes I was there, yes.
Okay. Now, after you left the waterfall, it's fair to say that you didn't know precisely where your son Colin was that night, correct?
I knew where he was.
Where was he?
He was at his friend Michael Leonetti's. He left Michael Leonetti's to stop to say happy birthday to my nephew Brian at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. And you learned that from him, correct?
Yes.
So you had learned that Colin was at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
January 28th. The Friday.
So is it your testimony that you know that Colin left on Friday night as opposed to after midnight on January 29th?
I don't understand what you're asking.
What just occurred is I asked you whether you knew that your son Colin was at your sister-in-law Nicole's and your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house on January 29th, and you just corrected.
I'm sorry, it was after midnight.
Okay.
So I got confused. I apologize.
Not a problem. So the answer to my question is you learned that he was there on January 29th, correct?
Yes, after midnight.
And you now know that that is the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead that morning, correct?
Yes, I do.
And one last question. You were interviewed by Trooper Proctor, and it's fair to say you never told him that Colin was there that night, correct?
I don't recall my interview.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Just briefly on.
We'll talk about it in a minute when they calls.
Morning, Ms. Allen.
Good morning.
Now, with reference to, you were asking a question about 67 calls over a period from February to September, correct?
Correct.
That's about 7 months, is that right?
Yes.
And roughly about 210 days or so?
Yes.
Do you have other friends besides Ms. Proctor?
Yes.
And
What about acquaintances?
versus some of your other friends, as far as those phone calls, 67 times over 210 days, is that more so, less so, or on average with?
Less so.
Less. And at no point in time did you speak to Ms. Proctor that you recall about this case or talk to Mr. Proctor outside of that interview?
Correct.
In the interview that you had with Trooper Proctor, there was another trooper present, correct?
Yes.
And you were just asked some questions about meeting with some other troopers this year in 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay, fair to say none of those troopers was Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And it also wasn't the trooper that was with Trooper Proctor when you spoke to him.
Correct.
And they asked you questions. You had at least 2 interviews with them, is that correct?
Correct.
And you voluntarily went to those interviews?
Yes.
You answered their questions?
Yes.
They asked for your phone?
Yes. When I was sitting there, they looked at my phone. Yes.
So they asked for your phone, you provided your phone?
Yes.
Voluntarily, nobody threatened you with a search warrant or anything like that?
No.
You were asked some questions about timing, and I promise there's no math that I'm asking in this, but
No math.
you've had to walk outside when it's cold outside, correct?
Yes.
You tend to walk faster or slower when it's cold outside?
Faster. Me personally.
When you went over to your in-laws' house on the morning of January 29th to drop off donuts for your nephew, you weren't expecting to go inside, correct?
Correct.
You weren't expecting to be standing around talking to people about a friend of yours potentially having died at that point?
No. No.
Nothing further.
May we approach?
Okay. Just feel free to stand up.
Who are you growling at? Lucy, calm down. Lucy. Chill, bro. Okay, so I'll be honest. I missed a lot of that. I'm going to have to go back and watch some of it. I know that, I've been watching a little bit of chat and stuff too. I do realize that, like, remembering specifically that he came up and got straight in bed and didn't brush his teeth, like remembering that, but then not remembering, an interview a month ago. Like, I realize that is one of those things the jury will probably notice too, because I know a lot of y'all did. A lot of I don't recalls, but then certain things are recalled. These are all things that the jury will take into consideration. I think that there are some things that obviously that she wouldn't remember, that I wouldn't remember. Times are going to be a little bit like shaky for me, no matter when you're asking about it. But I definitely do see some inconsistencies with the testimony so far. But honestly, I missed a lot of it after the slip up. Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and rewatch. I always go back and rewatch anyway, because I miss a lot of stuff while I'm trying to run all of this too. But that's okay. All right, we'll do a poll. And then I got to get my life together so I can focus again. Let's see. Do you think the jury will find majority of her testimony credible? Because keep in mind, the jury is going to have to decide on each of these themselves. And, everybody will give different weight to different testimonies and decide what they think is, believable, what's not, what makes the most sense, what doesn't.
Morning recess. You're actually complete. Your testimony was out. That's complete.
Thank you.
All right. So, but let's let the jurors go first, because we're doing something that may take a little while. So we got you coffee and bagels. So it'll be a little bit longer break for you. Okay.
Rise to the jury. Just fold your notebooks up, please. Fold your notebooks and leave them on the chair, please.
Coffee and bagels. Look at that being all nice.
Jury coming out there.
Taylor, welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the family.
You can step down, you can just fall. You can just fall.
Mildred said she reminds me of Draconis, inconsequential things most people would forget, total detail recall. Anything Proctor she can't recall. Yeah, I think that stands out when witnesses can remember small things that don't really matter. But some of the bigger things that they're being asked about, they're like, I don't know. So I think that's, it's something that's noticeable with any witness that gets on the stand. And, we'll see what's the difference with the name. Okay, I know some of y'all missed it. So the name that she called Bukhenik is a word that is the name for a romantical type act that you would never look up on a work computer. And then chat had said too, I guess that's also the nickname that Turtleboy had given Bukhenik. So not only did she call him by like a porn act, but also a nickname that I'm so uncomfortable. All I could do is hide my face. I love when Randy tries to discuss no talk. I get so uncomfortable. It's going to be on the record. Oh my God, it's going to be on the record. That's going to be on the court record. All I could do was hide my face. I'm so uncomfortable. So uncomfortable. I'll be honest. After that, I got super uncomfortable and missed most of what was said after that. I will have to do most of my notes. For those of you who access my notes and stuff, I'm going to have to go back and do those. Do those notes. I'm so uncomfortable. Okay, let's see. Let's get to some of what y'all are saying. I thought you were going to pass out. I get really uncomfortable. Remember when I covered the Shabusiness trial? Somebody brought it up, the Shabusiness trial. I was like hiding like sweater forts. I can't. These aren't things we talk about in public. Can you read that back? Oh my gosh. It's going to be on court record. It's going to be on court record. And for those of you who are like, oh, I Googled it, I shouldn't have. I told y'all, as soon as she said it, I told y'all, don't Google it. Y'all don't listen. Brandy, you're blushing. Maybe by Julie saying that. It actually may be a nickname before him, or nickname for him before Aiden. Chris Albert likes nicknames. Chris Albert does like nicknames. We heard Never Cracker. What's the character's name? Never Cracker. Get in the car, says, I was more upset yesterday with the F-bombs. There were a lot of F-bombs yesterday. A lot of F-bombs going to be on the record. Tayo Toys already clipped it. Of course he did. Remo said, ain't nothing romantic about it. I was trying to be so uncomfortable. All right, let's see. When you tell someone not to Google something, you know they're going to Google it. I know. Okay. Is this going to be, are we finally going to get to the picture gate with the acquaintances? Let's see. She's a lot more compliant with this attorney, answers before he can get his question out. Yeah, you know, I think that, keep in mind too, she knows that the defense attorneys are like blaming her family for what happened to John O'Keefe. So she will automatically be more guarded with his questions. She will automatically be more defensive. She will automatically, you know, think that everything that he's asking her is going to back her into a corner. so she's going to be more evasive with some of that and more guarded on how she answers things. Because, you know, that probably makes her very nervous to answer the wrong thing, you know, and then get caught in a corner by the defense. I said don't Google it. Curious when medical examiner testifies. Yeah, you know, that's the thing. We're still all in the testimony part of all of this. We haven't gotten into the actual evidence yet. We've gone through the first responders. We've gone through the Canton original investigators. And now we've gone through the people who were at Waterfall with them that night and CF McCarthy's. And now we're getting to people who, some of the other people that were at Waterfall and all of that. So I feel like he's kind of going in different sections. So I feel like he's getting all of this out of the way and then maybe moving on into the evidence, which is why I think so many of the talk right now too is that this has all been very much a defense. Like, you know, like I said, every day will be, you know, some things will be big wins for the prosecution, some things will be big wins for the defense. It's like that in every trial. But I feel like a lot of what we've heard so far has been, you know, all the talk about, you know, how positive their relationship is and stuff like that. You know, but having that from outsiders isn't a huge, like you never know what's going on behind closed doors. And, you know, so we have heard a lot of really positive things, but keep in mind, there are still going to be things that come out that aren't going to look good. We know that she has the text with Higgins. We know that she left him an angry voicemail. So I'm wondering now if maybe their strategy is to get all of the good stuff out in the beginning and then bring in all the things that, you know, work like in the Commonwealth's favor, you know, maybe try to end the case strong with that. So I haven't seen any big wins for the Commonwealth yet. I think the only thing, honestly, the picture yesterday, I know that chat was kind of split on it and some people disagree. I think that the picture yesterday to me was not, like if it felt like a reach for me. Now, granted, they pointed out that, you know, they were not like close friends, you know, acquaintances, whatever. He had just gotten John's phone number that day. There had been some previous history with, you know, him getting mad at, you know, the Alberts for being on his lawn. And somebody had said on somewhere, I don't know where I read it, somewhere, I don't know if it's in chat or Twitter or Facebook group or whatever it was, but somebody had said something about how it seemed like it was one of those, like meant to be a joke, but kind of like a, like a bully type joke where it's like, like, hey, I know that this makes you mad. Like, can't you take a joke type thing? So I could see that version too. I can see all the different, perspectives of it. And I think a lot of it is going to depend on, anything else that comes up. To me, the picture didn't seem like nefarious. So, I don't know that if I were on the defense that I would have brought that in, but I also don't know what else they have, what else they're bringing in. So we'll have to see where it goes. But I think the biggest win so far or maybe the only win really so far for the Commonwealth has been the dash cam picture, because you can see that there is a part of the taillight missing. You can't see how much because of the snow, but you can see that there is a part missing. So, and I know that there's still more video coming out of like when they're taking the car away at her parents' house and stuff like that. So, because it's kind of split up in different sections, as far as they're not really giving us a very comprehensive picture of one thing at a time, or I wish they would turn on the audio so I could actually hear what they're saying. But I think that since they're not putting everything together and kind of giving a very cohesive story of what is happening, they have not made a whole lot of ground at this point, which could be dangerous for them too. If they're trying to wait until, the end of their case to bring in all the stuff that works for them, by then will the jury have already, made their mind up to lean toward the defense so that they don't take in that stuff as much. I guess we'll have to see. Juries are very unpredictable. And they don't know all of the things that a lot of us know. Kate Next says, I kind of get it, but they allowed the defense to start with their Albert's cover up today with Julie. Yeah, I think that what's going to get really spicy is going to be Proctor on the stand, is going to be one of the biggest ones, and Higgins, and possibly Brian Albert, but especially Proctor and Higgins. Shannon's copper member for 4 whole months. This milestone is thanks to the generosity of this amazing community. Thank you. Thank you, Shannon's. Happy anniversary. Happy. Is Colin on the witness list? Yes. Yes, he is. For both sides. But if he was watching their house while on holiday, wouldn't he already have his number in case of a problem? I think that Julie had the number, but I don't think that, and I don't think that it was watching the house as in like going in. I think it was like, hey, we're neighbors, can you watch the yard, from what I understood. But they didn't really go into too much about that. But Chris didn't get his number until that day when he and his nephew had gone into D&E Pizza. So, but they were acquaintances. Sylvia says, a joke is only a joke if everybody thinks it's a joke. Yes, and we didn't see his reaction. Gypsy Mom says, I'm leaning toward accident and cover up. A few people have said that. That's been one of the big, we did a poll on that one too, about if you think it was her on purpose, her on accident, them on purpose, them on accident. We'll do another one today. Lindsay, do you have any insight or thoughts as to their questioning about the layout of the house and where the basement is in relation to things? I had those pictures pulled up. Let's see. This is the front door right here. If you walk in through here, that hallway is like right here. If you keep going through here, hold on, there's a picture. And it has, that's the kitchen. So this little hallway right here is what goes to the front door. And then this is like the dining room and kitchen area is open right here. And that basement door is like right here. You know, keep in mind the defense's theory is that this fight happened in the basement. And they have made a point to tell the jury that they never went into, troopers, police, nobody ever went into the basement to look around or see if anything was different or messed up. Let's see. I feel like the defense scored high with the mishandling of evidence parts and is doing a good job of showing doubt on the Albert's family version of events. I think that the investigation is the biggest win at this point for the defense because, like I said, sorry, air conditioner's going to have to come on. It's Florida, y'all. I don't know if you can hear it that much. The investigation, and I know that I've been screaming this from the rooftops for 9 months, but the investigation is the big problem here because even if if the jury's like, okay, well, yeah, like everybody's saying how loving and stuff they were, but, you don't know what goes on behind closed doors and, inconsistencies in timeframes and stuff like that. Like it's been 2 years. Some of that stuff is going to happen. I think that the biggest score right now for defense has been the investigation and how just messed up everything was. So because of that, that is going to automatically put doubt. And I think that Proctor taking over the investigation is also going to put doubt in their minds, especially with the connection. Keep in mind, the jury doesn't have to believe that Karen is innocent. They just have to believe that she is like, they will acquit her or should acquit her. That's how the law works. Sometimes people, juries are unpredictable, but if there's reasonable doubt, if the prosecution has not proven it beyond a reasonable doubt, then they can acquit her. That doesn't mean that they have to think that she's innocent or that they have to believe the defense's theory. And the problem with the investigation being the way it is and all of the issues with it are that can automatically create reasonable doubt. They don't have to believe the defense's theory of events in order to not, to see reasonable doubt. Holly Mack, I am confused how the police said that she was drunk when all the witnesses have said she wasn't and that they were getting along great. The PCA says that there were, there's video of her having 9 drinks. And we've seen some of the video. We haven't seen the 9 drinks. So that's weird to me because normally if they're going to point that part out, they would play all of it together so that you can make it a point to show that she's getting 9 drinks. So maybe they're bringing the rest of that video footage in later. I'm not sure, but that's what the PCA says, that they have her on video getting 9 drinks. So, but then everybody, even the bartender said, she didn't seem drunk. She, like all of the witnesses said that. So I think it's another one of those things that everything goes against them saying what they're saying. Every single piece of evidence that we've seen so far has gone, or testimony and all that has gone against what they're saying. So we haven't seen that yet. Solo, I'm still stuck on why they argued and she left him voicemails and hate messages being so lovey-dovey, just something snapped. See, and all this time I've said, like, you know, if it was like I have been drunk and angry and left voicemails before. So I've said, you know, I could see that being the reason all along. But if we haven't seen evidence of her actually being drunk yet, that's still kind of one of the unanswered questions that we're going to have to wait on. I know that from what we've heard, you know, she didn't want to go in to, she didn't want to go to 34 Fairview. And I know that one of the statements said that she was having stomach problems, which with Crohn's, that's not a surprise. So. Who owned the house before? Which house? 34 Fairview or the one that they brought up? I want to do a poll because it seems, let's see. All right, let me end that poll. We'll do one more real quick before they come back. Start a poll. I've noticed that every day that we do this poll, it's a different number. Some days we are split a lot more than others. I'm curious. Okay, what do you think is the most likely scenario? Okay, she hit him on accident. She hit him on purpose. Albert's on purpose and cover up. Albert's on accident, cover up. Keep in mind, this is just the way you're leaning right now. We have not seen all the evidence. I know I sound like a broken record. I keep saying keep an open mind. Was there a weight bench? Yes, there was a weight bench in the basement. There's a picture of it on that, on like all the, where they had sold the house, like the Zillow listings and all of that. The autopsy testimony should be interesting. Yeah, I think that they have the medical examiners that are being brought in have two very different explanations for how those injuries occurred, which is not uncommon in trials. We've seen that, you know, plenty before. It's just going to be another one of those things where the jury's going to have to decide what they believe. Or if they believe that, they don't have to believe that the defense is true, they just have to believe that the defense is possible. Let's see. I'm curious about Collins. Oh, yeah. She'd be plastered if she had 9 alcohol. I would. Especially as small as she is. Mermaid, I forgot if I already told you, but McCabe's sister's sitting behind the O'Keefes. Maybe Jen will testify today too. That one's going to be also a very uncomfortable cross-examination. Was it 9 drinks from just Waterfall or from both places combined? From both combined. I think it was 6 or 7 at CF McCarthy's and then think it was 6 at CF McCarthy's and 3 at Waterfall, if I remember right. Turtleboy got removed from the courtroom per order of the judge. Oh, that's interesting. With Crohn's, I imagine she is very careful what she puts in her stomach. Yeah, I don't have any experience with it, obviously, but we've had a couple people in here who have suffered from Crohn's, and they said that it can, have really bad impact on your stomach. I'm behind on chat because I was trying to read some of y'all's comments and questions. Do you know if they will have a biomechanic specialist? I believe so. I'm pretty sure that I saw that on the witness list. Albert's on accident. Maybe Albert's not premeditated. I mean, like the theory that's going around, like that it was a fight that went too far. I can look and see what they're saying on Twitter too. See, I can't get past his injuries. Those couldn't happen from a car. The injuries are one of the things that was one of the biggest things in the poll that we did yesterday about what you would need to understand to get past the reasonable doubt. That's one of the biggest things. I think that if they're, people are able to come in and explain that, I think, because that is one of the things that has been hard to understand. Barbara says, thank you to whoever gave me a membership gift. Oh, Tony, don't say that. I think we'll be here on July 4th. Yeah, it seems like this trial will never end. Okay, yeah, I can look real quick. Let me look and see what they're saying on Twitter. Let's see. Ted Daniel said, that I just spoke with Aiden Carney's attorney, Tim Bradle. He says he's here because the prosecution has requested that Aiden Carney be removed from the courtroom. "24 miles an hour and 62 feet in reverse on the snow wasn't an accident if she did it." Yeah, if they said they have somebody coming in to explain that. John would have more broken bones and the car would have way more damage than it does. It doesn't make sense to me because I know, like, hitting a deer, you know, I know what that did to my car. So I think that that's one of the things that that they would need to explain. Let's see, did you see my email about bumper absorbers and the Waddell tried for pedestrian to vehicle industry? No, I did not see that. I have not checked my email. I will check it. Did they have a Lexus technician testifying? The 62 feet at 24.2 miles per hour, if I remember right from the documents, came from one of the car's people, the reconstructionist. And they said that was based on information gathered from the car and other factors, but we don't know what other factors there are yet. It said based on information collected from the car and other factors that she opined that this is how it happened. So that's what the court document said. So we haven't seen the full report, just their summary of it. So we'll find out what other factors and all of that they have. They didn't find dog DNA on... well, they didn't test him, but they did test his clothes, and there was no canine DNA on his shirt. They said they took swabs from where the tears on his shirt are, and there was no canine DNA on those. Yes, we have deer at the beach. I posted a picture of deer on the beach. St. Andrews State Park is right down the road from me, and it's like this big state park right on the beach, and there are deer that will just walk up to you, walk around there. And I took a picture of a deer that was like in the parking lot over here one day, just kind of staring at me, hanging out. Peter Steele, hello. Had to pop out. Did they come back to argue already? No, not yet. They're arguing, all right. They're just... Ted Daniel just said, we're back without the jury. Attorney Bradle is at the podium to represent Aiden Carney. You are unmuted.
Thank you. Please be seated. Quote back.
Back on the record on the Reed matter.
All right, sort of a side issue in the Reed matter. So the defendant and her lawyers have been excused. Okay, so why don't counsel identify yourselves, please?
Sure. Adam Lally for the Commonwealth, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sarah McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Timothy Bradle on behalf of non-party Aiden Carney, who for the record is present in the courtroom.
Hey, does Mr. Carney want to sit with you?
I think he's okay right there,
Okay.
if that's all right, Your Honor.
All right. So, Commonwealth, so I do want to say a question before we begin. Commonwealth, in your motion to exclude an individual, charged with witness intimidation in connection with this case from the courtroom during the testimony of certain witnesses. Before we begin, are you advancing the concerns of the DA's office or the concerns of the witnesses themselves, or both?
Both, Your Honor.
Okay,
Judge,
so,
if I may, I'm sorry to jump in, but just if I may, I do have what I think is a pretty substantial procedural objection.
okay,
Maybe I'd ask that you sort of just make a quick bifurcation of the issues here, and we can address the procedural issue before we get into the substance of the motion.
sure, I'll hear you.
We could. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, so the record is clear, because we may need an appellate record in this case.
Okay.
But I was here in the Norfolk Superior Court today, completely unrelated to Mr. Carney, my client, as you know, in the other matters. And I was here today on the matter of Commonwealth versus Tyleek Curry for a motion to suppress. And
Which is a case that I am in the middle of
Right.
that motion to suppress with you.
Exactly. And I actually figured that we wouldn't do the motion and get a date. But I was fully focused on that matter and had no notice whatsoever that the Commonwealth was in the Reed matter, was seeking to exclude my client as a journalist from this courtroom. The first thing is that, and I know the court has a job to do in terms of ruling on this motion, and that's fine. And I ask that the ruling be that it be denied on procedural grounds. The procedural grounds are, Judge, that there's been no service of process whatsoever on a case where the government is seeking to essentially trample all over my client's First Amendment rights as a journalist. On 15 minutes notice. You know, I know you gave me the thing 15 or 20 minutes ago.
And it's more than a half an hour, but I understand.
All right, well, you get the point. So, you know, this is not something that I can process and absorb and make any sort of cogent arguments on the merits of the motion on that time period. And I'm sure that the court respects that. I'm trying to address it as best I can, but I think that the procedural issues here should control. And here's the procedural situation, Your Honor, that the government filed this 6-page motion. There's a footnote 2 that refers to them serving this motion on May 8th to the Associated Press. Why they couldn't just pull up my email and serve me is an open question that I'd like an answer to in open court. So they can serve the AP 2 days ago, but they can wait and not even serve me with the motion when I get here to court today on a completely unrelated matter, I might add. So there's some funny business going on here, and you know there's been nothing but funny business from where I sit from the Commonwealth on Mr. Carney's matters, and here we go again. So I don't appreciate that from counsel, from the Norfolk County DA's office. Number one. Number two, Your Honor. Mr. Carney has covered this case and written about 350 news articles on this case. He has developed evidentiary scoops on this case that have added to the quantum of evidence in the matter. He's never caused a problem. He wishes to be in the galley of journalists like everyone else and cover the case. There's never been a problem whatsoever. This is more personalized retaliation from the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Carney. Another point, Your Honor, is that this matter, as far as the Commonwealth is concerned, is res judicata times 2. Judge Krupp in this very court addressed this exact issue about Mr. Carney covering this matter, being in the courtroom with witnesses that had a stay-away order. All the same people that the government is trying to have another bite at the apple with here. All these people, this was adjudicated fully with the special assistant DA before Judge Krupp, and Judge Krupp ruled against the Commonwealth. Judge Krupp said that Mr. Carney was able to be in the courthouse covering this case regardless of any of these witnesses in the stay-away order. The stay-away order was exempted from Mr. Carney's presence in the courtroom, rather, was accepted from the stay away order.
Okay.
So this is done. This has been adjudicated. It's been adjudicated again, Your Honor, by Judge Pomeroy across the street in the district court. One of these people associated with Mr. Carney's detractors, Ms. Gattani, has taken up with the Commonwealth and sought charges and sought a restraining order against my client. And Judge Pomeroy recently, as recently, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, we were across the street, Your Honor, seeking to vacate the order under the doctrine of unclean hands because this plaintiff keeps trying to contact my client while under a restraining order. Putting that aside, the ruling in that matter, Judge, was another ruling in support of Mr. Carney's First Amendment rights. It was another ruling that said Mr. Carney was not subject to the restraining order in any court of the Commonwealth. And the reason we brought that motion, Your Honor, was because these same witnesses that the government here is, again, trying to advocate for their own personal issues, those same witnesses somehow took up with this plaintiff across the street, Ms. Gattani, brought her to court here in prior Reed proceedings to kick out Mr. Carney, because at the time she had an operative order against him. And Mr. Carney, to his credit, got up and left and got out of here. And that situation was what we addressed across the street with Judge Pomeroy. He agreed with us and said, you can go to court, you can cover this case. So number two, litigation number two, this has been established. Mr. Carney followed all proper channels. We worked with the SJC media office. He has a press pass. He's doing everything in accordance with all of the rules and regulations that are in place. He's been harassed, and we have it on video, by other so-called journalists on this case at the steps of the courthouse. And he just wants to be here. He doesn't want to be an issue in this case. He wants to sit here and cover the case. He's done his job. He wants to watch the trial unfold. And he has an absolute fundamental First Amendment right to do so within the confines of this courtroom and within the confines of time, place, and manner restrictions. He's followed everything, and he's here. We've gone through all of these hurdles, Your Honor, and Mr. Carney triumphed, as he should, because it's the First Amendment that needs to triumph here, not any particular person. And that's what he's doing. And there's absolutely no reason for the government to sneak behind my back to interfere with his First Amendment rights. It's outrageous, and on procedural grounds, I ask you to deny the motion for all of those reasons. And if the court has some hesitancy to do so with respect to these procedural issues, I ask that you set a date give me 7 days or so that I can properly respond to this motion on the merits of whatever's in these 6 pages of the motion that I haven't been able to look at. So thank you for hearing me, Your Honor.
All right, sure. And you wanted a response to your question from Mr. Lally on why you were not served, but the Associated Press was served.
That's correct.
So if you talk about that in the procedural part of this, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. Simply put, Mr. Bradel, neither Mr. Bradel nor Mr. Kearney are parties to the case. I can't presume that Mr. Bradel's representation on one criminal case is going to extend to a motion of which he would be at best a third party on a separate criminal case. We are required under the SJC rules to serve it upon the Associated Press, which we did.
Okay. So I think that's your record now, Mr. Bradel?
Thank you.
Okay, on the procedural issue, okay? We have a jury out. I do want to address the merits of this as best we can. And Mr. Bradel, at the end of this hearing, whatever I end up doing, if you want to come back and readdress it when there's more time, depending on how I rule, I'll give you the opportunity to do so. But I have to get this trial moving at this point, one way or the other. So I'm going to hear the Commonwealth on their motion. Then I'll hear you, Mr. Bradel, to the extent that you can respond, okay? All right, Mr. Lally, I'll hear you on your motion.
Your Honor, very shortly and very simply put, this is an instance in which the Commonwealth is not asking that Mr. Kearney not be allowed to cover the case or that he not be allowed to watch the trial. What we're requesting is a partial closure of one individual. And the legal standard for that is essentially a substantial reason. Substantial reason, Your Honor, being that Mr. Kearney has been indicted and has open cases for intimidating witnesses, specifically witnesses in this case. He has confirmed statements indicating publicly that his actions that he's taken in regard to those indictments were to prevent the case from ever going to trial and to intimidate those witnesses. Those witnesses will be called to testify in this case, and what the Commonwealth is simply requesting is that he be excluded physically from the courtroom, not excluded from watching the trial, not excluded from covering the trial, but excluded physically from the courtroom while those witnesses are testifying from the stand.
And the witnesses you told me have expressed concern. What do you say about that?
Yes, Your Honor. The witnesses have expressed concern. The Commonwealth is concerned as to his presence affecting their testimony or their ability to recall. And for all of those reasons, the Commonwealth would submit the administration of justice and the witnesses being able to testify, as well as the witnesses' own concerns are more than meet the test of the substantial reason for Mr. Kearney's exclusion during the course of their testimony.
Okay. Mr. Bradel?
Your Honor, the witness's concern has no legal materiality under the law. So the answer that I have is, so what? The witness's concern, where does that fit into the law here, Your Honor? This matter's been adjudicated twice. Mr. Kearney has the right to speak on the case. He's gone through all the proper channels to be here. He is not in any way wants to or is trying to make any issue of his presence here, and he's just trying to cover the case as best he can. And this is just a personal vendetta that's been carried out by the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Kearney. And you know, this is where the court needs to hold the line on the First Amendment. You know, this witness intimidation statute, Your Honor, is an absolute abomination. It is going to be struck down. It's just a matter of time. And this is just a continuation of everything the special counsel's been doing to Mr. Kearney. And now the office itself is doing it. There's no reason for this motion to be allowed, Your Honor. There's no discomfort exception to the First Amendment, Your Honor. There's been absolutely nothing advanced, especially on an emergency basis, which is, I assume, why this is being done with no notice.
Grant is so mad.
There's been no establishment of any emergency. There's been no conduct whatsoever on the part of Mr. Kearney to justify this motion. And I did happen to see some reference to the Chesna trial about published, something to the effect of doxing a seated juror. That is false. Mr. Kearney wrote a story on a juror after the jury was discharged. There's absolutely no prohibition or problem or issue with that. And it is absolutely protected conduct by the First Amendment. And it is not in any way a grounds for this court or the Commonwealth to assert any wrongdoing against him.
So I can assure you I am not considering that incident in this. You all know I was the judge. I am not considering that experience in this motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr.
Nothing
Bradel?
further. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Bradel, I agree with you that Mr. Kearney is certified by the Office of Public Information pursuant to SJC Rule 119, and that he has a right to be here today. He arrived timely, and that he is registered. I have honored that 119 registration today, and I will continue to honor that. However, my role in this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, is to assure that the defendant's constitutional right to a fair trial are honored and upheld. And because of the chilling effect that Mr. Kearney's presence, I find, will have on the witness's testimony, I'm going to excuse him while the named witnesses in the Commonwealth's motion, Julie Nagel, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Michael Proctor, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Brian Albert, and Yuri Bukhenik. And the Commonwealth also today requested Nicole Albert because of the incidents that reportedly have been held at her home. I'm going to excuse him during all of that testimony. Now, in my media order, if you have it, I'm sure your client has it because they're handed out to the press. Under number 1, I say that anyone leaving the courtroom to the media during the trial proceedings may lose their seat and may not be permitted re-entry unless there is available seating. That will not happen to Mr. Kearney. I will not take away his seat today. For other witnesses who are not subject to this order, that seat will remain empty. No other person of the media will be able to take that seat in his absence. Okay?
I think
Your
that's
Honor,
very
one last
fair.
thing, if I may, just came to me as I was standing here. Extension in same regard as to Nicole Albert for the address would be Brian Albert Jr., son of Brian and Nicole Albert, lives
All
at the
right.
same address.
It's for the same reason, so Brian Albert Jr.
I think that's very, very
All
fair.
right, so those are my findings, Mr. Bradel. It should give you enough to seek appellate action if you wish. Okay? All right, thank you for being here. All right. All right, so I'll take a short recess. We can bring counsel back in and Ms. Reed back in, and we'll proceed with the trial.
Okay. Here's the thing. Keep in mind that this could end up being, if she were to say, yes, let him stay in here, there is a current indictment for witness intimidation against these witnesses. So what the end result of that is going to be, we don't know yet, but it is currently happening right now. So let's say she lets him stay in here for these witnesses. That could end up being, like she said, this ensures a fair trial for Karen Reed. I think that her saying that she's going to hold the seat, isn't just going to kick him out and be like, screw you. He went through the proper process or whatever to do this. So he'll be allowed in for the witnesses who aren't included on the indictment. I think that is a very fair ruling, personally. And it's a safe ruling. I realize innocent until proven guilty should apply as well. However, I think that under the way that things stand right now, fast forward. Let's say he's found guilty of witness intimidation, and then they go back and look at this and say, okay, this person who was found guilty of witness intimidation sat in there while this witness was testifying. So that could be an issue where then they say to the court, this case or this verdict or whatever needs to be overturned because somebody who was convicted of intimidating this witness sat here and 30 feet away or however, I'm not good at guessing that stuff, sat however far away from them while they were testifying, which could have influenced their testimony. That could be an argument in the future. So I think that this is a safe and fair ruling. I know it's not going to be popular with some people. Some people think it's, action-packed Friday in Dedham. Ooh. Ooh. We'll do a poll. I know it's split. I can see it split. Do you think the Judge's ruling was fair. I'm looking at it as a potential future court issue. I can barely hear their hot mic. He's not been stopped from covering the case, just being in there when those witnesses are testifying. It's okay to disagree. That's what I love about our chat. People disagree without being a-holes to each other. It's what I love about us. Yeah, you don't have to like it to think it's fair. Good point. Can someone give me the lowdown on Grant? Did y'all see him pacing? He was mad the whole time. Grant, bless his heart. He's passionate. He's passionate. He's passionate. Terry says, I get it, but disagree. Mermaid Mary says, these manipulative witnesses are exerting their power once again and getting their way. So upsetting to me. I see that y'all are very split on this. I definitely see both sides, but I keep trying to go at this as from a standpoint of what's the best for the trial. And if he is, or she is, or if he is convicted of those charges later, then, could that have an impact on this trial and get it, get it overturned and, have to try it again? Could you imagine the families having to go through this again? Regina Crawford, thank you so much. I disagree with you until you made the statement about him being found guilty on the indictment. Thank you. That's the way I'm looking at it. And everybody can look at things differently. That's the way I'm looking at it, because I would worry about that happening in the future. Gypsy's mom says, if she was worried about what was best for the trial, why would she not allow reasons for objections, among other things? I have said from day one, I hate that. Every other attorney that I've seen, talk about this also thinks it's a bad idea. But her show. Grant, Grant has been vulgar and intimidating to Karen and her team over and over again, but get away with it every day. I asked him, I was like, do you think that maybe if you stop antagonizing, it would be... The thing about him, though, is, one-on-one, he's not like that. He's passionate. He's passionate. I agree with Bev was fair. However, the actual act of raising the issue is obviously a personal dig at Turtleboy. Brian Albert is not intimidated by Turtleboy. It's all. I agree with that. He's not intimidated.
You are unmuted.
I agree with that. They don't want him in there. I think for as far as legal stuff goes, it's the right decision. But I do agree that the Alberts aren't. Yeah, Brian Albert's not intimidated by Turtleboy.
All right, jurors, once again, thank you very much for your patience. Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Ms. Nicole Albert to the stand.
All right, this is one of the homeowners. This is Brian Albert's wife. All right, poll was split on that too. 57% think it's fair, 42% think it's not.
Can you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You can take the stand.
Yes, this is Jim McCabe's sister.
I just need you to speak nice and loud into that microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Oh,
All right,
goodness.
Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name's Nicole Albert, A-L-B-E-R-T.
And where do you live?
Norwood.
And about how long have you lived in Norwood?
About a year.
And prior to moving to Norwood, where did you live? Where did you live prior to that?
Canton.
How long had you lived in Canton?
My whole life.
Now, the specific address, where did you live in Canton prior to your move to Norwood?
34 Fairview Road.
And how long did you live at that house?
About 12 years.
And are you married, ma'am?
Yes.
What's your husband's name?
Brian Albert.
Does he work?
He's retired from the Boston Police.
About how
Breathing.
long was he an officer with Boston?
About 30 years.
And do you have children?
Yes, we have 5.
And how old are your 5 children?
My oldest daughter is 28, and then I have a son who's 25. I have another son who's actually 23 today. And then I have twins, a boy and a girl, who are 20.
And your oldest daughter, what's her name?
Caitlin.
Your oldest son, what is his name?
Brian Jr.
And Brian Jr., does he live with you currently? Now,
Those sirens.
Your other children, do they live with you as well?
My oldest daughter lives with her boyfriend in Easton, and my son Brendan lives with us. He's just finishing up college, so he's graduating this month from college, so he's back with us. My twin daughter, goes to college, so she's home now for the summer, but she has an apartment in Bridgewater, and then the twin boy is in the military,
And which branch is he?
the Marine Corps.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Mm-hmm.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It's a Friday.
And at the time of January 28th, 2022, did you work?
Yes, I've been a part-time lunch lady for about 9 years.
And you've since retired, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
You've since retired from that?
I haven't retired. I just didn't go back this past year, but
And around that date of, so January 28th, 2022, what, if any, significance was the next day of January 29th?
January 29th was my son Brian Jr.'s 23rd birthday.
And over the course of that week, sort of leading up into the weekend, what, if any, plans did you make with reference to your son and his birthday?
He had mentioned he was going to get together with some friends on the Saturday night, the 29th, for his birthday. And I had said, okay, well, maybe Friday night, if anyone's around, any of our aunts or uncles or anyone, maybe we'll take you out, just local for some apps and drinks or something.
And coming up to that day of Friday the 28th, what if anything sort of changed in reference to those plans?
Well, they were, the forecast was saying a big snowstorm was coming in, and it looked like it was going to be late Friday into all day Saturday. So I had said to my son, well, obviously, doesn't seem like anyone will be able to go out on Saturday night. Why don't you just do something with your friends Friday night?
And had you, at that time, already made some plans with friends and relatives in regards to going out Friday?
Yeah, I had just mentioned to my daughter Caitlin and my sister-in-law Julie, and just had mentioned it to them about possibly getting together Friday.
And just to be clear for the record, when you say your sister-in-law Julie, how is she sort of related to you?
She's my husband's brother, Chris's wife.
And your husband has a number of siblings, correct?
Yes, he's the oldest of 7.
And yourself and Julie Albert, you guys are friends?
Yes, we're very close.
And so, also just one last question, sort of leading up through the course of that week, where did your husband Brian go?
Sort of last minute, I believe it was Thursday of that week, he went to New York for a funeral.
And do you know who the funeral was in regard to?
It was for a New York police officer who had just been killed in the line of duty.
And do you recall how he got there as far as how he went from Kansas to New York?
I believe he may have flown Thursday to New York, and then the plan was to fly back Saturday, but that changed with the weather, and he ended up, they didn't want to get stuck there, so after the funeral Friday morning, they drove home. A friend of his had driven, so he got a ride back with them on Friday.
And only if you know, but as far as that friend that he drove back with on Friday, do you know who that was?
The friend who I believe had the truck there and drove was Brian Higgins.
And is that someone, Mr. Higgins, that you were familiar with prior to that date in January?
Yes, he was a friend of my husband's.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, can you explain to the jury sort of how it was that where did you decide to go with your daughter and your sister-in-law?
We just decided to go to Waterfall, a local place, 5-10 minutes down the road from our house. My sister-in-law Julie picked me up at my house maybe 7:30, 7:45, and we went to the Waterfall, and I believe my daughter and her boyfriend Tristan were already inside at a table.
And when your sister Julie came to pick you up at the house, in addition to yourself and your son Brian Jr., who, if anyone else, were one of his friends there at that time?
I believe 2 girlfriends may have already had come, and they were just sitting in the kitchen when I left.
And so you go out to the waterfall. When you get to the waterfall, where within the establishment did you go?
We came in, walked in, I believe to the left, there was just some small tables, and I think Caitlin and Tristan were already sitting there, so we sat down at the table, and we ordered food, and just hung out for a little bit, had food and some drinks.
And as far as drinks were concerned, do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
I was probably drinking White Claw.
God bless you. Now, later on in the evening, was there any sort of live entertainment there?
Yes. After we ate, my daughter's boyfriend Tristan left shortly after because he was going to be going out shoveling, working with a plow guy. So he was planned to go home and just sleep, take a nap, because he was going to have to get up like in the middle of the night to go out and do that. So he had left, so it was just me, Julie, and Caitlin. And at one point, the waitress had said, "Oh, a band's going to be setting up where you're sitting. Can I move you?" So she just kind of moved us over to like a high top table.
And then after you were moved over to the high top table, who, if anyone else, came in to join your group?
Shortly after, I believe my sister Jennifer and her husband Matt came in. I had texted her just saying I was there, if she was interested to come by. I think she said she was somewhere else. Did I want to come there? And I said, well, no, I'm already situated the band's going to play. I'm just going to stay here. So she said, okay, maybe we'll come there. So maybe 9-ish, she came in with another couple. I believe they had been at a basketball game, their daughter's basketball game. So she came in with them.
And again, just to be clear, when you say your sister Jen and her husband Matt, what is their last name?
McCabe.
And she's your younger sister, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as after they came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined your group?
Shortly after that, I believe Julie's husband, Chris, came in. He worked up the street at his pizza shop. So I believe shortly after 9:30, he came down, he came in. And then in the meantime, my husband was, getting close to being back to the area from driving back from New York. So I had texted him and said, hey, me and Katie and whoever else are here, if you want to come by. And he was like, oh, I'm kind of tired. It's been a long day. And I just pushed him a little, oh, well, Katie's here. She, just come. She wants to see you. So he's like, all right, maybe I'll pop in. So I believe so it was Jen and Matt and the other couple. And then Chris came in. And then I believe maybe around 10, Brian came in.
And after your husband Brian came in, was there anybody else that came in and joined you?
Shortly after, maybe 10:30, his friend Brian Higgins had come in.
So your husband Brian and Brian Higgins came in separately about a half hour apart?
I think so, yes.
And following that, who, if anyone else, came into the establishment and sort of joined your group at the high top table?
A little bit later, I think approximately 11, John walked in with his girlfriend.
And when you say John, who is John?
John O'Keefe.
And how did you, or did you know John O'Keefe prior to that night?
I didn't know him that well. I think I had only met him once, maybe twice through my sister. Brief interaction. I think when he first walked in, actually, I didn't recognize him. I think I said to someone, oh, who's that? Because they were kind of walking towards our table. And they said, oh, it's John O'Keefe. I said, oh. So they came in and they just kind of went to the end of the table where like my sister Jennifer and Matt and Chris and Julie were, because they knew them. I had never met Karen and I'd only met John once or twice. So they kind of just went to the other end of the table where Jen and Matt were, who they know, and Chris and Julie, who John had been neighbors with for a couple years. So they were all just kind of at that end talking.
And probably pretty well understood, but just to be clear, as far as the sister that you knew of John through, that was your sister that was there, Jennifer?
Yes, Jennifer.
And as far as you referenced his girlfriend, had you ever met his girlfriend before that night?
No.
Had you ever, so you had never met Karen Reed prior to that night, as far as you recall?
Nope.
And at any point in time, did you have any interaction, or what, if any, interaction did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or Mr. Reed?
At one point, John walked towards me and my daughter at the table and said, hey, I'm going up to the bar. Did you guys need a drink or anything? And we said, no, thank you. I think he then kind of stopped and spoke with my husband for a minute, probably was asking him the same thing. Then John went back up to the bar, and then he went back down to, where he'd been standing. And that was the only interaction I had with him.
And as far as your understanding or your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, did you know what he did for a living?
Yes.
And what did he do?
I knew he was a Boston policeman.
And was he somebody, if you know, that worked with your husband?
No, I don't believe he ever worked with my husband. I don't believe they ever crossed paths at work. I think they were in different areas of, the job.
Fair to say the Boston Police Department is a relatively large department, correct?
Yeah, it's like 3,000.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed, what, if any, interaction did you have with her that night?
I had none. I don't believe we spoke or we were introduced or anything. I don't think we spoke at all.
Now, turning back to Mr. O'Keefe just for a second, if you recall, what, if anything, do you recall him to be wearing as far as clothing was concerned during your interaction?
I believe he had a hat on, some sort of just sweatshirt, jeans, and sneakers.
At any point in time that you saw him or while he was talking to you, did you see any sort of like winter jacket or big coat or anything like that?
No.
And as far as his clothing was concerned, did you observe it to have any sort of tears in it or any dishevelment, anything like that?
No.
And as far as his face was concerned, or any sort of outward part of his body, did you observe, or what, if anything, did you observe with regard to injuries on him or anything like that?
Nothing like that.
Now, as far as your home was concerned, was that somewhere that either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed had ever been to before?
No.
And over the course of the evening, what, if any, discussion was there that you heard or were a part of in regard to sort of what was going to do or where to go after leaving the waterfall?
Well, after the band wrapped up, I was getting ready to leave, and I just kind of leaned over to my sister Jennifer and said, hey, Brian Jr.'s at the house. I think he just has 2 friends there. He's going to be turning 23 at midnight. If on your way home you wanted to swing by and say happy birthday, if you want to do that, come by and do that. And she was like, okay, And then I was just kind of gathering up my stuff, and I got ready to leave. It may have been mentioned at the table, but I had no idea, if anyone else was interested in doing that or wanted to do it. I had just said it to my sister.
And if anybody else had wanted to join or come along, would that have been an issue?
Oh, no, I would have no problem if anyone sitting with us had come.
But as far as you knew, you just communicated that to your sister Jennifer, and whatever happened after that happened?
Yes.
And when you say sort of the band was wrapping up and the bar sort of winding down, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, about what time was that?
Like 12:45.
And about what time was it, if you know, about what time was it that you left the bar?
A little before 12-ish.
And who, if anyone, left with you?
It was me, my daughter, Caitlin, and my husband.
And how did you get from the waterfall back to your house on Thursday?
My husband drove the 3 of us back to Fairview Road.
And when you came outside of the waterfall and were sort of, getting into your car and about to drive home, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather or what was going on at that time?
Oh, the weather.
It was just starting to snow a little, nothing major. Just a little snowfall started coming down.
You could still sort of see the street and the blacktop?
Yeah.
And again, about how long a car ride is that, generally speaking, from the waterfall to your house on Fairview?
5 minutes, 7 minutes.
And as, when you arrived at Fairview, who, if anyone, was there when you got there?
When we arrived and I came in, my son was sitting there with his 2 friends, and my nephew Colin, who is Julie and Chris's son, he was there. I kind of bumped into him when I walked in. I didn't realize he was there. I said, oh, hey, what are you doing here? And he said, oh, I just stopped by to see Brian, but I'm about to leave. My ride's about to be here. And I said, oh, okay.
And let me back up just for a minute. So when you arrived there, your husband Brian is driving. Where does he park in relation to the house?
We pulled into the driveway.
And typically, is there sort of an order to it as far as where the cars go, like his car versus your car versus any other car?
Not really, no.
Do you recall on that evening which side of the driveway he pulled into, the left?
I believe it was in front of the left garage.
And when you come into and enter into the house when you were living there at 34 Fair, was there, how many doors are there sort of on the front of the house?
Well, there's a side door by the garage, and then there's like a front door in the front of the house.
And is there any sort of particular rhyme or reason as to which door you would be entering?
We usually use the side door. Initially I didn't like that because the side door walked right into the family room. So I kind of liked the other door. You could walk into a foyer you could take your shoes off, stuff like that. But eventually people just didn't want to, it was, quicker to walk in the side door for the kids, I guess. So they would just go in the side door. But I think that night, because of the weather and it was wet out, I think I went in the front door so I could walk into the foyer and take my shoes off or wipe my feet or whatever. But some of the other people still may have gone in the side door.
And when you sort of come into that front door where you were going in to sort of take your shoes off in the foyer, is that when you ran into your nephew, Colin?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin around that time?
It was 17.
And you mentioned that he had a ride. Did he give you any indication as to who that ride was?
He didn't mention at that time who the ride was.
And that sort of interaction that you had with Colin in your house prior to him leaving and walking out, about how long a period of time was that?
Couple minutes, not even, just a quick interaction.
And then he left the home? You didn't see him for the rest of the night?
No.
And then you come into the home, and again, I'm sorry, who was there sort of initially when you come?
So my son Brian and his two friends Julie and Sarah were just kind of sitting at a kitchen table in like the dining room area of the kitchen.
If you could explain to the jury sort of the layout of your home at Fairview. So you walk into a foyer, and then where is the kitchen related to that?
Well, if you walk in, if you go to the right, it's like an open doorway, and that's kind of like the dining room part of the kitchen, but then it extends to the back of the house where it's like an island and like the sink and the counters and the cabinets and all that. So it's just like long.
So as far as the dining room and the kitchen, is there any sort of like wall or structure? Or anything
No,
to
it's
separate them?
open in between the two of those things.
And then if I were to go sort of further back within that home beyond the kitchen and the dining room, what's back there?
Well, to the right, there's like the family room.
And is there anything as far as the wall? Can you see into the family room?
You can. It's like an opening. Yeah, it's not completely open, but there's an opening.
So if someone was standing in the family room and you were standing in the kitchen, you could see them, converse with them, that kind of thing?
Yes.
And when you come in and your son Brian Jr. is sitting around the table with two girls, Sarah and Julie, what are they doing?
We're just sitting there.
Was there any sort of music playing or anything like that going on?
There may have been. I'm not sure if there was music playing at that time, but there might have been.
Was the music
When
loud?
you say at that time, was there anything that happened later on?
Well, later on, I remember that we had music connected to like a little speaker that we were playing.
KDL, like
Yeah, but when I first walked in, I don't remember if they had music going or not.
And you get back to the house, and what is it that you're doing sort of when you come back?
So I come in, I assume I said happy birthday to my son, said hello to his friends, and then I just kind of went to the kitchen area, and like they had ordered food, and so I just did my usual thing. I just was picking up, wasn't a huge mess, but I was just picking up the area, cleaning, probably check the bathroom to make sure that was clean. Just my usual thing that I do, just picking up around the house.
And I don't mean to minimize this in any way, but you basically did the mom thing where you go around and start cleaning up, correct?
Yeah, yep.
And is that something that you did sort of continuously throughout the evening, or?
Yeah, that's kind of what I do.
Now, after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, came by your house?
Well, once we were there, it was me and my daughter and my husband, and Brian Higgins had come in. And then it was, Brian and his two friends were already there, and then my sister Jen and her husband Matt came in maybe like 12:15-ish.
And so, Mr. Higgins, did he come in around the same time as you, or did he come after or before?
Yeah, he came in the same time. I mean, I think he might have pulled up to our house before us. But we got out of the car and went right into the house, so I assume he just came in, basically around the same time.
Do you have any idea sort of what Mr. Higgins was driving that night when he came to your house?
I believe it was a Jeep.
Do you have any idea where, in reference to your house, where Mr. Higgins parked?
I'm not sure. I thought it was out on the curb facing up Fairview, maybe by our mailbox, but it could have been in the driveway. I'm not 100% sure.
Not something you were particularly paying attention to?
No.
And at some point after you and your daughter and your husband and then Mr. Higgins comes along, about how long a period of time is it between your arrival in the home and then when Ms. McCabe and her husband come?
15 minutes, 20 minutes.
And as far as your nephew Colin, when he had left, was Ms. McCabe and her husband there yet?
No.
And when Ms. McCabe and her husband come, where is it that, while you're at your house, where is it that everybody sort of congregates?
They came in and they sat down at the kitchen table with Brian and his two friends, and then I believe my daughter Caitlin was sitting at the table as well.
And back at your home after leaving the bar, was there any drinking that was going on there afterward?
Yeah.
And about how long, skip forward to a little bit, people had left your home. About how long a period of time was it that people, from the time that you arrived back from the waterfall to the time that people sort of left and you closed down for the night?
By the time everyone left, it was probably close to 2.
And who was the last person that left?
My daughter, Caitlin.
And do you know how it was that she left, or who, if anyone, picked her up?
Her boyfriend, Tristan, picked her up because, like I said, he was going to have to get up anyways overnight to do the shoveling, plowing thing. So I think she didn't want to get stuck probably at our house for the next day. So she had just said, hey, can you...
Okay, I'm going to end your answer there. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Prior to your daughter Caitlin leaving, let me ask you this. As far as people leaving from your house, what was sort of the order of how people left and when people left?
I believe Brian Higgins left first, approximately 1:30ish. Then Jennifer and Matt and Brian's two friends left 12:45, 12:50. And then, 1:45, 1:50, I'm sorry. And then Caitlin was probably closer to 2.
And when your daughter Caitlin left, who, if anyone, was left downstairs and sort of awake between yourself and the other people that lived there?
Just me.
So your son and your husband had both gone up to bed at that point?
Yes.
And at any point in time, so you mentioned that there were a number of people that were sort of around the table in the kitchen, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
Is that yes?
Yes, sorry.
where did anybody else go sort of around your house during that time?
I know at one point, my husband and his friend Brian were in our family room. So I kind of went in there and was talking to them. We had some shelves on the wall that just had a bunch of pictures, old pictures from our wedding or when Brian was in the Marine. So we would just kind of look at them, laugh and talking about them. We stood in there for a little bit talking. And then eventually we just moved into the kitchen area where everybody else was.
And to your knowledge, had Mr. Higgins been over to your house at any point prior?
He may have been at our house for a graduation party, but I wasn't sure if he had ever been inside because the party was outside. It was a cookout. So I don't know if he'd been in that part of my house.
Now, as far as the outside of your house, at any point in time during the course of the evening, did you hear anything unusual, see anything unusual outside of your house?
I didn't.
At any point in time, did you go, were you aware of anybody coming to your house that didn't come in?
I was only aware at one point I saw my son, I think, either looking out the window or at the door, and his friend Julie, she went out the side door, and I said, to Brian, is Julie leaving? And he said, well, no, she had asked her brother for a ride.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained, so no conversation, and Mr. Lally's going to ask another question.
Okay.
So you saw your son's friend Julie go outside?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And,
So that has to be a
Sorry.
yes or no, okay.
Sorry.
and at some point, did Julie come back into the house?
Yes.
And about how long was it, if you know, that she was outside before she came back in?
I don't think it was very long, couple minutes.
And
That's when Ryan Nagel came.
over the course of the entirety of the evening, at any point, did anybody else, other than the people that you talked about previously, come into your house?
No.
And specifically, John O'Keefe or Karen Reed that you saw at the bar earlier that night, at any point in time on the evening of the 28th or the early morning of the 29th, did either of those people come into your house?
No, they never came into my home.
And at any point in time, even on that evening or that early morning of the 29th, were you aware that they were coming to your house?
I actually wasn't. I think when I was in the other room with my husband and his friend, I had missed the conversations about Jennifer reaching out with John or her texting him and him texting her about where we lived. I didn't even realize that that was happening, that they had any intention to come.
Let me ask you a little bit about sort of going back to the waterfall just for a brief moment. Over the course of your time there, how would you describe sort of the tone or how was everybody at the waterfall?
It was fine. It was a nice night. It was nothing out of the usual, just had a good time.
So nothing abnormal, no arguments, no fighting or anything like that?
No.
Same question as it relates to back at your house now at 34 Fairview Road. How would you describe sort of the atmosphere back there?
Same thing. We were just hanging out, sitting around the house talking, having a good time, nothing crazy.
Now, after your daughter, Caitlin, gets picked up and she leaves, what, if any, how long did you stay up after that?
I think once she left, I just did my final cleanup of the kitchen and, shut the lights, and I went upstairs to bed.
And do you recall anything about locking the front door or any of the doors to your house before you went up to bed?
No.
Is that something that you would always do, typically do, never do?
It was type of thing, we have 5 kids, everyone's coming in and out at different times, like the last person in was supposed to lock it, but then, we changed the doorknobs and immediately the keys got lost. It was just always a disaster so a lot of times the door was just kind of left unlocked.
And when you went up to bed, you share a bedroom with your husband, Brian, correct?
Yep.
And was he awake or asleep when you got
He was awake, he was just lying in bed watching TV.
Oh, are we about to get into the personal issues?
Now, as far as over the course of that evening after you come up to bed with your husband, do you recall anything about him talking to anyone on the phone or any phone conversations or anything like that?
I do not.
At some point you fall asleep and then you wake up the next day, is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to later on that morning on the 29th, so you had gone to bed about what time?
Probably 2:30ish, somewhere around there.
And it's a little unclear from my question, but when you go up to your bedroom, about what time is that?
About 2-ish.
And so the 2:30 that you're talking about, is that sort of when you fall asleep?
Yeah, sometime around there.
And from that next morning, how is it that you wake up the next morning?
Well, at some point between 6 and 6:30 that morning, my sister Jennifer came bursting into my bedroom.
And comes bursting into your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
That's when we saw her walk up there at 6:34.
How would you describe your sister Jennifer, and how was she sort of acting at that point?
Well, she came in, my husband and I just kind of sat up in bed, and she's saying, he's out in the snow, we found him out in the snow, we don't know if he's okay. And my immediate thought was just that something had happened to one of my children, something had happened to one of her children. I couldn't imagine why she was in my bedroom at this time in the morning. And I'm like, Jennifer, what are you talking about? And she's like,
Objection. Your second. All right, next question.
Your Honor, if I may? Can we approach?
Okay.
So that's when we saw the video of Jen McCabe walking up to the house at 6:34 on the dash cam. So that is when she said they woke up and Jen told her that they had found John in the yard. Yeah, I don't know, because I know I had a German Shepherd, and my German Shepherd barked for everything, so I don't know how they would sleep through Chloe going nuts. The dog was not already gone. They didn't get rid of the dog until later. Who let her in? I believe she had a key, but I'm not positive.
one moment. Let me back you up just for a second and I'll get back to this. As far as when your sister Jennifer comes into your bedroom, do you know about what time that was?
Between 6 and 6:30.
And it's fair to say that's not a normal occurrence?
No, it's never happened before.
And if you could just describe your sister Jennifer's demeanor when she first comes into your bedroom.
She was hysterical.
And she says some things to you, and then where did you go from there?
Well, I tried to ask her what was going on, what is she talking about? And she told us.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
So she told us, what had happened or what she had just witnessed outside. And we were just trying to understand what she's saying. Like I said, I didn't know if it was something that happened to one of her kids, one of my kids. And so I said, Jennifer, I don't know what you're talking about. So she finally was like, well, John, remember John from last night at the waterfall? And I'm like, what do you mean? How could he be outside? And she's like, you got to get up. The police are here and they want to talk to you. So my husband and I got up. I think I threw on a sweatshirt and we started to walk down the stairs. As we walked down the stairs into that foyer area, Officer Link was walking in the house.
And so that front foyer area would have been the front door you were talking about before?
Yeah.
And when you get sort of down to the bottom of the stairs, is it just Officer Lank? Are there any other officers with him?
It was just Officer Link at that time. And the door was halfway open. I kind of pushed it open, looked out, and I saw like a cruisers and a couple of guys, standing out in the snow. And I said, Jennifer, where's John now?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to move on, Mr. Lally. The objection is sustained.
As far as when you looked outside, did you see any ambulance or fire truck or anything like that?
No, I didn't see an ambulance. I did see maybe 2 cruisers. I don't remember if there was a fire truck there. I don't think there was, but I'm not sure.
And as far as Officer Lank or any other officers, these are officers with the Canton Police, is that correct?
Yeah.
And where did they go once you opened the door?
So he came in the house, and I believe around the same time Jennifer's husband, Matt, had come. I assume she had called him or whatever. So it was me, Brian, and Jen and Matt, and Officer Lang said, can I come in? Can I talk to you guys? And we said, sure, absolutely. He came in, we sat at the table, and he was just kind of asking us all, okay, where were you last night?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, sustained. Next question, please.
The table that you're talking about, where in the house did you talk to officers?
That same dining room area.
And without regard to sort of content of the conversation, but about how long a period of time did that conversation with the officer go on?
I don't know, 45 minutes, maybe, I'm not exactly sure.
As far as how the conversation ended, at any point during the conversation, did yourself or your sister or your husband or did anyone ever sort of end the conversation or tell the officers to leave the home or anything like that?
No.
And you welcomed them inside once you realized what was going on?
Yes, absolutely, and I believe another officer had come in as well.
Now, after the officers leave from your home, what happened then?
So I believe they left and said that someone would be in touch with us, the state police or somebody. So they left and we were all just kind of sitting there in shock. I'm asking Jennifer, what happened? How did you end up here? What's going on?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Your Honor, as far as... May we approach this briefly?
Okay.
She said 45 minutes. Lank said that the conversation was 15 to 20 minutes, so I don't know. I mean, I'm not good with times, but. Yeah, Little did the objections, which means she's going to be doing the cross. It'll be our first time seeing her on there. All right, sorry. I'm missing some of chat because I take notes while I'm doing this. Plus, I've got there's Facebook chat, YouTube chat, Twitter. So I'm sorry if I'm missing comments.
And so, Ms. Albert, without any sort of specifics of your conversation with Ms. McCabe, you had a conversation with her, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how long did that conversation go on for in this case?
With just her? I mean, we were all just kind of sitting around the table talking.
And just to be clear, when we say all, who is all at this point?
It was me, my husband, and Jennifer and Matt.
And at some point later on, did other people come over to your house?
Yes, at some point, my husband's friend Brian Higgins came over.
And do you know how he came to be at your house that morning?
I believe Brian called him to let him know. I mean, he had been with us the night before, and I think he had been friends with John and Karen, so Brian thought he should let him know.
And do you know about what time that was or how long it was after the officers left that Mr. Higgins came over?
Could have been 15, 20 minutes. I feel like he came somewhere around 7:38, and maybe the link had been done by 7:15. If he was around 6:30, I'm not really sure of the specifics.
And
That's good that she says she can't
What
remember
happened
specifics. Not scripted.
Then we were all
Sometimes.
just still kind of sitting there. Carrie, who is another person that was called that morning, she had been at the hospital, so she was kind of calling Jennifer, giving updates as to what was happening with John. So we were kind of waiting to hear how he was, if he was okay. Then around, I don't know if it was 8:30, I had noticed my sister-in-law, Julie, had pulled into the driveway, and I saw her get out, and she was putting a box of donuts in my son's car, whose birthday it was, because they had a bit between them where every year she did that. She got him donuts, and she would leave them for him. So I saw her, and I said to my husband, "Oh."
Objection.
Okay, not what you said, not what you said to your husband. So wait for another question.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
spoke to her husband, and where did he go?
He went to the door because Julie was about to get back in her car and leave, and I thought that she should be made aware of what was going on.
And so your husband goes to the door, and at some point, your sister-in-law, Julie, comes into the house?
Yes.
And if you know about how long a period was Julie at your house initially that morning?
An hour or two. I'm not sure.
If you're not sure, you're not sure. So as far as people that were over your house that morning, do you have any idea sort of how long people were congregating around your house after that initial Miss McKay bursting into your bedroom?
Again, it could have been between an hour and two.
And at some point, we mentioned that the Canton officers had indicated that you may be spoken to at some subsequent time by troopers from the state police, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when was it that you, if you know, when was it in relation to this date that you spoke to anybody from the state police?
I wasn't interviewed for a couple days later.
And do you recall where you were when you were interviewed?
I was at my house.
Now, with reference to, you indicated that on the way back from the waterfall to your house at Fairview on the night previous, on the 28th into the 29th, it had just started to snow, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, when you looked outside or opened the door for Officer Lank as he came into the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather and how it had changed in the incident?
Well, to me, it was starting to look like blizzard conditions. It was very windy. It was snowing. It was, the snow was starting to come down a lot now, and it was probably a couple inches accumulated. And it was,
Now, at any point in time over the course of that day on the 29th, did you yourself, did you go outside from your house into the front yard or the driveway or anywhere else?
I didn't.
And anyone else from your house other than the people coming and going? The people that live there, did you observe them going out into the front of the house area?
No.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Albert, I'm placing before you a series of 8 photographs. I just asked you to look at them,
Mm-hmm.
review them, and then just look up whenever you finish.
Are these already in evidence?
They are not.
Okay.
They are not. I want to see.
And just to ask you, ma'am, in general, in those photographs, do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes.
Okay, what do you recognize those to be?
That's my front yard.
That was your front yard when you lived at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
Okay. And what's contained in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of around the time of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce, admit.
Any objection, Ms. Little?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes, please.
With the court's permission.
Hold on.
Oh,
We need to mark these.
Mock these. I love the accents.
How many were there, Mr. Lally?
8, Your
Honor. He said these are not in evidence yet, so these may be the ones that we haven't seen yet.
Thank you.
And I don't know if they were taken with a 1998 Nokia too, but
Yes.
hopefully they're better than the other ones. Maybe. Yeah, a lot of her times aren't adding up, but also she said that she doesn't really remember, that she can't, I wouldn't be able to remember things like that. But I think Not remembering is also
Juries, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like, okay?
not remembering is also more reliable than, or to me more credible than saying things that are super specific. Like Chris Albert saying that it was Karen was drinking out of a cylindrical glass, clear cylindrical glass with a lime, clear liquid. Like that's exactly what's written in the police report. So obviously that's not a normal description.
Can I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
Albert, what I'm showing you here is what's been marked as exhibits 58, 59, 60, 63, and 64. And I'm going to direct your attention to this before you. It's a laser pointer. Just click on this button. And
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, first I'd just like to start with exhibit 58 on the screen.
Okay.
And again, Ms. Albert, do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes.
And what do you recognize there?
It was my home at the time.
And from this photograph,
It's a better
do you
picture than
see,
others.
That front door area where the foyer is and the side door area that you were talking about on your house.
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer in your hand, just direct the jury's attention to where each of those are and indicate where they are.
That would be the very front door, and then the side doors over here, in between.
And as far as the sort of what's in the front portion of this photograph, do you recognize that as if I'm standing and facing as this photograph is your house, where you lived at 34 Fairview Road? What, if anything, do you have as sort of a landmark or an item that you observe in that sort of left area of the yard?
Flagpole?
Is there a fire hydrant there as well?
Yes.
And do you see anything as far as like a box or something like that?
Yeah, I believe there was some electrical box that I don't think we ever actually knew what it was or what it did.
So fair to say all the years that you lived there, it's not something that you utilized or even knew what it really did?
No.
Now, this particular area of the yard, in its relation to the house, was that a part of the yard that was used or utilized by the family all that much when you lived there?
No.
And that part of the yard where the fire hydrant, the flagpole, that is, how close is that to sort of the next door neighbors abutting of the property?
It's pretty close. It's almost, I would say, on the, close to the property line.
Now, as far as from the side of the road, in between sort of the curbing from the roadway and your front lawn, there's nothing there as far as a sidewalk or anything like that, is that correct?
Right.
And the curbing that's between sort of the roadway and the front lawn, how would you describe that? Is it a sharp curb, rounded curb?
It was kind of a rounded curb.
Now,
A berm, we learned that word.
with reference to your driveway, do you see that depicted in this particular photograph?
You can't really see it in the picture, no. But I mean, it's would be over here.
Thank you.
Yep.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph that you have before you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Gilman, if I can have that one up on the screen as well. And again, Ms. Albert, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
And this is just another photograph of your home as it was around January 2022 at 34 Fairview Road.
Yes.
And from this photograph, do you see now sort of the driveway and where that is?
Yes.
And if you could just indicate to the jury sort of where in this photograph that would be.
The driveway was right here. The two garage doors, and then there was driveway right along here.
Now, in reference to that driveway, or in reference to your family at the time that lived at the house, about how many cars would there typically be when everyone's home parked in the driveway?
Could have been 4. Let me think. 1, 2, 3. I think 4.
And who would those vehicles be typically operated by, and what kind of vehicles are we talking about?
I had my car, which was a Cadillac SUV. My husband had his work car. And then we had, I think, a Ford Explorer. And then the kids were driving a Ford Escape, maybe?
All sort of bigger cars, all sort of SUVs, is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Megan, if I could direct your attention to the next photograph. And again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
Yes.
And just for the record, if you could read the number that's on that photograph now.
60?
And again, what's up on the screen, is that just another depiction of your home at that time?
Yes.
Now, when you open that door and Officer Lank is there and you invite him into your house to talk, you said that you saw some cruisers, correct? Where in relation to your property were the cruisers when you opened the door and saw them? If you could direct the jury's attention in this photograph.
I believe they were right here. Somewhere here.
That's where Seraph was
If
parked.
I could direct your attention to the next photograph that's in there.
Yep.
And again, the photograph that's up on the screen, is that what you have before you?
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm sorry to keep asking
Yes,
you this, but
yes.
if you could read the number that's on the photograph.
63.
And so exhibit 63 up on the screen, if you could describe to the jury sort of what part of your property or abutting property are we looking at?
I believe our property ended, somewhere along here.
So right about in the general area of the electrical box and fire hydrant you were talking about?
Yeah. Yep.
And that next door residence there, do you know offhand what the number was for that?
I don't. Maybe 36? I'm not sure.
Somewhere in the vicinity of your number 34.
Yeah.
And if I could direct your attention to the next photograph then?
Mm-hmm. 64?
Thank you.
Yeah.
On pace then. So with respect to this photograph, as far as the sort of side door, do you see that in this photograph?
Yeah, the side door would be right here.
And there's sort of another door off to the right of the photograph, is that correct?
Yep, that door would go into the garage.
And typically, at least around this time in January or late January 2022, as far as the vehicles that you were talking about, would any of those vehicles go in the garage, or what was in the garage?
The garage was a little bit cluttered, so if there was a storm coming, we would try to arrange things so we could at least maybe get one or two of the cars in there, but otherwise we didn't put the cars in the garage. Only if it was gonna, be a storm, we would try to get some of them out of the driveway.
And with reference to these specific dates of January 28th and the 29th and this specific storm, do you recall anything as far as putting vehicles in the garage on those dates?
I don't, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we had maybe put mine in there, because I had gotten picked up that night. I'm not sure.
Thank you, Macy.
And I believe, is there one more photograph that we have to talk about?
58?
May I approach, Ron?
Yeah. No. Okay.
Now, in addition, let me ask you this. At this time in January of 2022, did your family have any pets?
Yes,
And how many pets did you have?
we had one. We had a dog,
What was the dog's name?
Chloe.
And what type of dog was it?
She was a German Shepherd mix.
And how long had you had the dog at that point?
About 6 years, I believe.
And do you recall sort of when you got the dog, how you got the dog, or where you got the dog from?
We got the dog from a shelter in Texas.
And what type of, so shelter, or fair to say it's a rescue dog?
Yes.
And where did the dog typically go within the house?
It was when it was allowed anywhere in the house.
And as far as nighttime, would there be any sort of particular pattern of where the dog would sleep?
Yes, at nighttime when we went up to bed, it came up with us and it slept in our bedroom.
And at any point in time, during the time from when you returned from the waterfall to your home, where was the dog at that point?
Well, the dog had been up in the room, and I believe my husband, when we first got in, brought her down to let her out to go to the bathroom.
And when the dog went out to go to the bathroom when you lived at 34 Fairview Road, where would the dog go? How would that?
Well, she pretty much she knew the door where to go. So when she had to go, she would go to that door and she would just go out and run in the backyard and go and on her own.
So on her own, and someone would sort of stand at the back door?
Yes.
And the back door that we're talking about, what kind of door is that?
It's a regular door.
I mean, is it a door that opens? Is it a sliding door?
Oh, yeah, no, just a regular door, and it had, I think, a storm door, behind it.
And the backyard area of your home at 34 Fairview, when you lived there in around January 2022, how was that enclosed at all?
It was fenced in.
So dogs couldn't get out if everything's closed up in the backyard?
Yes, as long as the gates were shut.
And as far as that particular evening, after you returned from the waterfall, you indicated your husband let the dog out. About how long a period of time was the dog outside?
I believe it was pretty quick. She went, did her business, and came back in. I think she might have walked around the kitchen for a minute or two, and then I think you just brought her back upstairs.
And to your knowledge, did Chloe the dog, did Chloe go outside at any other point over the course of that evening?
No.
Now, at some point, obviously you've moved from 34 Fairview to North, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And when about was it in relation to this incident of January 29th, 2022 that you moved?
We moved in April of 2023.
And what, if any, plans or discussions were there in reference to moving prior to January 29th?
Objection, Your Honor.
So not the specifics, but generally, not the conversation.
We had always planned to move, but it was in our plans that, what kids were starting to get older, we were looking to possibly downsize. So at the end of 2021, my husband's brother had sold his house.
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow that.
My husband's brother had sold his house and got a good deal for it. It sold pretty quickly. The market was really good at that time. So we just started thinking, hey, the kids are getting older. A couple of them had already moved out. We weren't going to be able to stay in that house. It's like a 5-bedroom house. Once our kids were gone, my husband and I wouldn't have been able to maintain that. Needed a lot of work. We couldn't afford it. So we said maybe now's the time we should put it on the market and see what happens. So I think in November, December.
So hold on. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
So you put it on the market, it sold, and then you moved to it.
Objection, leading.
The objection sustained. Ask a non-leading question.
When was it that the sale was finalized?
April of 23.
And as far as selling the house, what, if any, relationship did that have to what occurred on January 29th, 2022?
It had no relation to it. We had already had thoughts and plans of doing it before that happened. We had reached out to a realtor in the end of 21.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
She's a talker, so when they have to stop her because she, instead of answering the question, she keeps going.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Little.
Okay, hold on. We paused
Yeah.
for a second, so I'm like 30 seconds behind. So, okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Albert.
Hello.
You were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 29th for approximately 4.5 hours. Is that correct?
I was there from, say, 7:45 till about midnight.
So about 4 hours?
Yeah.
And you were there with a group of individuals, including Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Julie Albert, Chris Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Tristan Morris, and then were later joined by Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed joined your group around 11 p.m. Is that right?
Approximately.
Over the course of those 4 hours that you were there, did you see any sort of tension whatsoever between John O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Well, no, they were only there for an hour when I was there, but I didn't have really any interaction with them. But no, I didn't see anything.
So based on your observations, everyone appeared generally happy and in good spirits, correct?
Yes. Yep.
At any point while you were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, did you observe Karen Reed stumbling, slurring her words, or otherwise appearing to be under the influence?
I did not, but again, I never engaged in any sort of conversation with her.
Did you observe your husband and Brian Higgins engaging in sort of practice fighting techniques while you were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I saw them fooling around with each other, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could show just a screenshot of a video that's been previously marked.
A screenshot of it? Sure.
May I approach you for the recording?
Yeah, so can you take this down just until the witness has it, please? I thought you were just showing the screenshot. You want to show it up here?
Yes.
Okay. So what are you doing
Should
with
we
it?
mark that as an exhibit? Or
I don't think there's a need to. I thought you were showing something to the juror that you were just. Yeah.
if I could show you this photograph.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we will mark it for identification. All right.
Ms. Albert, do you
So hold on, we need to, so we'll mark it for identification. So we'll take it from the witness for a minute, please.
Sorry.
We'll mark it for identification, but this is incorporated in what exhibit number?
I believe it's exhibit 53, Your Honor.
All right, just so our record's clear.
Thank you.
One screenshot is W for identification. Thank you. All right, so now you can,
Your Honor, if I may, I haven't seen what the witness is looking at.
okay?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so you want to display it on the screen now, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sure, go right ahead.
Ms. Albert, do you see the two individuals sort of in closest frame to us with their backs turned to us? Two males?
Yeah.
I know it's kind of hard to see.
Yeah.
Who is the man that has just been zoomed in with the logo on the back of his sweatshirt?
I believe that's Brian Higgins.
Okay. And then the person with that sweatshirt is, you said Brian Higgins?
I think. Yeah. It's a little hard to tell.
Over into the other individual who's sitting right next to him. And I know this is kind of hard to see because the number's blocking it.
Yeah.
But does that appear to be your husband to the left, kind of in a fighting stance?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Ms. Albert, when your husband drinks, does he often
So I'm sorry, are we taking this down or keeping it up?
Yes, Your Honor, you can take it down.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Albert, when your husband drinks, does he often get into sort of these practice sparring, practice fighting stances? Is that common for him?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
No, I don't think so.
So this type of behavior was unusual for him?
No, I think they were just fooling around. I don't think there was anything much to it.
My question was, is it unusual for you to see him sort of practice fighting?
I wouldn't call that practice fighting. I think they were just fooling around. And yeah, maybe I've seen him do that other times, but it was fooling around. They weren't practicing.
Let me put this a different way. You do know that your husband is a highly trained fighter, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Absolutely not.
Your husband has no fighting experience whatsoever.
A highly trained fighter? No, he's not.
He has boxing experience, correct?
Objection.
So I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
See how people are reacting. Grant's gone? Grant's gone from the courtroom? I got distracted. Where's Grant? And his laptop full of stickers. I wonder what was said on the show, Boston's Finest, on this topic. Yeah, didn't they show him on that show fighting and stuff? Like, because I remember seeing videos or screenshots of something of him like in a boxing ring on that show, where they were talking about him fighting and stuff. Scroll up and see. I have to take notes and stuff, so I miss some of what y'all are saying when I'm doing this. So I'm trying to see what some of y'all are saying.
Ms. Albert, your husband has boxing experience, correct?
Yes.
He also has fighting experience from his training in the military, correct?
I don't know what fighting experience from the military means. I mean, he was in the Marine Corps. He was out of the Marine Corps in 1992.
But he had training through the Marine Corps and through the Boston Police Department with fighting and defensive tactics, correct?
I assume so.
Ms. Albert, you testified earlier that you left the waterfall around, I believe, 11:45. Is that correct?
No, I said I think closer to 12.
Okay. Could I show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 53? Your Honor, would I have permission to publish Exhibit 53?
Okay.
And Mr. Bates, if I could have you start the video at 5:14.
Is there snow on the ground? Was it snowing?
If you could pause.
What, if anything, is on the ground?
This video?
No, I don't.
Do you see the woman that's in the lower quadrant? Do you recognize that individual at all?
I don't. It's so I can't tell who that is.
I know this is not the best video, so I'll play a little bit more and see if you might be able to recognize it. You don't recognize who that individual is?
I mean, it could be me. I'm not sure. I can't really tell.
All right, so this is an instance where the video has to speak for itself, right?
Understood, Your Honor. You could play just for a little bit longer. Good pause. Did you recognize the woman that just sort of walked forward?
Yes. Now seeing the coat, I recognize that it's me.
Thank you. And did you see what was in your hand when you walked by?
I don't.
You could play just a little bit more. Ms. Albert, do you see you appear to be holding something?
Yes.
What is that?
Looks like a can.
And what time is that video taken?
11:58.
So that would have been approximately the time that you were leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yep.
You guys had a fun night. It looks like you kind of grabbed the White Claw. You're about to leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified earlier that you got home.
So can we turn the lights back on and, okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ain't no laws when you're drinking claws.
Let me switch gears a little bit. You testified earlier that there are 4 cars that are usually parked in the driveway at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you listed at least the make and model of about 3 of those vehicles.
Yep.
Do you recall that?
Yep.
You said there's a Cadillac that usually is parked in your driveway, there's a Ford Explorer, and there's a Ford Escape, correct?
Yep.
But you also said there's a 4th car. That's your husband's work vehicle, correct?
Yes. Yep.
What type of car is that?
That's a Ford Edge.
A black Ford Edge.
Yes. Yep.
Is there a reason that you didn't want to state or commit to that in front of this jury when you originally testified?
No, there's no reason. I was just trying to think of all the different cars. We have 5 kids. We've had a lot of different vehicles. I was just saying it as I remembered it.
News coverage in this case has revealed the importance of a Ford Edge.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In your mind, a Ford Edge has significance to this case, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, can you answer that? Does a Ford Edge have significance in this case to you?
I've heard it talked about, yeah.
And what you've heard talked about is that an eyewitness saw a Ford.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to stop you on that. The objection sustained.
Ms. Albert, you know there's significance to the Ford Edge, and that's the one
Objection, Your
thing
Honor.
that you did not mention in your initial testimony, correct?
So I'm going to allow that question. Can you answer that?
I just was trying to think of all the different makes and models. I did not purposely say that.
Okay. Where did your husband strike that? You testified earlier that you weren't sure exactly where Brian Higgins parked that night when he arrived at your house, correct?
Right.
And you said, I'm not sure, but then you gave a pretty vivid description about him being parked, you think, in front of the house by the mailbox facing away from your residence, correct?
Right, yep.
Is that statement something that's from your personal recollection or for something that you've discussed with other witnesses in this case?
No, it's from my personal recollection of what I'm pretty sure I remembered. He pulled in first, he backed out so we could pull in, and then I'm pretty sure he pulled out and parked along the curb where the mailbox was.
So you haven't discussed that statement with any other witnesses in this case?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
You testified earlier that when you arrived at 34 Fairview, your son, Brian Albert Jr. was there, Julie Nagel was there, Sarah Levinson was there, and that your nephew, Colin Albert, was also present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe sort of your interaction with Colin Albert when you walked in the door?
It was literally, I was coming in, I think we almost bumped into each other. I said, I didn't realize he was there. I said, hey, what are you doing here? He said, oh, I just come by to see Brian, but my ride's on its way. I'm about to leave. And I said, oh, okay. And I said, all right, I see ya. And he just kind of continued on. I think he must have went out the door.
So when you first testified, I believe you stated that you saw Colin seated at the table with Brian Jr., correct?
When I testified when?
Earlier today.
I don't believe I said that.
Shortly after he got up.
No, I don't believe I said that.
You never said that he was initially seated with Brian Jr.
No, I'm pretty sure I said when I walked in, I immediately saw him.
So when you walked in the door, you're saying he was already leaving to go get his ride, correct?
He was standing and looked to me like he was getting ready for someone who was coming to pick him up.
Got it. And when you pulled up with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, that all happened around the same time, correct?
Yes.
And you have never mentioned seeing any other vehicle waiting outside the house for Colin when you arrived, correct?
No.
You didn't observe another vehicle outside the house?
No, I'm not saying, he said to me, my ride's almost here. I'm leaving. So I didn't see anything outside about his ride.
And it was cold outside that night?
Yeah.
So he sort of walked out the door before his ride arrived?
I don't know if he went and stood and waited by the door. I came in the house, and like I said, I immediately said hello to my son, his friends. I went and started doing my cleaning, and I didn't really pay attention. But I assume he left because I never saw him again.
So you're not sure if he was sort of standing by the front door?
I'm not sure. I mean, he could have been standing there waiting. He said his ride was about to be there.
Okay. But you didn't see him leave?
I did not see him leave.
You testified that your German Shepherd, Chloe, was also at the house when you arrived home on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
That was the answer the defense was hoping for.
She's a large German Shepherd.
Yep, about 70 pounds.
She's not great with strangers.
I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that it's kind of a poorly worded question. Would you say that she's good with strangers?
I'd say she's fine with strangers.
Fine with strangers, okay.
Yep.
She's definitely not good with other animals, is she?
No, she did not like other dogs.
Chloe actually has a well-documented bite history, doesn't she?
Objection.
Does she?
With dogs. A couple dogs, yes.
Ms. Albert, she also has a bite history with humans, doesn't she?
Objection.
Ask that differently.
Ms. Albert, Chloe has injured other humans, hasn't she?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
In one incident in May of 22, when she got out and was fighting with another dog, the woman whose dog it was tried to break up the two dogs, and while she was trying to break up the two dogs, she got injured.
There are actually 2 individuals who were injured in that incident, correct?
Well, there was 2 women, but I believe just one woman, from what I understand, had an injury from Chloe. The other one may have fallen or something, but I'm not sure 100%.
There were 2 women who were actually taken to the hospital after that incident, correct?
Yes, a neighbor had called the police, or called an ambulance just to make sure they were okay.
And you mentioned that Chloe had actually escaped from the backyard
Mm-hmm.
in that incident.
Yes.
And that happens from time to time at your house, correct?
It had happened a few times, yes.
And Mr. Albert let Chloe out when he arrived that night, correct?
Yep.
Ms. Albert, you don't have Chloe anymore, do you?
Nope.
In May of 2022, 4 months
It was a
after
rescue
Mr.
dog.
O'Keefe's death, you got rid of your family dog of 6 years.
Objection.
So is that true? Is that when you got rid of your dog?
I did not get rid of my dog. I rehomed my dog.
Your dog is no longer in the Canton area, correct?
No, but I know where she is. She's in Vermont. And that in previous testimony, that information has all been given. So if she was ever needed for anything, we know where she is.
Was that testimony given to the defense?
Probably.
Was I present at the hearing where you testified about this?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure.
Oh, Lord. Okay, so the attorney is walking her through some of this. The attorney is getting the answers that she's wanting because she has had it introduced to the jury that that Chloe is able to get out of the backyard fence, that they got rid of or rehomed, whichever one that they want to go with, the dog, right after that there was a human who had been previously injured, who I'm pretty sure is on the defense witness list, and that she never saw Colin leave. So those are all of the things that the attorney was wanting to walk through to get those introduced, because all of those things are crucial to what they need to have the jury hear in order for their third-party defense.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Albert, you're aware that we actually sought records regarding Chloe and her bite history, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Was it from this witness?
It was.
That's a yes or no from there. Yes or no?
Well, it was from a custodian.
Okay. I'm going to sustain the objection.
All right, Ms. Albert, I want to direct your attention back to the early morning of January 29th.
Mm-hmm.
You testified that everyone who arrived at your house just after midnight was sort of generally gathered at the table in the kitchen area, correct?
Yes.
And over the course of that evening, you had never heard any sort of disruption inside, correct?
No.
You didn't hear a crash?
Nope.
Certainly
There
never
needs
heard-
to be an answer.
Sorry, no.
You certainly never heard any screaming or yelling,
No.
and you never heard the screech of any brakes outside, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On July 20th, 2023, you testified before a grand jury, and Mr. Lally was not there, correct? And ADA McLaughlin was also not there, correct?
Okay.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were specifically asked during the course of that hearing where everyone was positioned around the table that night.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that sort of line of questioning?
Yeah.
And you explained that your sister Jennifer was seated next to Brian Jr.
Objection. Is there a question?
We're getting that question, so go ahead.
You were very specific about kind of how people were seated at that table that night. Do you remember that testimony? You explained that Jennifer was seated next to Brian Jr. and Matt McCabe was across from him. Do you recall that?
Yep.
But when you were asked where your husband and Brian Higgins were positioned at the table, you weren't able to place them there. Isn't that true?
Because I don't believe they ever sat at that table.
And what you told the grand jury during that hearing was that at least at one point, they had left the room and they were outside of your view, correct?
I'm not sure I said that.
Told the jury that you were cleaning and you weren't sure where they went, correct?
Well, initially, when I first came in the house and I was doing my thing, I don't remember exactly where
And
they were.
you told the grand jury that you don't recall seeing them at the table, but you don't recall where they went because you were kind of focused on cleaning, correct?
Right.
And there was one point at which you said that you joined them in family.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. But while you were cleaning, you said, I don't really know what they were doing, but they weren't there, correct?
Yes.
So you recall your husband and Brian Higgins left your view and went to some other place in the house that evening, correct?
They could have.
Ms. Albert, how many steps is it from the front door to the basement?
Steps?
It's a poorly worded question. I will rephrase it. When you open the front door of your house,
Uh-huh.
how many steps does it take to get to the door to the basement?
4 or 5.
You testified earlier that Brian Higgins left 3430 first, correct?
Yes.
Then Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Sarah Levinson, and Julie Nagel left together, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the very last person to leave your house that night, you said today, under oath, was your daughter, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And you said she left your house close to 2 a.m. Is that right?
Yep.
Police report said 12:15.
Ms. Albert, that's not what you told Sergeant Lank on January 29th, 2022, is it?
I don't recall what I told him.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your statement to Sergeant Lank?
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is one of the reasons why there's been so much talk about this, because the report says that she said that Caitlin left at like 12:15, and then they found out that Caitlin was there until 2.
Okay, I'd like to direct your attention to page 2 of the supplemental.
Would you show the prosecutor, please?
Yes. Just the Canton Police Report.
Your Honor, may we approach just briefly?
Okay.
Okay, so this is the Canton Police Report. This is the one that says that when they talked to Nicole and Brian Albert, they were giving their statement on what happened when and all of that. So when they were asked about who was in the house, this has been one of the big problems with how all of the reports and all of the statements and all of the everything involved in this investigation was done. It says that Caitlin Albert left at 12:15, that Tristan came and picked her up. So later it's found out that she was still there, so it looks like...
Ms. Little, maybe you can clarify that.
Sure. May I approach?
Yes.
It looks like a lie, but this is why I keep saying we don't know if it's the police or the witnesses.
You don't need to read it out loud, but if you could read this very last paragraph here.
Down hit 7? Or,
Actually, this section right
Okay.
here, the second paragraph to the bottom. And you don't need to read it out loud, just look up once you're done.
And are you going to clarify that, Ms. Little? Statement?
Oh, how, can I approach, Your Honor? Ms. Albert, this is just a police report containing an interview that was conducted, correct?
Yep.
With Sergeant Lank on January 29th, is that right?
yes, the morning of.
Thank you. Have you had a chance to?
Yes,
Is
yeah.
Your recollection, excuse me, is your recollection refreshed?
Yep.
Isn't it true that you told Sergeant Lank that your daughter left at 12:15 on January 29th?
I do not recall saying that. I've maintained in every interview testimony I've had that she was the last to leave. So I don't know, it was very confusing that morning. Officer Lank was trying to ask everybody, where had you been? Where had you been? When did you get here? When did you leave? I don't know if somehow it was misconstrued, but I've always maintained that Caitlin was the last to leave.
Understood, and that's because Sergeant Lank was talking to everyone at the same time, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting around the table, it was a little, everyone was, we're all in shock and it was a little confusing.
Sure, it was more of a conversation than an interview, is that right?
I guess you could say that.
May I approach?
Yes.
That's not how it's supposed to be done.
Ms. Albert, do you deny saying that to Sergeant Lank?
I don't believe I said that. I think maybe someone was saying, oh, Jen and Matt got there at 12:15. He misunderstood. It got misconstrued later in his notes. But I've always said, in any other time I was questioned, that my daughter was the last one to leave. So I don't,
So you weren't trying to protect your daughter?
no.
You were forthcoming about always providing the troopers with information about the individuals who were present that night?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Albert, you and your family discussed this case at length before your interviews with law enforcement, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you?
Of course, we discussed the case, but just everything that was going on, we were trying to figure out what happened.
And you testified that you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 3rd, 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
That would be 6 days after this occurred. Is that right?
Yep.
And that's the very first time that you were ever interviewed by Massachusetts State Police.
Yes.
Correct?
Yep.
Aside from that sort of conversation you described with Sergeant Lank.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. When you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 3rd, 2022, you left a lot of names out of individuals who were present at your house on the morning of January 29th, 2022. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure who was left out.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son, Brian Albert Jr., was home that night?
Was home the night of his birthday, or what do you mean?
Yes, the night of his birthday.
Well, yeah, he was home with his friends.
Did you tell that to Trooper Proctor?
I assume I did.
So if it wasn't in his report, that would have been his mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor your daughter, Caitlin Albert, returned home with you after the waterfall?
I believe so.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son had 2 female friends at your house when you arrived?
I believe so.
And notably, did you tell Trooper Proctor that Colin Albert was present at your house?
You know, I probably didn't, because anytime I was questioned about who was there, to me it was who was there afterwards, hanging out from like the 12:15 point on. I didn't consider Colin as being there because I literally crossed paths with him. He left, and I didn't consider him being a part of the group that was there.
Were you asked who was at the house that night?
I assume he asked that, but I also didn't mention the people that my son had previous, because I didn't consider them as part of the people that I was with when I got home.
You never mentioned Colin Albert to Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And you never mentioned Colin Albert to Sergeant Lang.
Correct.
Ms. Albert, you knew that if you gave Trooper Proctor the name of your nephew, that he would have to interview him, correct?
Objection.
All right, I'm going to sustain that objection.
You didn't want your kids or your nephew to have to tell the police what they saw, what they heard, and what they did that night.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that true?
That is not true.
But you never told Trooper Proctor about Colin Albert.
I didn't mention Colin because I didn't consider him as part of the group that we were hanging out with after the waterfall, because he left as soon as I walked in. I didn't even think of him.
Didn't even think of him.
No.
Didn't think it might be important for the state trooper who was investigating this case to know the individuals who were leaving at the precise time that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived at the house.
Objection.
Sustained.
Ms. Albert, what's the first thing you remember waking up to on the morning of January 29th?
My sister bombing into my bedroom.
Okay. Your Honor, if we could approach.
Okay, approach sidebar, or you? Okay.
Yes.
The comment I put up a minute ago is the same thing I'm saying. Like, it's at this point, it's not even about if the witness is lying or the report is wrong. Either way, that looks bad for the prosecution, and it works for the defense, because stuff like that is what creates reasonable doubt. So that's the big problem here. Because the jury is seeing that either they can't rely on the police or they can't rely on the witness, and that is exactly what creates doubt. Yeah, they're probably about to go to lunch. I think the big problem is that this is not one Scrivener's error. This is not one, thing that was, contradicting itself in a report or, anything like that. It's so many. And that doesn't look good.
So, Ms. Little, we're going Ms. Little, we're going to mark what you have in your hand for identification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Albert, I'd like to show you a photograph which purports to be...
Just show her the photograph.
Ms. Albert, do you recognize that photograph?
Yep.
What is it?
It's a picture of my house.
Does it appear to be generally to scale?
Yep.
Do you recognize sort of the flagpole in the yard,
Yes.
the house,
Yep.
the driveway?
Mm-hmm.
And that looks
Yes.
accurate. And that looks accurate in terms of scale, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
Sure.
Ms. Albert, where is your bedroom located?
Do you want me to show it?
Yes, if you could explain.
Right up here.
So your bedroom is in that upper left-hand quadrant, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The far left window, that's your bedroom window.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep. The two of them.
So on January 29th, you had two bedroom windows on the left side of the house that were facing the front lawn where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that Ms. Reed, Jennifer McCabe, and Carrie Roberts arrived outside your property around 6:04 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Did you hear any fire trucks that morning?
I did not.
Did you hear any ambulances?
I did not.
You didn't see the flashing lights of emergency vehicles outside your bedroom window?
I did not. My blinds were shut. My curtains were closed. I did not see anything.
You testified the very first thing you remember was Jennifer McCabe waking you up in your bedroom.
Yes.
So, I'm sorry, just to keep track, are we going to take this down now, Ms. Little? Or you keep the lights on? I just want to keep track of that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
What time was that?
I thought it was somewhere between 6 and 6:30.
May I have a moment?
Sure.
If I told you it was around 6:45 based on video surveillance footage, would you quarrel with that?
If that's what you say.
Okay. Does that sound about right to you?
Yep. I initially from the beginning just said 6:30. I wasn't quite sure.
Ms. Albert, what about the two calls that you received from your sister at 6:07 and 6:08 a.m., which were answered?
I never answered any phone calls from my sister that morning.
You're aware that the Cellbrite records indicated that you answered two calls from your sister.
Objection, Your Honor.
And 6:08 a.m.
The objection sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
This is Nicole Albert.
If you could take a look at this report. Ms. Albert, you received...
If I could just see what's being shown to the witness before. Thank you. May we approach?
Okay. I'm going to take that, please.
Okay. Yeah, so this is the Cellbrite records that show those calls. I think one was, let me pull up my thing. I think one was like 7 seconds, one was 9 seconds. And they show on the report as answered. If they go to voicemail and a voicemail is recorded, then I think it can show as answered, but it would show that there's a voicemail log or something like that. The the calls showing as answered has been another one of the big debates and questions in all of this. Odd the dog didn't hear all the commotion out front. I still don't understand that. My dog would, I mean, right now you can't tell that right now she looks like she's kind of out of it, but as soon as she hears something, she starts going crazy.
All right, so let's mark one for identification, please, Ms. Little.
Thank you.
Mark one.
Okay, and you can give it back to Ms. Albert.
Thank you.
And you can go back and ask a question, and let's see where we go with this, okay?
Ms. Albert, do you recognize this document?
Recognize it?
Do you know what it is?
Well, yeah, I see what it is.
Does it refresh your recollection as to the 2 calls you received on the morning of January 29th?
It says here 2 calls were placed.
Okay, don't read it, but you were asked a specific question. So if you could answer the question, please.
Does that refresh your recollection to the 2 calls you received from your sister on the morning of January 29th?
She may have placed those phone calls to me, but I never answered them.
You received a call from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th at 6:07:42 a.m. that lasted for 9 seconds, correct?
She may have placed a phone call to me. I never answered it. I never spoke to her that morning.
You also received a second call from your sister at 6:08:17 a.m. that lasted for 7 seconds, correct?
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that.
It says that, but I never answered a phone call from my sister Jennifer that morning.
You're aware that cell phone companies have what are called tolling records, correct? That show if there's a voicemail or something of that nature.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Ms. Albert, it's your testimony here today that you never spoke to your sister that morning.
I never spoke to my sister on the phone that morning.
Who else was in your bedroom that morning?
Me and my husband.
You and Brian Albert were the only 2 individuals who could have answered those calls that morning, correct?
We're the only 2 people in the room, besides the dog.
And at 6:07 a.m., someone had a 9-second call with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
All right, sustained. And you've got more for this witness, I imagine, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll take the luncheon recess, folks. It's 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Peace out.
Okay.
All right, so
I do, but I don't necessarily need them out of the suit.
I'm trying to listen.
It's probably in there.
I think that's not an evidence yet. I think that's from someone else's phone.
Madam Court Reporter, do you need me for anything? Okay.
All right. She's on time with these lunch breaks. They're not always on time getting there, but she's on time with these lunch breaks. All right. So a couple things about this. I know the fan is not everybody's favorite. It makes everybody dizzy. First of all, our mods, some of our mods are leaving for the day. Dallas, happy birthday. I hope you enjoy your birthday weekend. I still hear a hot mic. And Holly Mack is leaving. We'll see you Monday, Holly Mack. Thank you. I can't hear anything on their hot mic. Okay, so a couple things on this cross-examination. The defense is wanting to have, or or I guess needing to have the jury hear a few things in order to make their theory work. In order to make their theory work, they need to, the things that she needed to get out of this witness were that she did not actually see Colin leave, which she didn't. She said that she passed Colin, but then she went and started cleaning, so she said she never actually saw Colin leave. That part was important for their theory. The part about Brian Higgins and Brian Albert being out of her view for a while at some point was important for her theory. Chloe getting out of the backyard and having a history of injuring other people. It's thundering outside. That part was important for their theory. So, and then these calls from Jen McCabe up there that show is answered. And she mentioned that there's the records that you can get from the cell phone company or whatever that shows that if there's voicemails that are logged. So if it shows as answered for those seconds, and if it was a voicemail or something, she's saying that it would show that it's a voicemail. So Attorney Little is kind of walking through all of these things in order to get the answers in front of the jury to show that their theory is plausible. Remember, they don't need the jury to necessarily believe that this is what happened. They just need the jury to believe that it could have reasonably happened. I think another important thing, probably the most important thing that came out, is pointing out the inconsistencies of and the problems with the reports. So, and this is going to come up a lot. They're going to have to show this. The defense is going to have to show this because, like we said, this isn't, you can't have one, like the jury will lose faith in one or the other. They are either going to lose faith in the police and their investigation and their reports, or they are going to lose faith in the witness. Because if the police reports are right, that means that the witnesses are lying. If the witnesses are telling the truth, then that means that the reports are crappy and wrong. So either way, the jury is seeing that there's something not right about whatever's happening. And that alone can be enough to create reasonable doubt sometimes. So, and by sometimes I mean most of the time. I think that, you know, we're going to see a lot of that with, as we get these witnesses up here, we're going to see a lot of that about them showing what the police reports say that their statements were and what the reports say that they said versus what they're saying here in testimony. That's a big problem that the prosecution is going to have to overcome, is explaining why all of that is wrong. Because if the witnesses are being 100% honest, that's great, but that still means that you can't rely on the investigation. So that's the problem. That's the problem. And, you know, the whole thing about Lank being in there, just, you know, it wasn't really an interview. It was a conversation. We were all just kind of, you know, talking together about what happened. Obviously, that's not how it's supposed to go. But that's why Lank should not have gone into the house. I think that anybody who could potentially be, you know, have a conflict in this should have stayed out of it for these exact reasons, so that you can't really question anything. You know, how many state troopers do they have? Proctor should not have taken this. It could have gone to anybody else. Just avoid the problems. Avoid the problems. Victoria's Secret said, written police reports can be the opposite of what someone actually said. Yeah, and the problem is, since they didn't have them sign them, you know, saying, yes, this is what I said, they didn't have them sign them and they didn't record anything. So we don't know. And I've said that from the beginning. We don't know if the police reports are wrong or if the witnesses changed their statements. So that's very problematic. If they had had the witnesses just sign, hey, this is what, yep, this is correct. This is what I said. This is what I'm, you know, telling you. This is, you got everything right. If they had just done that, just that one little step, then so much of this would have been avoided. And that's the problem. And that's what has opened the door for this entire big circus that has fallen upon us. Don't use common sense. Yeah, recording is of course going to be best, but even if they think that, you know, there's no reason to record, bare minimum, just have them sign their statements. That's it. Have them sign their statements. Drives me nuts. Can the police reports be trusted at all at this point? Was doctor brought in to help? Whew. That's what happens when here's something. All right, somebody's here. I'm gonna take lunch. We'll be back in just a minute. It's a good time to take lunch. I'll come back early and we can talk about more of this. I try to cover I try to cover the fan. I was trying to eat my last few bites of food after I took her out. Hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. Here I am. Don't get scared. It always freaks everybody out when I come back. Oh, what a day. So Boston police officer, detective, Carl Dougal has been banned from the courthouse, I guess. I don't have the link for tonight. I can try to find it. I think it's just on the Boston 10 website. Yeah, I think it's just, if you go to nbcboston.com, I think it plays live on there. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's banned. I'm seeing the reports all over the place. Apparently, he intentionally, and again, this is what I'm seeing from a million people, but I have not confirmed this myself, but it's all over social media and everybody's sending me articles and stuff, or posts and stuff. But apparently he intentionally ran into Karen. It sounds like he intentionally it sounds like a shoulder check type thing, like when somebody will kind of do that on purpose to. So he has been permanently banned from the courtroom for the trial. Talking about witness intimidation. Oh, Lord of mercy. What a morning. Oh, Lucy's back. She heard me say her name. Grant. I still don't know what happened to Grant. Why he's not in there. Let me see. Let's see. Natalie, remember for 10 whole months. 10 whole months. Happy 10 months. Congrats on the Boston 10. Will it be 7 Eastern? Yes, 7 Eastern. 7 Eastern. Thank you. What a day. I don't see anything about Grant. What a circus. I don't see anything about why he wasn't in there when we came back. I'm sure we'll hear about it at some point. Carl Dougal is the one who was banned from the trial. Permanent resident for 9 months. Love you, Brandy. Thank you. I love you too. Happy 9 months. 9-month anniversary. Happy. Who is Carl Dougal? So he's a Boston police. He works for Boston Boston Police Department. He's a detective. And he's the one who, there was a lawsuit against him for like false imprisonment and all kinds of stuff. I'd have to pull up the information on it. But it's, there was a guy that he arrested because he thought it was somebody that it wasn't. And the guy was telling him, no, that's not my name. But he thought it was this guy who had warrants. So, Carl Dougal arrested him, and if I remember right, didn't he like take him to the ground and stuff? Like Dougal like threw him on the ground and stuff and arrested him thinking he was this other guy, but he was telling him that's not his name. So they booked him and put him in lockup or whatever. But I guess he, from what I remember, they filed a civil suit. The guy filed a civil suit against him for false imprisonment. I think he won. Pretty sure. Or there was some kind of money exchanged. I'm only telling you what I can remember. I'm not giving you factual, like, detailed information on the subject. I'm giving you what I can remember from it. Yeah, there's some court background noise going on. You want me to mute it till they come back? Is it annoying? It drives me crazy too. What a day. I did look a little bit at some Twitter, and what a mess this is. I see that things are very split with a lot of stuff that's happening. Shocker. Everything in this trial. But I see that a lot of people are, there's actually some attorneys on Twitter that are saying that it's not constitutional to remove Turtleboy. He did. Okay, there. He did just over 12,000. I thought I remembered that, but I couldn't remember. May I approach and offer you the following to review and hopefully refresh your memory? My memory is exhausted on that situation. When I repeat something that I'm not sure is true, I always qualify it with, if it's a lie from me, it's a lie to me. I like that. Scam was fine. I get the results on the 21st. But I finally went. Oh my gosh. CJ's mom, 55. I forgot about that. I don't recall. Every trial reinforces hoping I am never a witness to anything. Same. Same. I don't want to be a witness to anything. I'm just walk around like this. Hello, Tina. Hello, Tina. I would be the worst witness. My memory is awful. You know what's funny? My memory has not been the same since chemo. But my attention to here's the problem. The attention to detail that I have when I am focused on a case is impressive, if I must say so myself. However, my attention to detail, if I were to ever have to witness something, not good at all. I had this girl who worked for me for 3 years, and she came in one day, and I was like, something looks different about you. Like, did you cut your hair or something? She's like, no, I got contacts. And I was like, oh, you wear glasses? 3 years she worked for me. I did not even realize she had glasses. I am not one of those. If you ask me your eye color, I will more than likely not know. I am not observant like that when I'm not trying to be. I have to, now if I am focused on something, I will pick up every single little detail that has ever existed on anything. But I don't do that on a regular basis. Like I know that that's weird. I'm oblivious to the world and I kind of prefer it that way. Yeah, I need to refer to my chart, please. Thank you. Hold on, my kid apparently just had something delivered. Hold on. He delivers to my place in case he's at work. Drives me nuts. Okay. Lord of mercy. I do the same thing with my husband. Don't notice if he trims beard short or anything. I did notice when I was married to my ex-husband, I noticed when he shaved his beard and I was like, I don't like it. I don't like your face. Like he looked great with a beard. I didn't like his face. I still don't like his face. My kid will be 21 in September. I don't like his face. I don't like his attitude. I don't like him as a person. Live and learn. There's somewhere we can access. Yes, I'll give y'all the link again. But now keep in mind, this is just my notes.
You are unmuted.
So it's not complete, but I will give y'all access to my notes. That was loud.
Thank you. Please be seated. Close back in session.
All right, can we have Ms. Albert, please? All right, Ms. Little, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, before we start, Exhibit S, which was marked for identification, I believe the proper foundation is laid. I'd ask.
So let's not do that from there. Let me see it, please.
Sure.
Do we have S as in Sam, or X?
Identification.
S as in Sam?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, it wasn't today?
Why don't you come to sidebar, folks?
Sidebar already. Did they ever ask Julie about the text about the gift? No. No. I was waiting for it. Maybe they'll ask Proctor. Or maybe it's not allowed to come in. I don't know. Look at that sweet girl. Lucy girl. You want a treat? You want a treat because you're so good? I'm out of your other treats. Are you seriously turning your head at this? I'm out of the other ones. Do you see this? Hold on. Look at this spoiled, rotten little brat. I'm out of her favorite treats, but I have these. Oh, now you take it. Okay. All right. Sure. Brat. She was turning her head. She was like, no, give me the other ones.
Your Honor, the parties have stipulated that Exhibit X is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview.
Yeah, not a photo.
Not a photograph.
Okay, sure. Now you can approach the witness if you... Oh, you just want to put it into evidence now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So that will be our next exhibit. Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
We actually need it.
She's such a brat.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Albert, you testified that Jennifer McCabe woke you up around 6:45 a.m., correct?
I believe I said between 6 and 6:30, but could have been
That
6.
was what woke you up, correct?
Yes,
She obviously had access to the house.
yes,
The door wasn't locked.
nope.
That's sort of a typical practice for you.
Yeah, it was just sometimes with the kids, the last one in, supposed to lock it, they didn't, it just wasn't always locked.
And inside your house, you had plenty of blankets and other items that could have been comfort to a man laying in the snow, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor.
So as to that form, I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask the question a different way, Ms. Little.
Ms. Albert, you had blankets inside of your house that could have helped someone who was freezing outside.
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask a shorter form of that question.
Did you have blankets in the house?
Ms. Albert, you had blankets in the house, correct?
Yes.
You were also lying next to a first responder.
Objection.
That
Objection.
morning, correct?
I heard that coming.
You can answer that.
Yes.
And neither you nor
I
your
can hear it
husband
coming.
came outside to help Jonathan, correct?
We did not go outside because we had no idea what was going on outside. We were sound asleep until my sister came into my bedroom.
No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to phone calls from your sister Jennifer McCabe that morning, shortly after 6 a.m., did those phone calls wake you up?
No,
Did you answer those phone calls?
no,
Did you speak to Jennifer McCabe on the phone prior to her, or at any point on that morning prior to her coming into your room?
I did not.
And you were shown something that's a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes,
And not just that specific one, but have you ever seen any Cellbrite extraction report before in your life?
no,
So fair to say you don't know how to interpret the data that's on there?
no,
Fair to say that you don't know whether or not an answered call or something that's listed as answered was something that was actually answered or went to voicemail?
correct.
Now, with regard to your dog, Chloe,
Mm-hmm.
following that incident in May of 2022, what, if anything, did you and your husband do with regard to the person that had been bitten?
Well, we had gone over to their house to apologize for what had happened and, offered to pay any bills, that they may have had for any injury to the dog or anything. And then after that, we just decided that we thought the best thing to do would be to try to rehome it because I just didn't want something like that to happen again.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what are the steps that you took in the process of rehoming your dog?
Well, initially, I had called a bunch of shelters, and they were pretty much telling me that it would be hard to rehome her. She was dog aggressive, and they would probably have to put her down. I didn't want to do that. The family, we love the dog, and so I did not want to do that. So I reached out to the woman in Texas who we got the dog from to see if she could help. And she said, she couldn't take it back, but she would try to help me out. So she ended up finding a woman who lived in Vermont. I think she lived alone. She had big property. It seemed like a good fit. She wanted to take Chloe, and we made arrangements. And I went and met this woman halfway, and I gave her Chloe.
And what, if any, conversations or contact have you had with that woman in Vermont since rehoming your dog?
For a few months after I...
Objection, Your Honor.
So not the substance of it, but
Have you had contact with the woman in Vermont?
Yes, I did for a few months, back and forth.
Now, with reference to Chloe, when your sister Jennifer McCabe comes into your bedroom hysterical that morning of January 29th, was Chloe in the room at the time?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions about the evening or the early morning when people had come from the waterfall back to your home, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, you were cleaning and Mr. Higgins and your husband were out of your line of sight, is that correct?
Yes.
How long a period of time are we talking?
I don't, it wasn't very long, a couple minutes. Wasn't watching where everybody was and what everybody was doing.
Fair to say, relatively short period of time.
Yes. Yes.
I have nothing further.
okay.
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay. So you need to take this down, sir. Thank you. There was something that was just up there. Go ahead.
Ms. Albert, you never received any voicemails from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th, did you?
Not that I'm aware of.
You also have never produced, pursuant to our request, any documentation about the whereabouts of Chloe.
The objection sustained. I'm going to strike that question. Disregard the question. Well, questions aren't evidence, so we can leave it on the record, but the objection sustained.
You've never turned over any information about the location of Chloe since the pendency of this case, have you?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
I'm just going to sustain the objection.
He's getting pissed.
Have you ever provided information about the whereabouts of Chloe to the Commonwealth in this case?
Yes, I believe I have.
You have.
I believe
Oh.
so.
When did you do that?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Okay, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. So if she gave information to the Commonwealth about where Chloe was, and the defense has never received any information about where Chloe was, and that means that there would be discovery withheld from the defense, which is a huge no-no. So I need a glass of wine. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Lally is panicked. You could tell Lally's pissed. He does not. He's pissed about her questioning on this and pushing this subject. You can hear him how frustrated he is when he's objecting. Did you hear Little when she said, "Oh, you did"? God. I don't even know what to think anymore. Oh gosh. We'll see what they say. I mean, maybe she didn't give them anything and she's remembering wrong. I don't know. Oh. I don't know. She might be remembering wrong. If she gave them something they didn't give, then that's a problem, but she might be remembering wrong.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Ms. Albert, you are all set.
Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call, excuse me, Mr. Brian Albert to the stand.
Here we go. This one's going to be, oh my gosh, this cross is going to be, I'm already uncomfortable. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
Please step up and raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Honor, and good afternoon to the jury.
Good afternoon.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian, last name Albert, A-L-B-E-R-T.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in Norwood, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Norwood?
Approximately a year.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Norwood with?
My wife, Nicole, and my son, Brian, and my son, Brendan.
Actually, just a little bit about your family as far as, let me start with yourself and your wife, Nicole. How long have the two of you been married?
Approximately 29 years.
And were you together for a period of time prior to getting married?
Yes, we've known each other since we were 13, 14 years old.
And do you have any siblings, sir?
I do.
And how many siblings do you have?
I have 5 brothers and 1 sister.
And if you could, just as far as, are you the oldest?
I'm the oldest of 7, yes.
And as far as your brothers and sisters are concerned, what are their names? And if you could rank them sort of by age.
Sure, the next sibling after me is my sister Kathleen. Then I have a brother Chris, brother Kevin, brother Keith, a brother Brendan, and a brother Timmy.
And you and your wife, Nicole, do you have children of your own?
Yes,
And how many children do you have?
5.
And how old are they?
So my oldest daughter is 29. My son Brian is 25. My son Brendan turns 23 today. I have twins, or we have twins that are 20 years old. Caitlin's 28. I'm sorry, I said 29.
Now, prior to living at your address in Norwood, where did you live before that?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Approximately in the house on Fairview Road, approximately 11 years.
And in total, about how long have you been a resident of Canton before moving to nowhere else?
Approximately 45 years.
Colin is his nephew.
And that address, that's 34 Fairview Road, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship did that home or that residence have to your family before you and your wife and your kids moved in?
My parents had lived at that residence prior to us.
So you had spent some of your childhood in that house as well?
Yes.
And do you work, sir?
I retired now. Retired.
What did you retire from?
The Boston Police Department.
And how long were you a member of the Boston Police Department?
Approximately 30 years.
And within the Boston Police Department, were you assigned to any sort of specific unit or special duties?
My last assignment, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes. My last assignment was the Boston Police Fugitive Unit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
Was it snowing?
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
The 28th, I believe, was a Friday.
And when you first sort of got up on the 28th, where were you at that?
On the 28th, I was in New York City.
And why had you gone to New York City?
So I went to New York for a funeral of a New York City police officer who was killed in the line of duty.
And about what time or what day did you go down to New York for that?
We went down the day before, so I believe that was Thursday.
Do you recall how it was that you got down there?
Yes, I flew to New York.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with you on that trip to New York for the funeral?
I flew with a friend and a coworker named Eddie Hernandez.
So another Boston police officer?
Yes.
And down in New York at that funeral, were there other members of law enforcement that you knew or were familiar with and working?
Yes, there were thousands of police officers that went to the funeral.
And included within those people, you mentioned you have a brother Kevin, is that correct?
Yes,
Is he a police officer as well?
he is.
And where is he?
He's a detective in Canton, Massachusetts.
And was he down at this funeral as well?
He was.
And do you know a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes.
And was Brian Higgins at this funeral service as well?
Yes, he was.
And how is it that you know Brian Higgins?
So I know Brian Higgins initially from work, a professional relationship. I've known him known of him for 10 or 15 years. And then the past few years, more recently, we worked together on a closer basis, and I became better friends with him.
And fair to say that when you became better friends with him, you also sort of socialized with him outside of work?
Yes.
Now, as far as your return trip from New York, what, if anything, happened with that?
On the return trip from New York, we drove back.
Why did you drive versus fly back when you flew?
So that weekend, there was anticipated snowstorm, and I believe the flight that we were taking with JetBlue may have even been canceled. And Brian Higgins was leaving in a vehicle that morning, so we ended up driving, or after the funeral, we ended up driving with him.
And so it's yourself, Mr. Higgins, and then who, if anyone else, went with you on the drive back to Massachusetts?
Eddie Hernandez and my brother Kevin.
And when you arrived back in Massachusetts, where was it sort of specifically that you went first?
I initially went to the Charlestown to pick up my vehicle.
Where was your vehicle parked in Charleston?
It was at a police station, Charlestown Station. It's a satellite station located in Charlestown.
And that was in reference to proximity to the airport, is that correct?
Yes.
So that would have been Logan that you flew out of and intended to fly back into?
Logan Airport, yes.
And after you were dropped off with your vehicle, what kind of vehicle was that?
That was a Ford Edge,
Was that a personal vehicle or work vehicle?
work vehicle.
And so you get dropped back off at your work vehicle. Where did you go?
So from Charlestown, I drove back towards the Canton area, and I met Brian Higgins at a restaurant bar called the Hillside.
Is that in Canton as well?
I believe so. It's on the Canton-Milton line. I believe it sits in Canton.
And what was the purpose of you and Mr. Higgins going?
After the drive home, he asked if I wanted to get some food and stop off, and I said yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you got to the Hillside with Mr. Higgins?
I want to say around 9:30, perhaps. Not entirely sure.
When you arrived there, what did you do?
So we went into the establishment and had a drink and hung out for a while.
And did you order any food there?
I did not. I believe Brian did, though.
And while you were at the Hillside with Mr. Higgins, what, if any, communication did you receive from your wife, Nicole?
So around that time, I talked to my wife, I think more than once, and she had let me know that her and a few people were at another location in Canton, and she had asked if I wanted to come by and see them.
What was that other location?
That other location was the Waterfall.
Is that an establishment you were familiar with?
Yes,
You've been there before several times?
I had been there before, yes.
And so you drove then from the Hillside to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And about how long a drive is that?
Maybe 7 minutes, between less than 10 minutes.
And so as you're going on that drive, the snow that was anticipated coming in, had that anything related to that started yet?
No, at that time, I don't recall any snow.
And in relation to the waterfall, where did you park?
In the parking lot for the Waterfall, which is adjacent to the door to go inside. So it's to the left if you're looking at the building from Washington Street.
And when you come into, now, when you left the Hillside, Mr. Higgins stayed there?
Yes, he stayed.
And when you came into the waterfall, who, if anyone, was there?
So when I walked in, I saw my wife, my oldest daughter, Caitlin. I saw my brother, Chris, his wife, Julie, my brother-in-law, Matt, and my sister-in-law, Jen.
And your brother-in-law, Matt, and your sister-in-law, Jen, their last name is McCabe, is that right?
Yes.
And if you could just explain to the jury sort of how you were related as far as what areas the name are.
So my brother Chris's wife is Julie, and then Nicole's sister is Jen, and then Jen's husband is Matt McCabe.
And is it fair to say that you've probably known Jennifer McCabe about as long as you've known your wife, Nicole?
Yes, since she was a little kid, maybe 6, 7 years old.
And you see these people, and where are they sort of situated in the waterfall?
So there was a high top table kind of in the front area as you walk in, kind of in the middle of the room, and everybody was just kind of around the high top table.
And what, if anything, was there as far as live entertainment at the waterfall that night?
There was a band playing there.
And with reference to the people that you've just spoken, as far as your wife and your daughter specifically, were they at the high top table closer to the band or further away from the band?
So they were on the side of the table that's, I guess, closer to the door as you come in. And then there were other people on the opposite side of the table that was closer to the bar area.
And after you came into the waterfall, went up to the group of your family, what did you order anything? What did you do there?
Yeah, I kind of just said hi to everybody. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure I ordered a drink. And then just kind of hung out with family and friends.
And following your arrival, who, if anyone else, showed up and eventually sort of joined your group?
There was another couple at the table. I don't know if they were there initially when I walked in, but there was another couple at the table whom I believed were there before I got there, but I just don't know what their names were.
And do you know how they were related to your group?
I don't. I think they're friends with Jen and Matt, but I'm not 100% sure.
And where were they situated in reference to where your wife and your daughter were?
So they were, I believe, to the right of this pretty large high top table.
So towards the other end of the table?
Yes.
And if you recall, what were you drinking that night?
I don't recall. I usually drink beer, Mick Ultra, but I can't remember that night what I was drinking.
Now, following your arrival there and you meet up with your family, were there other friends or family that eventually showed up at this establishment and joined your group?
Yes.
And who were they, sir?
So after I was there, maybe about a half hour, Brian Higgins arrived at the location.
And if you recall, what, if any, sort of communication did you have with Mr. Higgins, or how did Mr. Higgins know to come to the waterfall specifically?
Because while we were at the hillside, I had mentioned that I was going to be leaving to go to the waterfall to see my family who was already there, and I invited him to come by if he wanted to.
And at any point in time, sort of throughout the course of the day, yourself and Mr. Higgins, you had each other's sort of information and cell numbers, things like that?
Yes.
And at any point in time throughout the course of the day or the evening, did you have occasion to text or phone, call, or anything with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Now, after Mr. Higgins arrived, who, if anyone else, came into the waterfall and joined you?
Probably after about a half hour later from Brian Higgins arriving, John O'Keefe came into the waterfall with the defendant.
And that would have been probably about 11 o'clock, is that correct?
Yes.
And John O'Keefe, if you could tell the jury, well, first, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe, but not well. I had only met him 2 times prior to that night. But I knew him to be a Boston cop, and I knew of him, and I knew some things about him.
And as far as the Boston Police Department, it's a fairly large department. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And about how many members or how many people are on Boston Police?
Depending on the year, I mean, sometimes it's upwards of 2,000.
And through the course of your work over the decades that you worked with the Boston Police, did you ever work with or have any professional sort of interaction with John O'Keefe?
No, I don't remember working with him directly within the Boston Police Department.
Were you aware of sort of what his role was or what he did within the Boston Police?
Yes, I knew where he worked.
And where did he work?
I believe he worked at the SORI unit, which is the Sex Offender Registry unit.
And you mentioned just briefly before that you had heard of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you had heard about?
Well, I knew him to be a friend of my sister-in-law, Jen, and her husband, Matt. I knew him to be a friend of my brother, Chris, and my sister-in-law, Julie. I knew him to be a friend of my brother, Kevin's. I've heard his name mentioned multiple times, and I knew that he had a horrible couple tragedies in his family, and I knew that he stepped up and decided to take care of his niece and his nephew when they tragically lost their parents.
And how would you sort of describe your relationship with John O'Keefe at this time, January 28, 2022?
Although I didn't know him well, I considered him to be a friend, and our relationship was very, very good, cordial, and I considered him to be somebody that I could hang out with and have a good time with.
So he's met him
You
twice, but he was a
mentioned,
friend,
that Mr. O'Keefe
not an
walked
acquaintance.
in around 11 o'clock to the waterfall with the defendant. For clarity purposes, you're referring to Karen Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Sure. She's a female at the table in front of me with a black top on, long sleeve.
Just ask the record to reflect identification and identify the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, had you met Ms. Reed prior to that date of January 28th?
I believe I had met her one time a week prior.
And do you recall any specifics about that meeting or how it is that you came to meet her about a week prior?
I do.
And if you could explain to the jury what those circumstances were.
Sure. I met her at the hillside. I believe she was there with John a week prior.
And as far as your interaction with her on that particular evening, anything significant stand out to you?
No.
Now, when they came in, and by they, I'm sorry, I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the waterfall, where did they go in relation to where you were sort of situated at the high top?
So I don't remember them actually walking in the front door. I remember them being in my general area at some point. And they went towards the other side of the table where my sister-in-law Jen and my brother-in-law Matt were standing.
And at some point, did either or both of them make their way down towards your side of the table, and what, if any, interaction did you have with them?
Yes, I remember having an interaction or more than one interaction with John. Came over to say hello, and we had some conversation, not for too long, but yes.
Do you remember anything specific about that conversation or anything stand out to you?
No, I think we were talking mostly about work. I think he let me know that the sergeant, I guess, that worked in his unit was leaving or left or transferred. And, you know, he was jokingly saying that I should try to get a job over it where he works.
And as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversation or interaction did you have?
I don't remember having any interaction with her whatsoever.
Now, as far as when Mr. O'Keefe came over, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what he was wearing, clothing, anything like that?
I don't really remember what he was wearing for clothing. I believe he had a baseball hat on. Other than that, I can't remember his clothing.
And specifically, do you recall anything as far as like a winter jacket or a big coat or anything like that?
I can't say. I wasn't really paying attention to what he was wearing. I don't know.
And as far as just his general features, as far as what you could observe, what, if any, sort of injuries or anything did you observe on his person at that time?
I observed no injuries at that time.
And over the course of the evening, you had a couple of interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe we talked a few times, kind of hung out, stood next to each other for a while, like you normally would do at a bar restaurant.
And is the band playing while this is going on, is that correct?
Yes, the band was there. You know, I believe they took a break here and there, but they were there for the night.
Now, Mr. Albert, how would you describe sort of the general mood or demeanor of the group while you were at the waterfall that evening?
In one word, it would be fun. Everybody was in a great mood. People were getting along. It was friends and family, and it just seemed like a great night.
And do you recall about what time things started to wind down or things started to sort of end for the evening?
I believe the band stopped playing probably, close to 12, and things started winding down, a little before 12.
Was the band loud?
If you know, from the group that you just described at the high top table that you were a part of, what was sort of the order in which people left the establishment, starting with the first?
So I believe the first to leave was myself, my wife Nicole, my daughter Caitlin, and Brian Higgins left at that time as well.
And Had anybody left from your group prior to when, I'm sorry, so the bar starts to wind down around 12, correct?
Yes.
Prior to the bar winding down, had anybody from your group left before that?
I didn't remember or notice that. I'm not sure.
And so the first to sort of leave from your group when the bar is winding down is yourself, Mr. Higgins, your wife, and your daughter?
Yes.
And when you exit the establishment, where do you go?
Into the parking lot to my vehicle.
Let me take it back just for a moment, back into the waterfall. During the course of the evening, what, if any, conversation was had by you or amongst the group that you observed as far as where to go next, or what were you doing following the waterfall?
Okay, so there was some conversation relative to people going to my brother's sub shop, which is across the street, and he was maybe going to make some pizzas for people if they were hungry. So that was discussed.
And did that end up happening?
No, some people didn't want to go over there, and for whatever reason, it just didn't happen.
And beyond that, was there anything else that was discussed as far as where to go after the waterfall?
Yes.
And what was that?
So it ended up being my son Brian's 23rd birthday. So at 12 o'clock, he would be 23. So there was some discussion about if anybody wanted to go by the house to kind of say happy birthday to him. And I know my wife Nicole mentioned it to Jen and Matt, and it was said, I believe, in the group where we were standing.
And so was that sort of an open invitation that was extended to pretty much anybody that was around the high top tables?
Yeah, sure. Anybody that was there was welcome to come by if they wanted to.
And as far as you knew, as far as awareness of who was coming over to your house at 34 Fairview, who from the group were you aware of coming over?
I don't really remember the responses. I don't think I knew for sure if anybody was going to come, except Brian Higgins said he would come by.
And he had left around the same time as you?
Yes.
And had Brian Higgins been to your house before?
I believe he was at my house for a high school graduation party.
And high school graduation probably in the spring, is that correct?
It would have been the summer prior to that time. So my twins were graduating high school, and we had something at the house, and it was spring, summer of the year prior.
And around that time, so that would have been 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
So around that time, there was still sort of vestiges or whatever of the COVID pandemic, is that correct?
Yes, actually, that was just getting over, I think.
And so where was this graduation party at your house? Was that inside your house or outside your house or something?
It was actually out back. It was more of a cookout type thing.
And so as far as you can recall, prior to January 28, 2022, had Mr. Higgins been physically sort of inside your house for anything beyond using the bathroom?
Besides that graduation party, I don't believe he had ever been at my house. I'm sure he walked into the house, to use the bathroom or something that day, but I didn't really notice, whether he went in there or not.
And, Your Honor, with the court's permission, there's just a couple of very short clips that I'd like to publish with this witness in reference to
Oh my gosh.
marked as Exhibit 53, the video from the waterfall.
More waterfall video. Thank y'all for the super stickers. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And Ms. Gilman, with reference to channel 3, if I could have the fourth video down. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to 18 minutes and 50 seconds. Now, Mr. Albert, directing your attention up to the screen to your right here. Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The waterfall.
And this is, at least according to the timestamp, about 11:57 p.m. on the 28th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's up there, is that to the best of your recollection, a fair and accurate portrayal of what the inside of the waterfall looked like, absent sort of the quality of the video.
Yes.
And, sir, I believe there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. If you just press that button and point at the screen. What I'm going to ask you to do is, if you could draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, within this sort of still frame of the video that you recognize, if any.
With with the time band across the top there, I can't really. I can see some people around the table that we were standing, which would be this table area here. Tough for me to say from here who everybody is. I believe that's Brian Higgins there, but I'm not 100%.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play this, and what I'm going to ask you to ultimately play is up to the 19 minute and 58 seconds. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it there. Now, Mr. Albert, from what you observe up there, as far as the door that you came in and came out of on that evening, do you see generally where that door is?
Yes.
And if you could direct the jury's attention to where on the video screen it is.
Doors this way.
And from just prior to in this video, we're now stopped at the 11:57 and 50-second mark. You see a group sort of making their way towards that front door, is that correct?
Yes.
And from this vantage point, are you able to recognize any of the people in that group that made their way towards the door?
Yes, I believe I saw my wife, my daughter here maybe, and then I think I'm over here. But again, it's a little grainy, and I can't really see great from here. And I saw Brian Higgins, but I don't know if he's in here somewhere.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you could just press play again for about 30 some odd seconds. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You could take that down, and then, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for one other video from channel 1, the second one down. If I could ask you to fast forward that to about 5 minutes and 10 seconds. And ultimately, I'm going to ask you to play it from 5 minutes and 10 seconds to 5 minutes and 50 seconds. And if you could press play now. Generally speaking, what was just played up on the screen, Mr. Albert, do you recognize what that is?
Yeah, it looks like the exit of the waterfall, and we're kind of walking out.
So same group that was just walking to the front door, now walking out the front door and into the parking lot?
Yes, and I believe there was somebody else there. I don't know if it was somebody from the band or looks like a different person out front there.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Now, Mr. Albert, when you get to the parking lot, you get in the vehicle and you drive to your house, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically, you're the one driving, is that correct?
Yes.
And who was in your car with you on the drive back to your house?
My wife Nicole and my daughter Caitlin.
And about how far a drive is it from the waterfall to your house?
I would say 5 minutes.
And the weather, as far as when you walk out, get in the car, and then start driving, what, if anything, had changed about the weather from the time you came into the waterfall to the time you came out?
Yeah, so it had started snowing a little bit more heavily. You can kind of see that on that second video. So the ground was beginning to be, coated, it looked like.
So coating on the ground, but could you, as you were driving, could you still sort of see the blacktop of the roadway?
I believe so, yes.
The snow questions.
Now, you get to your house, and what, if anything, happens sort of as you're coming into your driveway?
It looks like that, had looked like Brian had gotten there first, Brian Higgins, and he was backing out so I could pull my car in.
And as far as the vehicle that Mr. Higgins was driving on that evening from the waterfall, was that the same vehicle that he had driven with you back from New York?
No.
And what kind of vehicle was the one that he was driving back from New York, and what kind of vehicle was the one he was driving that night?
So the one back from New York, he was driving a full-size pickup truck. I'm not sure what make or model, but it had a cab on the back, and I believe it's gray. And then that night later in the night at the waterfall, he had a Jeep Wrangler vehicle that I believe is white, but I'm not 100%.
So he had arrived at your house before you, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said it looked like he had done something to the driveway?
He may have skimmed, he had a plow on his truck, and I think he may have skimmed plowed the driveway and then pulled out, and then we pulled in.
And as far as vehicles at your house, how much around this time in January?
Pulled out, and then we pulled in.
And as far as vehicles at your house, how much around this time in January 22, between yourself, your wife, kids, how many vehicles did you have?
I believe 3.
And what type of vehicles, and who was sort of the primary driver with regard to those?
So I had we had a Ford Explorer, a Cadillac SUV. It's a smaller SUV that my wife Nicole drives, and the Ford Edge that I already spoke of, and I believe we had one more vehicle that one of my kids drove at that time. And I'm just trying to remember, it might have been an Escape, maybe a Ford Escape. Someone could have had that at college. Someone could have had that at school. So I don't remember if it was there that night or not.
So all the vehicles were essentially like SUV type vehicles.
Yes, we didn't own any sedans or any cars.
Now, as far as when you pull into the driveway, the house at 34 Fairview had the 2-car garage?
Yes.
And is the garage something that you or other members of your family would utilize as far as parking the vehicles?
No. So unfortunately, we didn't use the garage a lot because we kind of used it for storage, and we had a lot of stuff out there. So we very seldom used it.
And if you recall, as you're pulling into the driveway, did you pull into the left side, the right side, or?
I believe I pulled in on the left side of the driveway.
And you mentioned that Mr. Higgins had sort of scooped with the plow like in the driveway and then parked on the street. Do you recall where in relation to your house or your driveway he parked?
So no, I don't remember where Brian Higgins parked. I remember him pulling out so I could pull in, and then I didn't really see where he parked.
And you then go into your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And are all of you, and by all of you I mean yourself, your wife, your daughter, and Mr. Higgins all sort of coming in around the same time?
Basically, yes.
When you come into your house, do you recall how many doors in the front of the house are there?
So we have 2 front doors.
And one would be sort of by some steps, is that correct?
There's actually steps on both doors, but one of them is I guess, considered the front door with a large set of steps.
And they would be sort of brick steps, is that right?
Yes,
And that leads into a foyer area of the house?
yes.
And the other door, where does that lead?
So the other door opens up right into the, we call it the family room, but right into the family room den area.
And do you recall specifically which door you utilized on that evening to go into the house?
I believe I went in the door on the right, which goes into the den. Not really sure what other doors people used.
And when you came into the house, who, if anyone, was present beyond the people that you would come in with?
So my son Brian was home. He had two friends, I believe Julie and Sarah.
And these were people that you had known as friends of your son from prior vacations?
I didn't know Sarah. I had met Julie once or twice.
And as you were walking in, who, if anyone else, beyond your son and his two friends, was there?
And my nephew Colin.
That'd be Colin Albert, is that correct?
Yes, Chris and Julie's son Colin.
And about how old was Colin around then?
I believe he was just about 18. 17, 18. He's in high school.
So you're still in high school at the time?
Yes.
And when you walk in, where was Colin in relation to your son and the two girls that he was with?
He was just kind of standing in the kitchen with Brian and the two girls. Brian and the two girls were at the kitchen table, and Colin was just kind of standing there.
And from the time that you arrived home, how long was Colin at your house?
No more than 5 minutes.
And where did he go?
He left. He just said he was getting picked up.
He said he was getting picked up, and a few minutes later he left your house.
Yes, I went and used the bathroom. I came out and he was gone.
Now, at some point subsequent to that, who, if anyone else, arrived or showed up at your house?
After Colin left the house?
Yes.
Nobody else arrived at the house.
Your sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, at some point, did they come by?
Yes, I thought you were referring to after they showed up.
So my question is, do you know whether or not when Jennifer McCabe and Matthew McCabe arrived at your house, was Colin still there?
I don't know if he was still there or not. I believe he left before they came, but I'm not 100%.
So you come home and you go to use the restroom, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you go to use the restroom, Colin's there, correct?
Yes.
And the McCabe's are not?
They are not.
When you come back from the restroom, Colin's not there?
Yes, Colin was gone.
And the McCabe's are there?
No, I don't believe they had arrived yet.
Okay, so they arrived sometime after Colin had left.
Yes.
And over the course of that evening of the 28th into the early morning of the 29th, did anybody else come into your house, or did anybody else come into your house at any point?
No.
Now, in addition to yourself, your wife, and your son, did you have any pets at that time?
Yeah, yes, we did.
Okay. And what kind of pet did you have?
We had a dog.
And what kind of dog was that?
So it was a German Shepherd mix.
And what was the name of the dog?
Chloe.
And how long had you and your family had the dog?
We had Chloe for approximately, at that time, maybe 6 or 7 years.
Do you recall how you got the dog or where you got the dog from?
The dog was from a shelter in Dallas, Texas, actually.
So essentially a rescue dog, is that correct?
Yes, rescue dog.
And when you got home after you went to the bathroom, what, if anything, did you do with reference to the dog, to Chloe?
At some point, I went upstairs to grab the dog and let her out back to use the bathroom.
And so when you would take the dog out, or when anybody would take the dog out to use the bathroom, how would that be accomplished? So what I'm asking is, would the dog be on a leash, or would it be let out in the yard, or?
No, so the backyard's fenced in, so I would open up the back door and she can go out, use the bathroom, and come back inside.
So the entirety of your backyard, that's a fenced-in backyard, is that correct?
Yes.
And beyond that fence, as far as the abutting, what sort of abuts the back of your property?
So behind the back fence, there's a railroad track. I believe it's a commuter rail that's behind the fence.
And is there any sort of opening or way to open the back of that fence to get in sort of any wooded area between your house and the tracks?
Yes, there's a gate back there.
And the gate, as far as when you let the dog out in the back that night, did you stay with the dog while the dog was outside?
I stayed at the doorway, and the dog went to the bathroom and then ran right back in.
So about how long was the dog outside?
She was out back for maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
So went outside, went to the bathroom, came back in?
Yes.
And when the dog came back inside the house, where did the dog go?
So the dog kind of walked around in the kitchen for a few minutes, and then I took her upstairs.
And when you took her upstairs, where upstairs did you take her?
So the dog liked to sleep in our room, mine and my wife's room. So a lot of times she would go up there on her own. Sometimes I would walk her up, and I walked her up to our bedroom.
And at any point in time for the remainder of that evening or the early morning, did the dog go outside at all?
No.
And you mentioned that there are train tracks that run sort of close to your property, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that just the commuter rail, or does the Acela go by, or anything else?
I believe there is, in addition to the commuter rail, there's other trains that use that track, yes.
And how often, sort of on a daily basis, do trains go by your house on Fairview Road?
So it depends, I guess, schedule-wise, if it's the middle of the week or if it's the weekend. But, on any given day, they can go by 5 or 6 times, morning, more towards the rush hour times, morning, at night, and then sometimes at night and sometimes during the day. So really all day and night.
And when the trains go by, about how loud is that as far as from your house?
So it's loud, although having lived there for a period of time, I feel like at least I'm kind of immune to the sound. I don't really hear it as much anymore.
So something essentially based on how long you've lived there, you really don't even hear it anymore?
Not really, no.
Now, you let the dog out, you bring the dog back upstairs, and then where did you go from there?
So after I brought the dog up, I just came back down and hung out with everybody else.
And where within your house was everybody else sort of situated?
So everybody was in the kitchen, and then we have a connecting dining room, but it's opened. It's only, a difference of 5 feet. And then we have the family room den that's adjacent to the kitchen. But they're all close proximity.
So the kitchen and the dining room are sort of the same room, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as what if anything is between the kitchen and dining room and the living room that you were talking about?
So there's a wall, but there's a doorway. So there's really no barrier to go from the kitchen dining room into the family room.
So if somebody's standing in the family room and somebody's standing in the kitchen dining area, they can sort of see each other?
Yes.
Now, in the kitchen area where everybody was, or in the kitchen dining room area, do you recall sort of where people were and what they were doing around that time?
Yeah, I think people were just sitting around, having drinks. Someone had a speaker, and they were listening to music and just talking and hanging out.
And as far as the sort of group and sort of the overall mood or demeanor of the group back at the house, how would you describe that?
Pleasant, fun. Everybody was having a good time. We were wishing Brian a happy birthday, and everything was going great.
And at any point in time, while this was all going on, did you, other than your situation with the dog, was there any point in time where you were not with the group in the kitchen dining area?
No, I was there basically for the whole night, except I think at one point I may have shown Brian Higgins some photos that were in my son's room that were upstairs.
And what kind of photos are we talking?
So my son Jack, who's one of the twins, was in the Marines, or is in the Marines, and we had put some plaques and some stuff in his room upstairs. And Brian Higgins was prior military, as am I, And I thought he would want to see the photos, so I had him look at them.
And that period of time that you were outside of sort of the kitchen dining room area looking at the photos with Mr. Higgins, about how long a period of time are we talking?
Very, very quickly, 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes.
Now, at some point over the course of that morning, things started to sort of wind down at your home. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And about what time was that things started to wind down and people started to leave?
I think Brian left at around 1:30. I believe he was the first to leave. And then others left after that.
When you say others left after that, after Mr. Higgins left your house, where did you go?
So after Brian left, I had gone upstairs and hung out and watched TV up in my bedroom.
You had a long day that day, is that fair to say?
Yes, I had the funeral in New York that morning. We had the long drive back, and we had been out, and now we're hanging out at my house, and it had been a long day, yes.
And so, at any point in time, after you went upstairs, after Mr. Higgins left, did you come back downstairs at all?
Yes, I think I popped back down at one point just to see kind of how long people were going to be there, and then went back up.
And when you popped back down, how many people were still there?
I think Jen and Matt was still there, and the two, Brian's two friends were still there, and my daughter Caitlin.
Now, as far as
Didn't Higgins say he'd never been upstairs?
beyond Mr. Higgins when he left, was there any other occasion that you can recall where somebody from your house went outside and then came back?
Yes.
And who was that?
So while we were hanging out, I believe the girl Julie Nagel's brother came to the house. I never saw him, but I could hear them saying that he was out front. And I think Julie Nagel had walked outside to talk to him.
And at some point after she walked outside, she came back inside, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how long a period of time, if you know, was she outside?
I didn't really pay attention to how long it was. I don't think it was that long.
And as far as the outside of your house, after you had let Chloe out and back in, what, if any, observations did you make outside of your house? Did you look out? Did you see anything outside of the house?
Just that we have windows in the back of the kitchen area. You could just see that it was snowing.
Is that sort of like a bay window in the kitchen?
Yes, it's a large bay window in the kitchen.
When you look out the bay window in the kitchen, what part of your property does that face?
So it's the backyard. You can see the backyard. The bulkhead is right under that bay window, and you pretty much have a view of the whole backyard if it's in the daytime. But it was obviously a little dark.
So can you see the front of the house at any part of the front of the house when you're looking out the bay window?
No.
So at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you look out front to see anything out in front of your house?
No.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you hear anything from front of the house, the back of the house, anywhere around the house that drew your attention outside?
No.
Now, at any point in time during the evening, did you know or did you become aware of either John O'Keefe or the defendant Karen Reed coming over to your house?
No.
And at no point in time over the course of that evening or the early morning there, did John O'Keefe or Karen Reed physically come into your house?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed never entered my house.
And so you go up to bed, and the group is still sort of downstairs, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, your wife, Nicole, who you share a bedroom with, does she come upstairs?
Yes.
And do you know about what time that was?
It was probably 2-ish. Not exactly sure, but around 2 or 2 o'clock.
And the doors to your house, as far as the front doors and the back doors, what is sort of the situation with regard to locking the doors before everybody goes to bed?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. With when you lived at 34 Fairview Road, there were a number of doors to the house, including 2 doors in the front, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how was that Let me ask you this. Would it be unusual for the front doors of your house to remain unlocked overnight?
No.
Is that something that happened on occasion where people were supposed to lock the doors but didn't lock the doors?
Yes, from time to time, the doors, people would just forget to lock them, or we just didn't lock them.
And so your wife comes up to your bedroom about 2 a.m. or so. As far as you knew, was everybody else had left the house at that point?
Yes.
And you're up for a period of time with your wife, is that correct?
Yes.
And over the course of that time, so sort of following 2 o'clock in the morning, do you recall any sort of phone call or phone conversation with Mr. Higgins or anybody else?
No.
And at some point you fall asleep, do you recall about when that was?
I don't, but it was obviously after 2 because that's when she came upstairs. We watched TV and kind of hung out together for a while, and then went to sleep.
And the dog, Chloe, was she up in the room where you had brought her up before?
Yes.
She was there overnight, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to later on that morning or beginning of that morning, the daytime morning of January 29th. Obviously, at some point you wake up, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that wakes you up on that morning?
I was awoken that morning to my sister-in-law, Jen, had burst into my room.
And do you know about what time that was?
It was early in the morning, between 6 and 6:30, I would say.
And fair to say that's not a normal occurrence?
No.
And when she burst into your room, can you describe her demeanor or sort of how she appeared when she first came in?
She was very upset, almost hysterical.
And what, if anything, did she say when she came into the room?
She said something to the effect, John is dead.
Objection. Next question, please, sustain.
That sounded like Jackson.
Unless you lay a foundation.
Did that sound like
Do you
Jackson?
know who she was referring to when she initially comes into your room?
I initially did not.
And at some point during the course of that conversation, does Ms. McCabe make reference to going downstairs?
Yes.
And prior to that, not the content of the conversation, but as far as the length of the conversation, about how long was that length of the conversation that occurred in your bedroom between yourself, Ms. McCabe, and your wife?
Probably a minute.
And the demeanor that you described as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned is almost hysterical. Was that continuous throughout that initial conversation?
Yes. She was very upset.
And who, if anyone, did she indicate was downstairs, or why did you go downstairs?
She said that the police.
This I'm going to allow in with that foundation.
Go ahead.
She said that the police were downstairs.
And so you went downstairs to talk to the police?
Yes.
And when you go downstairs, what do you see when you get to sort of the bottom of the stairs?
I saw a Canton police officer downstairs.
So inside your house at that point?
Yes.
And the door to your house, was it still open or shut or something?
I don't remember.
And the Canton police officer that's inside your home, did you recognize him?
Yes.
And who did you recognize him?
Last name, Lank. So Officer Lank.
Was he someone that you were familiar with?
I knew who he was, yes.
Did you socialize or friends or anything like that?
I didn't socialize with him. I knew him to be a Canton police officer. I had met him, multiple times, and I knew him to know my brother Chris.
And so knew him is essentially what I'm asking, knew him in a professional capacity, personal capacity, or a little bit of both?
I would say more of a professional capacity, and I knew of him, but did not hang out with him socially.
And initially, when you first see Officer Lang, is he by himself, or who, if any, other officers are with him?
I believe initially he was by himself.
And another officer join yourself and Officer Lank at some point?
Yes, I believe another officer came into the house.
Do you know who that officer is?
I don't.
And as far as them coming into your house, they were welcome in your house? You didn't say get out or close the door or anything like that?
No, of course they were welcome in my house.
And where did you go with the officer sort of in your house? Where did you spoke with the officer, I'm presuming?
Yes, we spoke in the kitchen area.
And when you're speaking with the officer in the kitchen area, who is there?
So my wife, Nicole, her sister, Jen, and I believe Jen's husband, Matt, arrived almost the same time that I came downstairs, maybe a minute after.
And how long a period of time was this conversation that occurred in the kitchen of your house?
I don't remember the exact time. I wouldn't want to guess. I don't remember. He was 10, 15, 20 minutes maybe initially.
And when you say initially, was there a subsequent conversation that occurred after that?
Yes. The Officer Lank returned to the house sometime after that.
And when he returned sometime after that, was he alone or was there another officer?
I believe that time he was with Lieutenant Gallagher, perhaps.
And were you familiar with Lieutenant Gallagher prior to that morning?
I knew who Lieutenant Gallagher was on a professional level. I had not hung out with him on a social level.
And again, they were welcomed into your home and you spoke with them, is that correct?
Yes, the second time they were there, they were invited back to the house via a phone call.
And that second conversation within your house, where did that?
Same area, family room, kitchen area.
And if you know about how long a period of conversation was that second come back to the house?
That may have been longer, maybe a half hour.
Now, going back to sort of that initial conversation, as far as, so it's yourself, it's Mr. and Mrs. McCabe, your wife, and then the police, is that correct?
Myself, my wife Nicole, my sister-in-law Jen, her husband Matt had arrived, and the police, yes.
And in between that first speaking with the police and the second time that the police came back to your house, who, if anyone, did you call or notify in regard to the situation that was going on in front of you?
I called Brian Higgins
Why did you call Brian?
because I think it was important for him to know what was going on and that what had happened.
And as far as you knew with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, what, if any, relationship, friendship, anything were you aware of between Mr. Higgins and either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms.
Oh, gosh.
I was not aware too much about a relationship with Brian and either person. Brian had mentioned maybe even that night that he was friendly and knew John. I knew of no relationship between Brian and the defendant.
And following your conversation with Mr. Higgins, who, if anyone else, came over your house?
So Brian Higgins eventually came over to my house, and my sister-in-law Julie also arrived at my house.
And do you know why your sister-in-law Julie came by your house that morning?
Yes.
And why was that?
So she has a routine that when it's someone's birthday, she likes to come by and bring like coffee and donuts. So it was Brian's birthday that night. So my sister-in-law Julie was coming by to drop off some donuts and coffee, I think.
And where was Julie when you first saw her that morning?
She was out front in the driveway.
And what, if anything, did you ask Julie to do when you saw her out in the driveway?
I asked her to come inside.
And when she came inside, is that when you informed her of what had happened?
Yes, I don't know if it was necessarily me that informed her, but people that were there were explaining to her what happened. It was a very, very chaotic, unbelievably chaotic morning.
And as far as when that was described to your sister-in-law, Julie, how would you describe sort of her demeanor or her reaction to the news regarding Mr. O'Keefe?
Shock. That's how I would describe it. Everybody's reaction that morning was utter shock. And she was upset and looked very, very in shock.
And so the second time that the Canton police officers come back to your home, who was there at that point?
I know I was there for sure. My wife, Nicole, Jen, her husband, Matt. Brian Higgins may have been there at that time. And I'm not sure about Julie. Julie at one point left the house, and I think she came back later in the morning, so I'm not sure if she was there.
And at some point when your sister-in-law, Julie, came back to your house, who, if anyone, came to your house with her?
Her husband, my brother Chris, who's her husband.
Was this before or after the second time that the police had been in your house?
I believe they came back after the second time, but I'm not 100% sure. The first time that Julie came with the coffee, the police were not there.
Why would you put coffee in the car in a blizzard?
Now, when you first sort of get up, you come downstairs, and the police are
Weird.
They're basically in your doorway. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you see outside as far as what was going on outside at that time?
Not from downstairs, but I had looked out the window after Jen had come up into my room and explained what had happened, and before I went downstairs.
When you looked out your window from your bedroom, what did you see?
I could see at least one police vehicle. I could see that there was something going on out front, and that was about it, and I just went straight downstairs.
At that time that you looked out your window, did you see either an ambulance or a fire truck out there?
I don't remember if I saw a ambulance. There were emergency vehicles out there, but I can't remember exactly which types.
And at any point in time, at that time or subsequent throughout the course of the day, did you go out to that area of your yard where you saw the cruisers and the sort of lights?
No.
And why?
I didn't see that there was a reason to go out to that area. The police had already been in my house. They had already talked to us about what was going on. It was a snowstorm at that point. They were trying to conduct an investigation, and I didn't want to interfere with it or have anything to do with it.
Now, as far as what you're learning, sort of when Jennifer McCabe first comes sort of verging in into your bedroom at 6 to 6:30 in the morning, at any point around there were you made aware of where John O'Keefe was at that point?
Yes.
And what were you made aware of?
I was made aware that he was taken to the hospital.
So by the time that you're awoken by Mrs. McCabe, John O'Keefe is, to your knowledge, not outside.
To my knowledge, I believed he was on the way to the hospital.
Now, later on in the course of that day, at some point did you have occasion to speak with some troopers from the state police?
Yes.
And if you recall, who is it that you spoke with?
So I spoke with Trooper, last name Proctor, and then another trooper,
Oh gosh. Oh
and
gosh.
don't know the last name, first name, Yuri.
Yeah, stick with that.
Would it be Sergeant Bukhenik?
It could be.
And had you met either of those troopers prior to that date?
I had never met Trooper Proctor. I had met Trooper, I forget, what is the last name?
You met Trooper Yuri?
Yuri. I had met him once or twice before.
Was that in a professional capacity?
Yes.
And where did you speak with them on that day?
At my sister-in-law Jen's house.
And if you recall, about what time of day was it that you spoke with them?
It was late morning, early afternoon, the day of the incident, so I don't know the exact time. Before noon, I think.
And why was it that later on that day that you were over your sister-in-law Jennifer McCabe?
Well, my sister-in-law Jen and her husband Matt were leaving my house. My sister-in-law was distraught. I wanted to be comforting to them and be there for them if they needed anything, and I drove to their house.
And this is, and speaking of your sister-in-law Jennifer, this is someone you've known since she was how old?
7 years old. She's like a little sister to me.
And at the point that you're going over to the house, did you know that there were going to be troopers from the state police over at the house?
Yes.
And fair to say they asked to talk to you, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know who, if anyone else, they spoke to at your sister-in-law's house that day?
I believe they spoke with Jen, my sister-in-law Jen, and then her husband Matt, and then myself.
And so was that done sort of in a group setting, or was it separate or something else?
Separate.
And so they spoke to you in one area of the house while Jennifer and Matthew McCabe were in another area of the house, and vice versa for you?
Yes, I spoke with them at the dining room table, and Jen and Matt were not present. I believe they may have been upstairs or somewhere else in the house.
And if you know, where were you when the troopers were talking to either Jennifer McCabe or Matthew?
So I was upstairs when they were being spoken to.
We're not going to see Cross today. He's not going to want to leave the jury thinking about Cross all weekend. He's going to take as long as he can, I would think. Well, I don't know, because I don't know his strategy. Maybe he's about to end it now. His strategy is not ever what I would do, but what do I know? I'm not an attorney. I wouldn't want Jackson to start on a cross and then have the jury thinking about that all weekend. This might be it, though. He might be ending it now.
Yeah, approach Ron.
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 8 photographs and ask you to review them and look up.
Sure.
Ow. If I were him, I would drag it out. Because you gotta think, Jackson is a very skilled attorney. And he would go hard on this because this is part of their defense. So, and then the jury would have that as their, like, ending thoughts for the whole weekend.
So what I've just presented you with been previously marked as exhibits 58 through 65, and generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize as to?
So the photos appear to be the front yard in front of my old house at 34 Fairview Road.
And from those photographs, they appear to be a fair and accurate portrayal of what your house and your yard looked like around that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish those for the jury to discuss with the witness briefly.
Hey, you can put them up, Ms. Gilman.
Ms. Gilman, if you could start with exhibit 58. Mr. Albert, sir, there should be on the desk in front of you a laser pointer. Actually, we already talked
I
about
have that, yes.
So what's up on the screen currently, do you recognize, is that what's depicted in exhibit 58?
Let's see. I have them out of order here. Just give me 1 sec.
Look at Lucy. Lucy is unbothered by this. Nope, she just heard me say her name. Are you giving me
So
the
yes,
side
this looks
eye?
like the photo exhibit 58 that you handed me.
And this is a photograph of your house, sort of, if I'm standing on the street to the left side of the property, correct?
Yes.
And on this sort of left side of your property, Let me ask you this first. As far as between the roadway of Fairview Road and your front lawn, is there anything there as far as a sidewalk or anything like that?
No, there's no sidewalk, so the grass area goes right to the curb, and then there's the street.
And the curb that's in between the grass and the roadway, is that like a straight curb, a straight edge curb, granite curbing, or like rounded curbing? How would you describe that?
I would just describe it as a regular curbing. It's not granite, the color is black, so it seems like a tar curbing.
And in this area of the left side of your property, what if anything of note is sort of in that area of the property?
So in that area of the property, first of all, that's basically the property line from the neighbor's house. If you're staring at my house from the front, the neighbor to the left, that's the property line area. But there's a fire hydrant there. There is a flagpole with the American flag and the Marine Corps flag. And there is we call it like an electrical box, but I'm not sure what the purpose of it is.
And so for all the years that you've lived there, either as a child or as an adult, you really don't know what that electrical box does or what it is?
Yes, I don't know if it's operable. Sometimes the door is open. If it's windy, the door of the box blows open, and sometimes it's closed, and, we don't really have much to do with it.
And the general area where, when you looked out the window in your bedroom on the morning of the 29th, as far as where you saw the police vehicles or the cruisers to be, do you see that in this photograph?
Yes, that's the same general area.
The same general area as you were describing with the fire hydrant, the flagpole, things like that?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit 59.
What, if anything,
Again,
is
so
on the
what's up
ground?
screen, is that what you have before you?
What was it, 59? Yes.
Do you see
And
snow?
from this photograph, sir, this is again a picture of your residence around the time of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say this is taken after some of the snow has sort of melted from the storm before? If you can tell.
Yes, it appears that there's less snow in the front there.
So less snow than what you saw when you looked out your window or at some later point on the 29th?
Yes.
And from this photograph, if you could just direct the jury's attention to the driveway and the garages and sort of where is that located?
So my driveway was this area right here, and that's the garage doors.
And from within this photograph as well, you mentioned that there were sort of two doors to the front of your house, one that leads into a foyer area and the other that leads into a living room of some kind. If you could direct the jury's attention to where each of those doors would be on the house.
Sure. So the door right here we consider it the front door, and that goes into a foyer area. And then, not from this photo, you can't really see it, but there's a door in this, I guess, breezeway area, and that opens up into the family room.
And one last thing from this photograph, sir, if the window that you were looking out, do you see that window in this photograph as well, and can you draw the jury's attention to?
Yes, I believe it would be this one right here, in the corner.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit, number 60.
You say 60?
60. And so what's up on the screen, do you recognize that as what you have before you as exhibit 60?
Yes.
And from this photograph, as far as the roadway and the sort of width of the road from the curb to the double yellow line there, is that generally what it was on January 29th, if that's what the roadway looked like?
The morning of the 29th?
Well, the morning of the 29th, it was snow, correct?
Right, so the roadway, I believe, would have had some snow on it.
So what I'm asking is, when you came home that evening or the early morning of the 29th, is that essentially what the roadway looked like, absent whatever the snow was covering?
Yes.
The next photograph, Ms. Gilbert. And again, now looking at what is Exhibit 61, is that correct, sir?
1 second. Yes.
This is essentially a closer-up image of the area of the fire hydrant, electrical box, and the flagpole that you were talking about before.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph. And again, what's up on the screen, this would be, and I'm sorry, I've lost my train of thought, is this 62?
62. It appears to be, yes, 62.
So you were mentioning earlier in your testimony that the area where you saw the police cruisers when you looked out your window on the morning of the 29th was near sort of where your property abuts the neighboring property, correct?
Yes.
And do you happen to know what number that next door neighbor's house is? Up or down from 34?
I honestly don't. I don't know what number that is.
And do you see sort of the property line in between your house and the next door neighbor's house?
Yes, I believe that row of trees is the property line.
So the row of evergreen trees there is sort of where it delineates between your property and the next door neighbor?
Yes, they appear to be in line from almost the street to the white fence.
And that white fence sort of in the back right of that photograph, is that the fence that you were talking about before that encloses your backyard?
Yes.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, number 63. Again, this is just another photograph of sort of that area of your yard, is that correct?
1 second. Sorry. Yes.
Now, with reference to this area of the yard at your house when you were living there at 34 Fairview Road, is that an area of the yard that would be of particular use, or did you go in that area of the yard all that much?
No, we didn't really use that area too often. There's a large wood chip bed. You can't see it because of the snow, but it kind of covers that area. So we don't really go over there that often.
And now, sir, with reference to this area of the yard, was there any sort of overhead, like ambient lighting, street lights, anything like that in that area?
No, so that's a very dark part of the yard. There's no street light there at all.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, Mr. Albert, I believe this would be number 64, is that correct?
Yes.
And with reference to this, can you describe to the jury what are we looking at in this particular photograph, Exhibit 64?
So that's the front right door, I guess you could say, to the house. And again, you can't see the door, but it's inside that breezeway area to the left.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer and direct
Oh, yeah.
attention to what you're talking about.
So the door would be right in here.
And from the driveway leading up to that front door area you were talking about with the foyer once you get in, what, if anything, is sort of leading you up to the steps there?
To the other door,
To the other door, the front.
there's a brick walkway.
So brick walkway leading up the brick steps into the foyer area of your house.
Yes.
And the last in this set, Ms. Gilman, Mr. Albert, this would be number 65. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
So that's the picture of the ground in front of the fire hydrant, which is to the left front of my yard.
You can take that down. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Albert, with the days that sort of followed from January 29th, as far as your home was concerned, what, if any, sort of police presence did you observe or notice sort of in that area in the front yard of your home?
So over the course of the next couple of days, there were emergency vehicles and police personnel that day and days following in front of the house.
So So later on in the afternoon of the 29th and continuing on for days after, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather was concerned between the date of the 29th and the days that the police presence was outside of your house?
I believe it rained a few times during that time.
And as far as the snow that had been piled up on your front lawn, what, if anything, was occurring with the snow as the days went on following the 29th?
I believe, so some of the snow was shoveled out, I believe, during the crime scene, and then some of the snow was just dissipating due to the fact that it was melting and it had rained a bunch of days.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to your house, and obviously at some point you moved from the house on Fairview in Canton to Norwood, correct?
Yes.
And when was that sort of first discussed between you and
That
your wife
tail
as
light?
far as selling the house?
That was discussed in October, November of, it would have been 2021.
And what was it that sort of precipitated that discussion as far as selling your house?
Around that time, and it was post-COVID, the housing market seemed really good. And my brother, Chris, had sold his house, was in the process, and ultimately sold his house around that time. He got a great deal on it. I had known some other people that had sold around that time. And it was a little early for us because our children weren't all necessarily gone yet. But it was close, and we thought we could get a good deal for us, so that's when we started exploring it.
And who, if anyone, did your brother Christopher put you in touch with?
So he put me in touch with a realtor that ultimately sold his house.
And at some point you sold the house?
I did.
And when was that?
So we didn't end up selling until April of 2023.
And as far as prior to selling the house, what, if any, did the sale of your house have anything to do with what occurred there on January 29, 2022?
Absolutely not.
May I have just one moment here?
Yes.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Can I see counsel in sidebar for just a second, please?
Yeah, they're gonna end it. Was that tail light in that picture? Because look, this is. It looks like clear to me because you can see the grass under it. It looks like the clear tail light. But that is blown up. That's way zoomed in and blown up. We'll go back. I'm sure they're about to end today, but we'll go back and look. Well, they apparently picked up or found some of the clear plastic taillight too, because part of the taillight that was missing was the clear, and most of it was the red. I don't think he said when that picture was taken, did he? No, Karen is not in jail. She is out on bond.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so jurors, rather than start cross-examination of Mr. Albert, we're going to let you break for the day. And I did want to give you some scheduling updates because there have been questions from you folks and requests. So originally, next week will be a full week. We're here every day next week. Again, Monday, Wednesday, Friday will be full days. I'd like us to pick up the pace a little bit here, no repetitive testimony so that we can move things along. But we are moving things along. So Monday, Wednesday, and Friday will be full days. Tuesdays and Thursday next week will be half days. The week I wanted to address with you, where we were already going to be off the 29th and 31st of that week. There's been a request and it makes sense. We will now take the 29th, 30th, and 31st off rather than have you folks come in. So you'll get 3 full days, sort of maybe in the middle of this trial, to be able to just kind of regroup. And I figured everybody would welcome those days, but I am going to ask you to give us a full day on the 28th. So think about that this weekend. So the Tuesday will be a full day, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you'll be down, okay? June 7th, we're off. We will end June 6th at noon instead of 1 o'clock. Okay? All right, so I do have to give you those 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, and read anything about this case, please disregard it. I always like to tell jurors, just leave everything here. Your notebooks, literally, figuratively, just leave it here. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning.
Rise for the jury.
Well, that's good, because that's the weekend I'm going to be in CrimeCon. So that makes life a little bit easier. Okay, so what are your thoughts for today? I want to hear it.
Still in session. Any other evidentiary issues I should be prepared to spend some time on this weekend?
Not for the Commonwealth, no.
No, we can wait on that.
I heard you say we can wait on that, but I'd like to know, is there anything that I should be taking a look at?
Right, no, I wasn't, I was talking about something different. I think with regard to Brian Albert, there's really nothing other than I wanted to talk to my co-counsel over the weekend to get the court to potentially revisit the ruling that you just made, which whether you do or you don't, Your Honor, I think you've heard, we can hear more potential. But with regard to Caitlin Albert, Your Honor, there is the issue of the photos between her and Katie McLaughlin. I just wanted to flag that for the court. I think we've addressed that already, and I think the court had said we'd take them on a photo-by-photo basis.
No, what I said is you need to approach. So before she testifies, let me know where we stand.
Will do.
Okay? Or before your cross-examination.
Will do.
All right. Do we expect to hear from her next week?
Yes.
Okay.
I think probably Monday.
Probably Monday.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Nope.
All right, thank
No,
you.
Your Honor. Thank you.
Well, Marie Moss with our official stats for the day. 2 witnesses, 11 sidebars, 60 objections, 69 what if any's, 32 I don't recalls, 12 fair to say. So our total what if any right now is at 718. 718. That's insane. It's crazy. Crazy. And this is only, what, day 8? What are we on? I don't even know. Day 8? Pretty crazy. Don't forget, I will be on Canton Confidential tonight on NBC Boston, if you want to tune in. Crazy. We still have a lot of Alberts to get through. We do still have a lot of Alberts to get through. Monday we'll start off with a bang. With a bang. Jackson is a very skilled attorney. They are 7 o'clock for NBC Boston tonight. 7 o'clock Eastern. They are very, how do I say this? Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin and Proctor are very important for the defense's theory. So, because they are saying that those are, you know, the ones responsible for Officer John O'Keefe's death, they are going to be very hard on them during cross. I expect it to get spicy. I'm already stressed out over it. So get your caffeine early Monday morning. It's gonna be something. It's gonna be something. The NBC Boston is at 7 Eastern. If you go to their website, whatever it is, NBCBoston.com or BostonNBC.com. I think it's NBCBoston.com. You can watch it on there, or it'll be on their YouTube, but I don't know if it's live on their YouTube. Canton Confidential bells on and alarm set for tonight. Woohoo! So did anything today sway anybody one way or the other? Today's just a bunch of testimony, but was there anything said today that swayed anybody one way or the other? Jill said, if defense calls these witnesses, if defense calls these witnesses, Bev can not time limit them, and they can question relative questions. Yeah, there's no specific time limit on it. I mean, she can tell them to move it along like she's done with some of the stuff when, she felt like questions were being repetitive. Honestly, though, she said again to the jury today that this was, going to be moving right along, and they're not doing the repetitive questions and stuff. And objection, that's a lie, because yes, we know that the band was loud and we know that they sat at a high table, and we know that it was snowing. I mean, Lord of mercy. Like, some of the questioning is just, it's so repetitive. So, but honestly, that makes it hard to focus on it sometimes too. Like, that makes it really hard to focus. I wonder if, you know, I wonder if Lally was had the type of courtroom presence that Jackson does. I wonder if that would make a difference on, you know, how people saw this. Because he makes it hard to focus sometimes. So, I don't know. When is McCabe going up there? We don't know. I have the witness list, but it doesn't go in order. So it seems like they're kind of going in order of, like, he's doing it in groups. Like, first it was first responders, and then, you know, now we're going through everybody that was at the waterfall. Then I'm assuming they'll be going through the other Alberts and, you know, Julie Nagel and all of them who were there. And then going into, you know, the technical stuff, like and we still got all those state troopers to get through. We've still got the medical examiner, the Bodie labs, I mean, there's still so much. So much. The cars, crash reconstructionist stuff. I mean, there's a lot. There's still a lot that we have to get through. It'll be interesting. I don't know why I'm yawning. I actually slept last night. Maybe that's why I'm yawning. First time I've slept in so long. A lot of guilt shows by getting rid of the house because he's been there. You know, that's the thing is, like, okay, no matter what you think happened, like, what, you know, obviously we haven't seen all the evidence yet. I keep saying keep an open mind, you know, till we hear everything. But regardless, whatever side you're leaning to now, or whatever you've already decided, or whatever, if you look at it from an outside perspective, it's one of those things where too many things that look suspicious usually are suspicious. So I understand, and I think anybody would understand why there's questions about so many of the things. Like, you know, the basement floor and the selling the house and, you know, rehoming Chloe and, you know, getting rid of his phone and, you know, the phone calls, you know, denying talking to anybody, but then the phone calls come out and stuff like that. Like, it's one of those things where I can see where no matter, like, what else you know once you dive into this, from just when you're starting to look at this and you have all of these things, normally when you have all those things, that means, you know, it's pointing toward some kind of guilt. If some of the things can be explained away, then, you know, then there's explanations for them. But I think that so much of the stuff all together has been what's made this seem like where you just question a lot of stuff, you know. Oops. Mildred, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Happy Mother's Day to all. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. I will be working on Mother's Day. I'll be working on the podcast all day. I have no special plans. I think my kid's coming over tonight at some point. I think when I finish NBC, and we're gonna hang out for a minute. He texted me, he said he got me something. So we'll see. I'm surprised he remembered, because I almost forgot. Let's see. Somebody says, my mind has shut down at this point. I want to see real evidence. Yeah, right now it's just been nothing but, you know, testimony, and we can see what's going on at, you know, Waterfall Bar. We know they had a loud band and all that, but we haven't got to like the evidence yet. Which is going to be interesting. Witnesses are so evasive. Makes me feel like they're hiding something. I feel like, and I know that some of y'all disagree with me, I feel like Nicole was the most credible because I know she got the most stuff wrong, but I feel like, to me, she kept saying, she's like, I don't know, I think it was this time, I think it was that time. You know, compare that to Chris Albert saying that, you know, Karen was holding a cylindrical glass with clear liquid and a lime. Nobody says that, y'all. Nobody says that. That came straight from the reports. So when I hear stuff like that, I'm like, all right, bro, like nobody says that. And I'm not saying that he's lying about anything. I'm just saying that like nobody talks like that. So it just sounded rehearsed. But Nicole, I feel like, I know that she didn't know as much stuff, but to me, it came off as, you know, her just not knowing. Like, just like, I don't know. I didn't see him. I wasn't paying attention. I was cleaning. I don't know. Maybe they came in at this time. Maybe they were there for this long. Right now, it's all about who was at that bar, who said hi to who drank what. Were they all happy? Of course they were. They were all drinking heavily. Should have used Uber. They should have used Uber. Yes. They should have used Uber. When you talk to someone 67 times in 7 months, who you rarely speak to and can't remember anything you talked about, like that was another one of those things where, like, to me, you know, how often do you talk? Rarely. And then, you know, 67 times, y'all, that's not rare. That's not rare. Rare is like once every 6 months, once a year. Once a month is not even rare. Who do you talk to 67 times in 7 months? I don't talk to anybody that much. I very rarely answer my phone, to be honest. Texting, yes. But the only time I call anybody is if I don't want something in text message. If I don't want it in writing. Or if it's my granny, my grandma, because my nanny, she can't text because of her arthritis. Other than that, I don't call anybody. Yeah, I'll call if I don't want it in a screenshot. If I don't want it in writing, but other than that, I will sit there and watch my phone ring and wait for it to finish and then text you, but I will not answer my phone. Did I see the image? No, I did not. Let me pull up Twitter. Let's see. Oh, somebody said you can also watch the NBC Live tonight. You can watch it on Peacock. If you go to Peacock and then go to the NBC Boston Live channel. Kelly P, when did you send it? I'm scrolling through all my stuff. If I don't see y'all's notifications on here, it's never on purpose. There's so many notifications. I can't see them all. They get lost. I don't see it. Sorry, I keep scrolling. I don't see it. Oh, you DM'd me. I don't have a DM from you. On Twitter, I don't have one from you. Is it just me, or do others find the male prosecution witnesses who call Karen the defendant appear to be prejudicial? So that's a very common thing that they'll do, because it helps to, if you say Karen, that is a personal, like, it personifies somebody more. I guess it makes them more human to the jury. So by referring to them as the defendant, it's like a reminder to the jury that, it kind of keeps it from being like, this person that has, a name and a life and family and all this stuff, kind of separates that. And it's like, it's the defendant. Keep in mind, it's the defendant. I thought dog was dead or something. Well, Coffin Daffer knew 7 months ago or whatever it was. Because she's all, that's how the only way that anybody knew. Defense never knew, but Coffin Daffer did. Not a fan of Coffin Daffer at all. Yeah, they've never given any information. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. See what else comes out. All right. I am going to get off of here for a bit and rest before tonight. It said if you go to the Boston NBC channel on Peacock. I don't know. That's just what somebody tweeted on the tweeter. All right, I'm going to get off here so I can rest my eyeballs for a little bit before I have to get back on the computer for tonight. I'm not sure how long. I think my segment's only going to be like maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes, something like that. I will see y'all on Monday. I'll get the stream set up and all that sometime over the weekend. I'll set it up either Saturday or Sunday for Monday morning, and we'll do the same thing. We'll start about 15 minutes early. Sound good? All righty. I will see y'all then. Thank you for hanging out with me. Everybody who hung out, gave opinions, discussed, was civil. I appreciate it. Y'all are the best. Have a good weekend, and I will see you Monday.
Yeah, I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
Everybody was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel and
Good morning.
Goodbye, good people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?